The goddesses are arrogant, and the little security guard conquers the goddesses. A heaven-defying beginning. Oh! A sharp, ear-piercing scream jolted Chen Beifeng from his sleep. He blinked, dazed, and sat up only to be stunned by the scene before him. A breathtakingly beautiful woman was curled up in the corner of the bed, her face pale with terror. Her long, disheveled hair flowed down to her waist, and the thin blanket barely covered her chest, revealing smooth, round shoulders that stirred the imagination. From the hotel room's layout, it wasn't hard to guess what had happened the night before. A strange scent still lingered in the air, and in an instant, Chen Beifeng recalled fragments of a wild, unforgettable night. "You bastard! I'll kill you!" Fury exploded in the woman's eyes as she raised her hand and slapped him across the face. Smack! The crisp sound echoed in the room, harsh and piercing. But Chen Beifeng didn't even react. He just stared, wide-eyed and dumbfounded at the sight in front of him. Her sudden movement had loosened the blanket, revealing a dreamlike vision no man could resist. "Oh!" She let out another shriek, hastily pulling the blanket back up to cover herself. But the motion tugged at her injured lower body, and pain made her brows furrow like delicate willow leaves. "Miss Yang, please, let me explain." "Get out. Get out. Just get out of here." Sob, sob, sob. Chen Beifeng tried to explain with a helpless expression, but the woman broke down, clutching her head and crying uncontrollably, giving him no chance to speak. Watching her sob beneath the blanket, Chen Beifeng sighed. He lifted the cover and stepped off the bed. The bright red stains on the white sheets stung his eyes and filled him with guilt. "Miss Yang, please calm down. My name is Chen Beifeng, I work as a security guard at the Glory Building. If you want to yell or hit me, feel free to come find me. I may just be a bottom-tier loser, but I'll never deny what I've done. Get out. Go away." Her response came in the form of a landline phone and a pillow hurled at him. Chen Beifeng dodged in a panic, quickly grabbing his clothes off the floor and getting dressed. He cast one last glance at the weeping figure under the blanket, then picked up his phone and ID before leaving. Just as the door shut behind him, her wails grew even more heart-wrenching. Nearly half an hour later, Yang Qingcheng finally emerged from under the blanket, her swollen red eyes full of sorrow and fragility. She scanned the room. Memories of the night before slowly resurfaced. "Li Ju. The Yang family will never forgive you." A flash of hatred lit up her stunning face. Her delicate hands clenched the blanket so tightly that her knuckles cracked. When her gaze landed on the blood-stained sheets, her face turned pale once more. A wave of helplessness and shame surged inside her, and she couldn't help but break down in sobs again. Damn it! What the hell just happened? Outside the hotel, Chen Beifeng rubbed his groggy head and cursed under his breath. Last night, he had been drinking with co-workers when he was called back to the building for a situation. That's when he stumbled upon Yang Qingcheng drugged and nearly dragged away by some spoiled rich brat. Yang Qingcheng, the CEO of Yangfeng Group, one of the world's top 500 companies. Normally, someone like Chen Beifeng wouldn't even get the chance to glance at a goddess like her from afar. They were from two completely different worlds. But seeing her being forcefully taken, he had jumped in with a heated sense of justice and smashed the rich kid's nose in with one punch. He managed to rescue her, though she was clearly under the influence of something potent. The rest was history. An aphrodisiac-crazed goddess, a half-drunk and hormonal young man, and when the goddess made the first move, Chen Beifeng experienced true freedom for the first time in his life. "Oh no! I'm gonna be late for work." He glanced at his phone. It was already 7:50. He was supposed to clock in at 8. Unless he turned into Superman right now, there was no way he'd make it in time. Panicking, he sprinted toward work only to crash into someone as he turned a corner. A revolting stench slammed into his nose. It was the kind of funk that came from not bathing in years. Chen Beifeng held his breath and was about to apologize when the person simply got up and walked away. Ding! First mission triggered. Help Yarn Hanlan escape her predicament and fulfill your duty to punish evil and promote good. Once completed, rewards will be issued based on performance. A mission. Finally. I thought this damn system was broken. Merciful Chang'e, Divine Jade Maiden, Heavenly Seven Fairies, Queen Mother of the West, scratch that last one, she is too ugly. Please bless this first mission to go smoothly. My destiny is in your hands. Eyes shining with excitement, Chen Beifeng looked like he had seen salvation, but to the gas tank-sized woman standing in front of him, he looked like something entirely different. "Hey handsome. If you want my WeChat, just ask Tilda." Chen Beifeng snapped back to reality, his mind clearing. That's when he noticed the towering woman in front of him. She barely cleared 150 centimeters in height but had a body that seemed to grow vertically, and from where he stood, she practically blocked the entire street. Worst of all, she was fluttering her barely visible little eyes at him seductively. Dear God! He shivered and instantly recalled the mission he'd just triggered. Without a second thought, he turned and bolted. He chased the person he'd bumped into all their way down the street, finally catching up only to find it was a ragged, unkempt homeless woman. Her mind seemed not quite there. She finally stopped under a desolate bridge. There, she hunched over and began picking at leftover scraps from a garbage bin, eating them with trembling hands. Seeing this, Chen Beifeng felt a pang in his chest. Her side was littered with torn clothes, half-empty water bottles, and old soda cans clearly all scavenged from the trash. This system is called punish evil, promote good, so is it trying to get me to help her out of kindness? He wondered aloud and got an instant reply in his mind. Please make physical contact with the subject. Upon contact, all relevant data will be transmitted into your mind. How you proceed is up to you. Rewards will be calculated based on performance. So that's how it works, huh? After a brief moment of thought, Chen Beifeng turned and dashed off to a nearby breakfast shop. He came back carrying steamed buns and soy milk and handed them straight to the homeless woman under the bridge. The old woman was clearly not in her right mind. Without even looking at who was handing her food, she grabbed the buns and soy milk and began devouring them ravenously. At the moment of contact, Chen Beifeng deliberately let his hand brush against hers. Boom! A surge of memories exploded in Chen Beifeng's mind like a movie playing at lightning speed. He stood there, stunned, as unfamiliar memories flooded his consciousness. Over 10 minutes passed before he fully digested what he had just seen. His once honest and handsome face was now twisted in rage, his clenched fists trembling, and even his body swayed slightly with fury. Yang Hanlan, a native of Sioux City in Longwa, once had a happy and ordinary life. She had a hardworking husband, a beautiful and well-behaved daughter with excellent grades. Everything was peaceful and blissful until one day, a demon tore it all apart. Her daughter, a blossoming junior high school student at the tender age of 15, caught the attention of a notorious school bully. After several failed attempts at coercion, the devil committed an unspeakable crime. The girl's body was found 3 days later stripped, broken, unrecognizable. The trauma shattered Yang Hanlan's entire family. But the demon came from a powerful and well-connected family. Despite Yang Hanlan running around exhausting all her savings to seek justice, she couldn't bring the monster to account. Even with a lawyer, the perpetrator dodged punishment under the pretense of being underage. Yang's family was even summoned repeatedly by the village committee, who warned them not to spread rumors to avoid creating a bad influence. Her husband, Chen Beifeng, a truck driver, was driven mad by grief. He stormed into the perpetrator's house with a knife, only to fall into a trap. He was caught red-handed. Chen Beifeng was sentenced to 5 years for attempted murder. Their once happy home was utterly destroyed, daughter dead, husband imprisoned, the elderly mother-in-law cried herself blind, and Yang Hanlan lost her grip on reality under the weight of it all. 3 years had passed. The demon, now legally an adult, continued to live freely, partying, flirting, enjoying life, while the victim's family had spent 3 years in hell. Mad and destitute, Yang Hanlan had wandered all the way from Sioux City to the metropolis of Modu. System, what should I do? Punish evil, promote good. Speak your decision, and the system will assist you. Chen Beifeng closed his eyes in contemplation. His mind was filled with images of Yang Hanlan's tragic family, a young girl violated and murdered, a grieving father seeking revenge and ending up in prison, a blind grandmother drowning in tears, a broken mother wandering the streets. And the devil? Still in school, flirting with girls, bullying his peers. A demon like that deserves to rot in hell. This world isn't his to enjoy. He growled through gritted teeth, his eyes suddenly bloodshot with fury. System has received the host's request. Now providing auxiliary equipment. Ding. Auxiliary equipment has been selected. Host, would you like to retrieve it? Retrieve it. As Chen Beifeng stared expectantly and somewhat confused, a black hole the size of a palm appeared in mid-air in front of him. From it floated out a mosquito, barely half a centimeter long. Sleek and black, the mosquito hovered silently in front of his face. If it hadn't appeared right in front of him, he might not have even noticed it. Luckily, he was under a secluded bridge with only a madwoman nearby. If anyone else had seen this scene, things might have gotten complicated. System, are you messing with me? You want me to fight evil with a mosquito? His expression was a mix of awe and disbelief. He had imagined futuristic weapons, missiles, guns, maybe even magical artifacts or flying swords, but this. A mosquito. Host, please note, this is a high-tech creation from the future, a super nano AI robot. It carries a neurotoxic anesthetic in its needle. Any human stung will be completely immobilized within 3 seconds, with effects lasting approximately 3 minutes. Its wings are equipped with a solar energy system, allowing it to recharge indefinitely in any light source. Its eyes are high-definition cameras, capable of syncing with your smartphone for shared vision and real-time control. Holy crap! Holy crap! Chen Beifeng's eyes widened in shock. The capabilities of this little mosquito were beyond belief. He reached out his hand, and the mosquito, as if understanding him, gently landed on his fingertip. Despite its futuristic power, it still looked exactly like an ordinary insect: 6 legs, 2 wings, a sharp proboscis. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Just then, a cheerful ringtone pulled him back to reality. Looking down at his phone, he saw it was his squad captain calling. Crap, I'm late for work. It was already 8:30 a.m. His heart sank as he swiped to answer, and a booming voice immediately blasted through the speaker. Chen Beifeng. What the hell are you doing? Morning training is over and you're still missing. You were the only one absent during roll call. The boss just chewed me out because of you? Sorry, Captain. Something urgent came up. Please help me apply for a leave, no, 3 days off. Ask the brothers to cover for me. When I get back, I'll buy everyone drinks to make up for it. 3 days. Are you crazy? You'll lose all your performance and attendance bonuses this month. Chen Beifeng frowned. His meager salary was already barely enough to get by. If he lost those bonuses, he'd be screwed for the month. But once again, the image of Yang Hanlan's tragic family flashed in his mind. He hesitated for less than 3 seconds before deciding. Captain, this is really important. I'll finish up and rush back ASAP. Please grant me those 3 days. I'll owe you big time. Fine. Just don't screw around and get back soon. After hanging up, Chen Beifeng looked at Yang Hanlan, now fast asleep on a pile of tattered clothes, her belly finally full. Sister Yang, I swear to you, I'll get justice for your family. This, Chen Beifeng, promise. His eyes gleamed with a deadly fire as he stared down at the sleeping woman. Chapter 2: Burned to Death. In an alley outside a high school. Beat him hard. I'll take responsibility if you kill me. Damn you, poor country bumpkin, how dare you get close to Yuan Tingting? Don't you see how poor you look? Do you think you can get close to the school beauty of our high school? An extremely arrogant shout was heard, and the next second 4 tall boys pinned down a boy wearing glasses on the ground and beat him violently, until the boy's glasses were broken and his face was covered in blood. Mr. Chi, please spare me. Stop hitting me. I really didn't mean to get close to Yuan Tingting. The boy on the ground cried and begged for mercy, but he was only beaten up by Chi Xiao. Yuan Tingting has approached you privately several times, and you still said you didn't mean it. You are such a jerk. If I don't destroy you, you won't learn your lesson. Chi Xiao arrogantly stepped forward and kicked the boy hard several times until he stopped moving. Master Chi fainted. One of the boys who beat the boy reached out and touched the boy's breath on the ground, and said with an indifferent expression, HMPH, this country bumpkin got away with it. Keep an eye on him from now on. If this bastard gets close to Yuan Tingting again, just drag him to the woods and break his legs. If anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility for it. Chi Xiao spat at the boy on the ground with disdain, took out a stack of banknotes from his pocket and stuffed them into the hands of the 4 boys who were beating him up. You guys can go and have fun. I'm going home at noon and I have an appointment with Yuan Tingting for dinner in the evening. Don't worry, Mr. Chi, we will keep an eye on this country bumpkin. I hope you can capture our campus beauty tonight. The tall boy took the money from Chi Xiao's hand with an ecstatic expression. This stack of money was at least 2 or 3,000, which was definitely enough for the four brothers to play for several days. Chi Xiao walked proudly to a BMW sedan outside the alley, opened the door and drove away, but he didn't notice a mosquito following him and getting into the car. The four tall boys in the alley also left together, leaving only the thin boy lying motionless on the ground. A figure walked out from the other end of the alley. It was Chen Beifeng, who came specially from the Magic City. Chen Beifeng walked to the unconscious boy with an angry face. The boy on the ground was beaten badly. The broken glass of his glasses pierced his face and was bleeding. The exposed skin was bruised and swollen. Those people had no confidence at all and beat him to death. As expected, demons are always demons. They won't change as they age. Demons should go to hell. Chen Beifeng walked to the side of the road, grabbed a boy and told him about the situation in the alley. When the boy heard that there was a person lying in the alley, he was so scared that he quickly notified the security guard at the school gate. Naturally, Chen Beifeng didn't need to worry about what happened next. He came all the way from Shanghai not to witness this school bullying incident caused by jealousy. The reason why he didn't show up or call the police was that he didn't want to expose his whereabouts. He was just an ordinary security guard and had no ability to bear all the consequences, so he must not leave any clues in this operation. And the young Master Qi just now was the culprit who brought disaster to Yarn Hanlan's family. After more than 3 years, this devil is still living a carefree life, while Yarn Hanlan's family is still suffering in hell. How unfair God is. Chen Beifeng quickly came to a remote riverside park, picked up his mobile phone and started checking the images on it. On their way from Shanghai to Sioux City, he had been studying this super nano machine mosquito. This mosquito has an implanted smart chip that can connect to his mobile phone and share the vision of the mobile phone with that of the mosquito. Chen Beifeng can also give commands to the mosquito through his mobile phone. The picture on his mobile phone at this moment was in a luxurious BMW sedan. Chi Xiao was swaying to the exciting music in the car. The swaying of his body did not affect his driving speed at all. Chen Beifeng enlarged the video and found that this guy actually drove the car at a speed of 100 yards in the city. Damn it. I was just worried that I couldn't kill you quietly. You can't blame me now. Chen Beifeng's original intention was to use mosquitoes to monitor Qi Xiaoqian to see if there was a chance to kill this scum without exposing himself. But the scene of Qi Xiaoqian racing like crazy gave him an idea. Qi Xiaoqian's BMW drove across a bridge. Chen Beifeng, who was monitoring the situation more than 10 kilometers away, narrowed his eyes and directly gave Mosquito the order to attack. Qi Xiaoqian, who was driving at high speed, felt a sudden itch on his neck. He subconsciously reached out to scratch it. The next second, his body suddenly became stiff and he let go of the steering wheel, unable to control it. The car, which was traveling 100 yards, lost control in an instant and crashed diagonally into the lane opposite the median strip. Qi Xiaoqian's eyes widened with inexplicable fear, but his body was like anesthetized and out of his control. Because his body was stiff, his foot remained on the accelerator. He watched the car go further and further off the track. The huge inertia caused the car to crash over the isolation belt and rush towards the opposite lane. The cars in the opposite lane were dodging frantically, and Qi Xiaoqian's BMW sedan crashed into a 1-meter-thick pillar of the bridge at a speed of 100 yards per hour. Boom! There was a loud bang, and Chen Beifeng, who was more than 10 kilometers away, only felt the screen of his mobile phone shaking violently. He quickly ordered Mosquito to fly out of the car. The scene on the phone reappeared, and Chen Beifeng looked at the scene he had created with his own hands with his mouth wide open in disbelief. The BMW sedan had been smashed to pieces, all the airbags inside the car had popped out, the glass and body parts were scattered all over the ground. Qi Xiaoqian's head was tilted and stuck between the airbag and the seat without any movement, and the exposed skin was covered in blood. The most important thing was that thick smoke came out of the hood in front of the car, and a fierce flame broke out the next second. The gasoline scattered all over the ground became the best combustion aid, and the entire car was instantly engulfed by the fierce flames. There were many enthusiastic spectators standing by who wanted to step forward to rescue the injured Qi Xiaoqian, but who dared to do anything in such a fierce fire? Ahhh! Help, help! Ahhh! Qi Xiaoqian was awakened by the great pain in the flames. He struggled and screamed to escape from the car, but the car was deformed and he was stuck inside and unable to move. Is this time for anesthesia? Chen Beifeng, who was holding the phone, muttered to himself and watched with his own eyes as Qi Xiaoqian's screams and struggles on the screen became weaker and weaker, and in less than a minute, there was no movement at all. Chen Beifeng's original intention was to anesthetize Qi Xiaoqian and cause the vehicle to lose control and fall off the bridge. Although things did not go as he expected, the result was exactly the same and even more perfect. Come back, Mosquito. Chen Beifeng ordered Mosquito to return and put away his mobile phone with trembling hands. The last image that Mosquito saw when he traveled back was the wreckage of a car with flames shooting into the sky and a charred body. He was just an ordinary security guard. The worst thing he had ever done in his life was to steal a chicken from the village chief's house to satisfy his sister's craving when he was a child. He had never dared to think about killing someone before, but Qi Xiaoqian was burned to death under his planning. It is conceivable how much of a shock this incident had on him. System, have I completed my first mission? Can I submit the mission now? Host can submit the task, but you can only get 40 points if you submit it now. What? I sent the evil Qi Xiaoqian to hell, and you only gave me 40 points. I worked so hard for so long, and you are cheating me. Chen Beifeng roared excitedly and almost jumped up in anger. The host only punished the bad guys, but did not save Yang Hanlan's family who were bullied by the bad guys. You have to do everything. The pitiful and miserable figure of Yang Hanlan emerged in Chen Beifeng's mind, and then he understood the reason for the low score. Chapter 3, The Appearance of the Pure School Beauty. The 3-day holiday is limited, so Chen Beifeng, who rushed back to the Magic City, rushed to the bridge tunnel where Yang Hanlan was. The empty bridge tunnel instantly made him feel disheartened. If Yang Hanlan left here, the chance of finding her again would be very slim, and his first mission would have to end like this. No, none of her things were taken away. Although she was not in her right mind, she was very concerned about the food and drinks. Chen Beifeng guessed that Yang Hanlan must have gone out to find food. For a mentally ill lunatic, finding food every day might be the only thing she cares about. Chen Beifeng wandered around the nearby streets, mainly staring at the trash cans and the entrances of small restaurants. After searching for nearly an hour, he finally found Yang Hanlan, who was rummaging through the garbage at a garbage transfer station. For a homeless man living in a garbage dump, a homeless woman, the sloppy appearance and smelly body are a way of protecting herself. Otherwise, if she encountered those homeless men, Yang Hanlan would probably have suffered a more miserable fate. Ignoring the strange looks from all around him, Chen Beifeng walked to the center of the garbage dump and pulled up Yang Hanlan, who was lying on the ground searching for something. Hungry, I want to eat. Sister, the food here is dirty. Don't eat it anymore. I'll take you to a restaurant to eat. Chen Beifeng pointed to a small restaurant not far away. Yang Hanlan looked at the restaurant with some longing in her eyes, which showed that she still had a trace of normal thinking and knew what a restaurant was for. Chen Beifeng also knew that the restaurant would definitely not let her in this state, so he let her sit on the steps outside the restaurant. He ran to the restaurant and ordered a bowl of noodles, and reluctantly added 30 yuan of beef. Yang Hanlan lay on the steps and began to eat voraciously. Chen Beifeng felt sad watching from the side. This woman was actually only in her 40s, but now she looked as old as a 60-year-old. Huh? Chen Beifeng narrowed his eyes and found that there was a brand new, untouched pastry in the bag in Yang Hanlan's hand, and the packaging was exquisite, obviously a high-end product. I guess some kind-hearted person gave it to her. Chen Beifeng didn't take it to heart. After Yang Hanlan finished her meal, he discussed the matter with her in a low voice. Sister Yang, can I take you to the hospital? Your illness is caused by stimulation. It should not be difficult to recover with reasonable treatment. I want to go home and sleep and eat. Yang Hanlan's mind was probably only on eating and sleeping, which was a human instinct. Chen Beifeng felt helpless as he couldn't force her to go to the hospital. Sister Yang, I'll give you something to eat, please come with me. Food. Okay. Yang Hanlan's eyes lit up. Chen Beifeng's bowl of noodles just now had already gained her trust. Now that she heard there was food, she naturally would not refuse. So such a strange scene appeared on the bustling streets of the Magic City. A tall and honest handsome man led a sloppy homeless girl through the streets, and all the pedestrians along their way hid aside with disgust. Chen Beifeng has become accustomed to the disdainful looks from others. He has encountered so much gossip and contempt in his life. What Chen Beifeng didn't know was that not far behind him, a luxury car was slowly following them, and the little golden man in front of the car was shining with golden light in the sun. Uncle Lee, if this person is harmful to Aunt Yang, you should call the police directly. Inside the luxury car, a girl with an innocent face and elegant clothes stared at Chen Beifeng and the other man in front of her with a wary look on her face. The girl's loose school uniform could not hide her stunning beauty. Her extremely innocent face was as pure as a white lotus emerging from the mud. The most impressive thing was her star-like eyes, so clean and clear that people could not bear to desecrate them. A simple high ponytail makes her look youthful and energetic, and she is definitely a pure and beautiful school beauty. Miss, you have helped that homeless woman a lot. The continuous delivery of food every day for the past 2 months has delayed your studies. The master and his wife are still waiting for you to come back for dinner. You see, that young man doesn't look like a bad guy. Why don't we go back first? A middle-aged man in a white suit and white gloves in the cab was obviously a driver. Not only was he dressed neatly, but his hair was also combed meticulously, and not even a single stray hair could be found. No, I have to see with my own eyes where he takes Aunt Yang to before I can feel at ease. The driver, Uncle Lee, sighed helplessly and could only continue driving the car and slowly follow Chen Beifeng and the others. Asylum. The two people in the Rolls-Royce car understood what Chen Beifeng meant at this time. It turned out that they met a good man today. This man wanted to help the homeless girl see a doctor. Miss, you should be relieved now, right? Why don't we go back first and come visit her when we have time? The stunning girl nodded, and looked at Chen Beifeng's back with an inexplicable brilliance in her eyes. The whole process of registering for medical treatment and getting hospitalized took more than an hour. Fortunately, Yang Hanlan's ID card was found in the pocket of her underwear by the nurses when they were changing clothes, otherwise there would be another trouble. Time is nothing. Poor Chen Beifeng's money that he had saved for several months was reduced by more than half in an instant, and $10,000 was gone. Master system, if you don't help me, I'm afraid I won't be able to eat in the future. Looking at the long string of numbers on the payment slip in his hand, Chen Beifeng felt his heart bleeding. His monthly salary was only more than 4,000 yuan, and the consumption level in Shanghai was high. He had been frugal for several months to save 20,000 yuan. He was reluctant to buy a computer for his sister, but now he spent it on a stranger. Are you Yang Hanlan's relative? The doctor asked you to come in. A nurse interrupted Chen Beifeng, who was looking confused. Okay. Chen Beifeng secretly glanced at the nurse's slim figure under the white nurse's uniform. A loser like him could only satisfy his eyes. Even though she was a little handsome, it took capital to fall in love in a first-tier city like Shanghai. Are you Yang Hanlan's family member? What is your relationship with the patient? Behind the desk in the clinic, a plump and charming young woman in her 30s stared at Chen Beifeng suspiciously. The patient he received today clearly looked like a homeless person, which puzzled him. This is the doctor. I don't know the patient Yang Hanlan. Chen Beifeng explained the situation to the doctor truthfully. Dr. Gong Liping's charming big eyes lit up with an inexplicable glow, and her eyes instantly softened as she looked at Chen Beifeng. I see that you are not a wealthy person. Why are you willing to spend so much money to help a homeless woman you don't even know? Har, I grew up without a father, and my mother passed away when I was a teenager. My sister and I were able to go to school smoothly because of the charity and care of others. I hope to pass on this kindness. It would have been fine if I hadn't met her, but when I saw Yang Hanlan picking through the garbage dump for food, I realized that her fate was so similar to mine. I hope that no matter how dark the place is, there will always be a ray of sunshine. Chen Beifeng said these touching words with a serious expression, but in his heart he was complaining about the system. If it weren't for that damn system, I would hardly be able to live my life, so how could I possibly help a stranger? Chapter 4. Are you hiding from me? Chen Beifeng's words moved Gong Liping's expression, and her eyes were full of admiration. In this impetuous world, young people with such awareness are rarer than giant pandas. Chen Beifeng was somewhat helpless. If it wasn't a task from the system, he wouldn't spend his hard-earned money to treat a stranger. The most he could do was call the police to handle it. Mr. Chen, I admire your spirit. Ms. Yang Hanlan's condition is not serious. She just needs to take some calming medicine to rest. As for the patient's expenses, I will try my best to save you as much money as possible while still treating the disease well. Chen Beifeng thanked him and left, planning to go back to work first and come over to have another look after get off work. When he reached the door, Chen Beifeng suddenly turned back. Dr. Gong, I want to trouble you with something. Yang Hanlan doesn't have any relatives or friends here, and I have to go back to work. I would like you to arrange a nurse to take care of her when she eats and drinks. Chen Beifeng took out 500 yuan with a painful look and put it on Gong Liping's table. Please rest assured, Mr. Chen, I will definitely arrange it. Chen Beifeng's painful expression could not be hidden from Gong Liping, who had seen countless people. Gong Liping was even more curious and admired his behavior. I thought the system could change my destiny, allowing me to become like the protagonist in a novel and marry a rich and handsome man, a beautiful and wealthy woman, and reach the peak of my life. However, after working hard for 3 days, I ended up losing more than 10,000 yuan. In fact, it's not that there is no gain at all. There is a super nano machine mosquito lying on his body. If this thing is operated properly, it will definitely be a super killer weapon. Chen Beifeng returned to the company and continued to work. He got this security job by luck, and it was the guarantee for him to survive in the big city of Shanghai. Chen Beifeng, who had been on duty for a day, so that it was time to get off work. He said hello to a few good colleagues and prepared to go to the hospital to see Yang Hanlan. After all, Yang Hanlan was related to the system's tasks, and he was counting on the system to reverse his life. Unexpectedly, just as he walked out of the brilliant building, a very cool red Maserati suddenly stopped in front of Chen Beifeng. The car window rolled down, revealing a stunningly beautiful face, but the expression on the woman's face was too cold, and her eyes were full of murderous intent, as if she wanted to stab Chen Beifeng 1,000 times. Yang, boss Yang. Chen Beifeng felt guilty, and suddenly recalled the beautiful scene of that night 3 days ago. His little heart started beating uncontrollably. Are you avoiding me? Yang Qingqing's voice was icy and biting, and the murderous intent in her eyes was so intense that it became tangible. Absolutely not, Mr. Yang, I just took 3 days off for something. Yes, I really have something urgent to deal with. Do you believe this reason? You took advantage of me so much, but you deliberately hid and disappeared. What a coward. Yang Qingqing's cold words and contemptuous eyes were like an ice pick that pierced straight into Chen Beifeng's heart. Chen Beifeng only felt that his dignity was being rubbed to the ground, and a surge of anger could not help but surge from the bottom of his heart. Boss Yang, although I am just a small security guard, I still have the responsibilities I should have. I was indeed at fault for what happened that night, and I have to admit my fault. Mr. Yang, if you want to take revenge, go ahead. If I frown, I'm not a man. HMPH, man. Since you call yourself a man, then do what a man should do and get rid of this roadblock. As soon as Yang Qingcheng finished her words, she felt someone pushing her away from behind, and an extremely annoying voice rang out. Qingcheng, are you off work? I just happened to run into you when I passed by here today. This can be considered our fate, right? I have already booked a table at the Michelin restaurant Wenfeng Tang. Let's have dinner together tonight and discuss the cooperation between the two companies. The moment Chen Beifeng was pushed away, his body froze in place. The task reminder that sounded in his mind caught him off guard. Congratulations to their host for triggering the mission. Please punish the evil Ning Muqiang. After completing the mission, the system will give the host a score and a reward. Another mission has been triggered. The last mission hasn't been completed yet. I thought I had to do them one mission at a time. Chen Beifeng looked at the target of this mission. He knew this young master named Ning Muqiang. In fact, everyone in the security team knew him because the Ning International behind him was a behemoth in Shanghai. Ning International and the Yang family's Yangfeng Group were both Fortune 500 companies. It was said that the two companies were expected to reach a comprehensive cooperation this year. Host, please take the initiative to contact the target. When you do, you can get all the target's information. Then you can tell the system how much punishment it will receive. The system will then provide you with assistance. At this time, Ning Muqian was lying by the car window with a flattering look on his face, pestering Yang Qingcheng, but unfortunately the goddess didn't even turn her head, and even the cold expression on her face didn't change at all. Chen Beifeng stepped forward, grabbed Ning Muqian's collar and pulled him away. Yang Qingcheng took this opportunity to raise the car window. The two of them cooperated silently in such a tacit understanding. Who the hell are you? Ning Muqiang couldn't see the goddess in his heart and glared at Chen Beifeng with an unfriendly look. However, Chen Beifeng was digesting the other party's information with his eyes blank. Ning Muqiang saw that the other party ignored him and wanted to take action but was afraid of Chen Beifeng's tall and strong body. 10 seconds later, Chen Beifeng's mind regained clarity. He took a rough look at Ning Muqiang's information. This guy was a typical playboy. The meaning of his life was to eat, drink, have fun and pick up girls. Moreover, he will do anything to pick up girls. The most common trick is to drug them, threaten them with videos, and then give them some money and some benefits. The two most outrageous incidents were when he failed to drug a female student and raped her. As a result, she is now depressed and unable to go to school. This is equivalent to directly ruining a girl's life. Chen Beifeng estimated that this guy was judged as a bad person by the system because of this. Chen Beifeng also found something related to Yang Qingchang in his information. This guy came to harass Yang Qingchang actually to follow the orders of his family. First, find a way to get Yang Qingchang, and then use Yang Qingchang's identity as the president to sign a trap contract. As long as Yang Qingchang signs the contract, the Yang family will fall into the trap designed by the other party. Once this step of the conspiracy is completed, Ning International will be able to obtain countless benefits and advantages from the Yang family. System, I will turn this man into a eunuch so that he will never be able to harm women again. I will also make him embarrass himself in front of Yang Qingchang and reveal his conspiracy. Chen Beifeng originally thought that the system would reject his harsh conditions, but he did not expect that the system would give him a huge surprise. Host, as you wish, the auxiliary tools are ready and the host can use them at any time. Ning Muqiang went to pester Yang Qingchang again, trying to coax her into raising the car window. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Chen Beifeng directly gave the order to retrieve the car in his mind. A palm-sized black hole suddenly appeared in the void in front of him, and 2 mosquitoes flew out of it. Fuck. System, are you mosquito experts? Why are there so many mosquitoes here? Chen Beifeng looked at the 2 identical mosquitoes lying in the palm of his hand speechlessly. This had nothing to do with his request. Do you want me to anesthetize Ning Muqiang in the street and perform a sterilization operation on him? Chapter 5 Punishing the Evil Youngster. Host, please note that these 2 super nanomachine mosquitoes are carrying 2 future high-tech viruses. Mosquito number 2 carries a sperm-killing virus. Once used on a man, it can kill all the sperm in his body within 1 day, directly cutting off all sources of his desire and making the target have no interest in facing women in the future. Mosquito number 3 carries a truth potion. Once used on a person, the person's line nerve will be directly ineffective, and any target will answer whatever is asked within 10 minutes. Fuck, is it that awesome? Chen Beifeng widened his eyes in surprise. He had thought that these 2 mosquitoes were the same as the previous one, but it turned out that the real clown was himself. Hee. Let's try the power of these 2 mosquitoes first. Chen Beifeng looked at Ning Muqiang in front of him with pity, and said, poor child, get ready to welcome your brand new life. Ning Muqiang only felt an itch on his neck, so he scratched it without taking it too seriously. He licked his face and lay down by the window, continuing to say sweet words, hoping that Yang Qingchang would lower the car window. This number 2 mosquito can't see the effect on the spot. Chen Beifeng frowned as he looked at mosquito number 2 who had returned after completing his mission. At this moment, the window of the Maserati suddenly rolled down, revealing Yang Qingchang's stunningly beautiful face again. Ning Muqiang thought that it was his sweet words that touched the goddess, but Yang Qingchang didn't even look at him. Instead, she turned her gaze to Chen Beifeng beside her. Waist, is this your manly side? You? Chen Beifeng only felt a surge of anger rushing to his forehead, and the goddess's contemptuous eyes pierced into his heart like needles. Chen Beifeng's eyes turned fierce, and he used mosquito number 3 directly on Ning Muqiang who was glaring at him. Boss Yang, just watch carefully. Chen Beifeng glared at Ning Muqiang in front of him. His strong physique gave Ning Muqiang a heavy sense of oppression. Ning Muqiang took a step back guiltily, then reacted and started shouting in anger. Who the hell are you? How can a jerk like you interrupt me when I'm talking to Qingchang? May I have your name? You? My name is Ning Muqiang. Ning Muqiang's face flushed red. He wanted to curse at the other party, but when he heard the other party's question, he couldn't help but answer. What is your purpose in pestering Yang Qingchang? First, we will gain Yang Qingcheng's trust, and then trick her into signing a trap contract. As long as Yang Qingcheng signs the contract, the Yang family will fall into the trap we designed, and we, Ning's International, can squeeze at least 20% to 30% of the wealth of the Yang Feng group.
Woo woo. Ning Muqian covered his mouth in horror.
Yang Qingcheng in the car had a cold expression on her face. She actually opened the door and got out, staring at Ning Muqian, who was covering his mouth with a pair of sharp eyes. My Yang family sincerely cooperated with your Ning family, but you actually did such a despicable thing. Can people really lose their face for the sake of profit?
No. Qingcheng, listen to me. I just said all these nonsense.
Oh, it was him who tricked me into saying these things.
Ning Muqian pointed at Chen Beifeng with a flushed face.
However, Yang Qingcheng was a very capable person. Being able to be in charge of such a large group company at the age of only 20-something, how could she not see where things were going? Boss Yang, you can continue to ask. He will answer every question now, and every word he says is from the bottom of his heart. Chen Beifeng showed a smile on his face. The goddess looked down on him, and young Master Ning even called him a loser. So he decided to let the two of them see what this loser was capable of.
Ning Muqian, what does the trap contract involve?
Yes, it's the land in the western suburbs. There's something wrong with that land.
Ning Muqian covered his mouth in fear halfway through his words, screamed madly and ran away, but this one sentence already made everything clear.
Yang Qingcheng was silent for a moment as if thinking about something, then looked at Chen Beifeng with a scrutinizing gaze, as if she wanted to see through him. Chen Beifeng, how did you do it? How did you do that? President Yang, you saw it too.
I didn't do anything.
Chen Beifeng spread his hands with an innocent look on his face. You are so arrogant, but you are still shocked by me. HMPH, get in the car. Yang Qingcheng naturally wouldn't ask questions like a child. She said something coldly and got into the driver's seat. Didn't you say you could come to me anytime if I wanted to beat you up or scold you? Don't you think your words count? Yang Qingcheng looked at Chen Beifeng, who was unmoved, and said with disdain. Chen Beifeng's expression froze, and then he sat on the passenger seat with a helpless look on his face. Boss Yang, I really have something to deal with. Even if you want to kill me, please give me some time and send me to the Blue Sky Mental Hospital to deal with something first. Yang Qingcheng, who was sitting in the driving seat, had a cold face and didn't say a word the whole time, but her car suddenly turned around and drove directly towards the Blue Sky Psychiatric Hospital. Only then did Chen Beifeng breathe a sigh of relief.
System, submit the task of punishing Ning Muqian.
Chen Beifeng closed his eyes and shouted in his mind. The system said that there would be a huge surprise after completing the first task. He was looking forward to it very much. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the first mission of punishing evil and promoting good. The mission score is 70 points, and the host is rewarded with 70 points of good and evil value. The host has passed the first mission and the redemption mall is opened. The host can use the good and evil points to redeem treasures in the mall. Everything you have obtained in the host's mission can be exchanged in the mall. If you want to unlock more treasures to exchange for hosts, be active in completing the missions. A light board lit up in Chen Beifeng's mind. There were only 3 exchange buttons on the board, and the 3 items were all in the shape of mosquitoes, but they were named number 1, number 2, and number 3. Moreover, the exchange price was not too exaggerated. A mechanical mosquito was priced at 10 points of good and evil, and he now had 70 points of good and evil. Are you stalling for time? The cold words brought Chen Beifeng back to reality, and he realized that the car had stopped in front of the mental hospital.
Boss Yang, I'll be out in a moment, please wait for me for a while.
Chen Beifeng opened the car door and rushed into the mental hospital. What he didn't know was that Yang Qingcheng in the car also followed him in. When Chen Beifeng arrived at Yang Hanlan's bedside, the nurse happened to bring her dinner. Chen Beifeng stretched his head to take a look, and found that it was chicken soup and 2 stir-fried meats, 1 meat and 1 vegetable. This meal was much better than what he had had before. Yang Hanlan, dressed in a hospital gown, picked up the food and swallowed it in big mouthfuls. Although this woman had mental problems, she never made noise or caused trouble, and was only interested in basic eating and drinking. Moreover, she was cleaned up by the nurses and put on her hospital gown, and she looked much cleaner and more energetic. Chen Beifeng quickly stepped forward to take the bowl of soup from Yang Hanlan's hand, picked up the spoon and started feeding her. Yang Hanlan looked at Chen Beifeng with gratitude, and it was obvious that she had an impression of him. Chapter 6, The Goddess's Fiancé. Mr. Chen, you are so kind-hearted. Everyone in our hospital has heard about your deeds. We even organized a donation meeting for this. Although we didn't raise much money, it is enough to solve Yarn Hanlan's food and drink. From now on, you don't have to spend money to buy her food. Our hospital will naturally take care of it. The nurse girl standing by looked at the tall and handsome Chen Beifeng with shining eyes. He was caring, tall, mighty and handsome. He was simply the best candidate for a boyfriend. Thank you, nurse. I'm usually busy at work and don't have time to look after her. I'll trouble you from now on. Mr. Chen, where do you work? How much do you earn? The little nurse's infatuated eyes were fixed on Chen Beifeng's handsome face. Being a security guard in the brilliant building, I get 4,000 yuan a month, and if I work overtime, I can get 5,000 yuan. More than 4,000. That's not even as high as my salary. The nurse closed her mouth in disappointment, turned around reluctantly and went about her own business. Chen Beifeng didn't care. He had encountered this kind of thing too many times, so many times that he couldn't even count them all. After carefully feeding Yarn Hanlan all the chicken soup, he picked up a tissue and wiped the oil stains from the corners of her mouth. Sister Yarn, I may not be able to come recently. You must take good care of yourself and don't run around. When you recover, I will go back with you to visit your mother-in-law. The only motivation for her to live as a blind old woman may be you and your husband. Mother-in-law, husband. Yarn Hanlan muttered to herself, looking blankly at the neon lights of the city outside the window. Why? Chen Beifeng sighed and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, Yarn Hanlan behind him whispered to him, "Thank you. Mr. Chen, Yarn Hanlan's condition is sometimes better and sometimes worse, which is a common trait of most mental patients. She can feel your help to her, so she has no resistance to you. Strangers cannot touch her food." The young nurse at the side explained to Chen Beifeng in a low voice. Chen Beifeng turned his head and looked at Yarn Hanlan on the hospital bed again. Their eyes met, and each other's eyes were so clear and penetrating. Pushing open the door of the ward, the sharp-eyed Chen Beifeng immediately saw Yang Qingcheng talking to Dr. Gong Liping in the corridor. Yang Qingcheng glanced at him expressionlessly, turned and walked outside, and Chen Beifeng quickly chased after her. You've been busy with that homeless woman these past 2 days. Inside the Maserati coupe, Yang Qingcheng asked in a low voice while driving the car, and there was a hint of humanity in her tone. Yes, President Yang. From today on, you are my fiancé. From now on, you have to call me Qingcheng. Come back to my house and have a family dinner with me later. What? Chen Beifeng was so shocked that his body jumped up. He even forgot the pain when his forehead hit the armrest above his head. His eyes widened as he stared at Yang Qingcheng, who was driving attentively. For some reasons, I was forced into marriage by my family, and you have basically seen the people I was forced to marry, so you understand, right? Boss Yang, do you mean, pretend? The figures of several top young masters in the Magic City emerged in Chen Beifeng's mind. Those people had basically come to Yang Feng Group to harass Yang Qingcheng, and as a small security guard, he had naturally seen them all, but the moral character of those rich young masters was not very good. I like talking to smart people. From now on, you can forget about pretending. We are a real engaged couple. You can also move to my house. From now on, you have to drive this car to pick me up and drop me off at work. A real engaged couple. Holy shit. How can such a good thing happen? Chen Beifeng looked at the goddess beside him in confusion. One can imagine how charming the goddess was who made so many top young men in Shanghai pursue her. But not only did he get her first blood, could he also get a long-term meal ticket for her? Put away your dog eyes. We are only an engaged couple in name only. You are not allowed to touch me. Otherwise, you can imagine the consequences. He. Chen Beifeng laughed dryly. Just now he really suspected that the emergence of the system had changed his luck in love and made this top goddess in Magic City fall in love with him. It seemed that he was just being too sentimental. Don't talk nonsense when you get into their house. Just answer my parents truthfully. As long as you pass this test tonight, you can work as my fiancé, Yang Qingcheng, and I will pay you 20,000 yuan a month. It was then that Chen Beifeng realized that the car had driven into a residential area full of luxurious villas. In the community, there were some elderly people and children who had come out for a walk after dinner. From time to time, patrolling security guards passed by. Luxury cars were parked on the roadside and in front of the villas. Chen Beifeng guaranteed that the number of luxury cars here was not as large as those in those car shows. The Maserati was parked in a secluded corner. Compared with other villas, this villa is quieter and has a better location. Get off. Yang Qingcheng left a word and pushed open the car door and got out. Chen Beifeng felt a little nervous when looking at the luxurious villa in front of him. Mainly because he thought about facing Yang Qingcheng's family. He had harmed someone else's daughter. If her parents knew about this, they would definitely hire someone to dismember him. Seeing Yang Qingcheng had reached the door of the villa, Chen Beifeng gritted his teeth and followed her. Miss, are you back? The master and the mistress are waiting for you in the living room. Dinner is ready. I'll serve it right away. A neatly dressed aunt in her 50s opened the door of the villa. When she saw Yang Qingcheng, she came forward to greet her warmly. But when she saw the strange man following Yang Qingcheng, she was stunned. Auntie Wu, this is my boyfriend Chen Beifeng. Boyfriend? Miss, you, hey. Aunt Wu looked at Chen Beifeng in shock. The young man looked okay, but his clothes were a little shabby. The jeans, white shirt and sneakers made him look clean and handsome, but the worn-out clothes looked like cheap goods. Hello, Aunt Wu. Chen Beifeng forced a smile and said hello, then followed Yang Qingcheng's footsteps. The luxury of their house far exceeded Chen Beifeng's imagination. The luxurious crystal chandelier several meters wide above his head alone was something that an ordinary person could not afford even if they worked hard all their lives. The precious carpet is so comfortable that people don't want to step on it. The air is filled with a faint fragrance that makes people feel very comfortable. Without bothering to admire the luxurious furniture and appliances, Chen Beifeng looked at a middle-aged couple standing beside the sofa. Yang Qingcheng's father was fine. Chen Beifeng had seen him many times before. During the few months he worked as a security guard, he went to inspect Yang Feng Group from time to time. But Yang Qingcheng's mother is a little bit amazing. This woman is simply a replica of Yang Qingcheng, who is a little older. The two of them standing together are a pair of top sisters. Chapter 7: The Goddess's Mansion. Qingcheng, who is this? Yang Qingcheng's mother looked at her daughter in confusion, and her father glanced at Chen Beifeng majestically with his tiger eyes. The aura of a superior made him tense up suddenly, and he felt uncomfortable all over. Daddy and Mommy, this is my boyfriend Chen Beifeng. Yang Qingcheng's expression relaxed, and she replied casually. She changed into her slippers without changing her expression and threw a pair to Chen Beifeng. Uncle and aunt, my name is Chen Beifeng, and I'm Qingcheng's boyfriend. But when her parents heard this, their expressions changed drastically. A surge of anger rushed to their heads, and Yang Qingcheng's father exploded on the spot. Qingcheng. What do you mean by this? You clearly know the current situation of my Yang family, and yet you specially invited an actor to come back to piss me off. You should find an actor who looks like him, at least buy him some nice clothes to decorate himself, and give him some gifts as a token of his appreciation. That's not necessary. Beifeng and I have already been living together, I just didn't tell you before. Yang Qingcheng stepped forward and took Chen Beifeng's arm, pulling him to sit on the sofa opposite his father. Chen Beifeng only felt a smooth and soft touch coming from his arm. The orchid-like fragrance of Yang Qingcheng's body directly covered the incense in the room and rushed into his nostrils. Chen Beifeng felt like his soul was about to float up. Damn, this trip was worth it. It seems that pretending to be a boyfriend is not without some benefits. He said he would not let me touch him, but now he took the initiative to hug me. Asshole. Qingcheng, you are the apple of my Yang family's eye. How can you say such shameless words? That's right, Qingcheng, send this young man away immediately and give him more money. This is no joke. It concerns your reputation. Yang Qingcheng's mother stepped forward and took her other hand to persuade her. Yang Qingcheng let go of her hands expressionlessly and took out a white cloth wrapped in a plastic bag and a report printed on A4 paper from her bag. This is my physical examination report, which was done yesterday at the Department of Gynecology of the First People's Hospital. This is the bed sheet that I saved from the first time Beifeng and I slept together. The reason I brought Beifeng back today was actually to tell you that your daughter has a man now, so please stop trying to find some shady men for me to marry off. Of course, if you insist on doing this, I can't do anything about it, but I believe that no wealthy family would want to find a wife who would cheat on him at any time. Yang Qingqing's words were like a bolt of thunder that left her parents stunned. They stared at their daughter in shock, their heads buzzing as they failed to react. Even Chen Beifeng was frightened by her decisive approach. She did not leave herself any way out and resorted to such decisive measures to resist her family's forced marriage. Yang Qingqiang! You bastard! Yang Guofeng was so angry that his face turned red and his body was shaking. He pointed at Yang Qingqiang with a trembling hand, and the expression on his face looked as if he was ready to eat someone. Qingqiang, you should apologize to your daddy and tell mommy this is all fake, right? No, these are all true. You can go get the tests done at will. Daddy and mommy, I won't stay for dinner. Beifeng and I have a date, so we'll leave first. Yang Qingqiang took Chen Beifeng's hand and stood up and left. Behind them came Yang Guofeng's extremely angry roar. Boss Yang, is this good for you to treat your parents? Call me Qingqiang from now on, otherwise I will be exposed sooner or later. It's really not good for me to do this, but can they just find some dude to marry me and push me into the fire pit? Their Maserati sped away with a loud sound wave, and it was not until the car stopped in the parking lot of an upscale residential area that Chen Beifeng realized that Yang Qingqiang should live separately from her parents and that her property was here. Sure enough, after following Yang Qingqiang all their way into the elevator and stopping on the 26th floor, an extremely luxurious villa came into his sight. As you enter the door, you can see the river view not far away through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, and the bustling neon lights of the entire Magic City are in full view. Qingqiang, is this your house? Chen Beifeng reached out and touched the mahogany cabinet next to him and asked enviously. Well, this apartment is 230 square meters in total. The master bedroom at the back of the 4 bedrooms is mine. You can choose any of the others to live in. From now on, you will move in with me. Chen Beifeng, since you have taken advantage of me, it shouldn't be unfair for you to fend off some suitors for me, right? No. I don't feel wronged. It is my duty to share your worries, Qingqiang. Chen Beifeng was a little afraid of Yang Qingqiang's scorching and sharp eyes. This woman's aura was too strong. The door of the room needs to record fingerprints, please do it yourself, and from now on you are not allowed to step into my room without my permission. Please register your information at our company tomorrow, and the finance department will transfer your monthly salary of 20,000 yuan to you on time. Here are the car keys. From now on, this Maserati will be your car. You have to pick me up and drop me off at get off work every day. There is a gas card in the car and you can fill it up at will. Except for filling it in front of outsiders, you can use it as you please at other times. One more thing, you can go out and fool around with women, but you are not allowed to bring them into this house, and you are not allowed to dress indecently in this house. Hey, Qingqiang, don't worry, I promise you will be satisfied with this shield. Chen Beifeng took the key to their Maserati and felt extremely excited. This car would belong to him from now on. He had never driven such a luxury car before. Yang Qingqiang glanced at him coldly, turned around, put on slippers, and took out a bucket of instant noodles from the cupboard. There's more in the cupboard. Take it if you're hungry. Qingqiang, is this what you're going to eat? Chen Beifeng widened his eyes in confusion. You are the president of Yangfeng International, a top goddess in Shanghai, and you actually ate instant noodles. Chen Beifeng still finds that scene a bit shocking when he thinks about it. Yang Qingqiang glared at him, boiled some water, picked up her pajamas and went into the bathroom. Chen Beifeng opened the kitchen cabinet and saw rice and noodles inside, and there were also frozen shrimps, frozen meat and eggs in the refrigerator. How about giving our cold female CEO some seafood hand-rolled noodles? For the sake of the Maserati car keys, Chen Beifeng rolled up his sleeves and got busy. As a genuine country kid, especially since his father had passed away and his mother had died long ago, he had developed extraordinary cooking skills in order to take care of his sister. Giving him the ingredients, it would be a piece of cake to prepare a few banquets. I skillfully kneaded the dough and let it rest, then peeled the shrimps, prepared the eggs and thawed the pork. Half an hour later, Yang Qingqiang, wearing an ice silk nightgown, pushed open the bathroom door and smelled a strong fragrance. Her stomach growled. It's a pity that Chen Beifeng is not here, otherwise he would have been mesmerized by the sight of this beauty after she takes a bath. At this time, Yang Qingqiang was wearing a white ice silk nightgown that reached her knees, revealing a pair of white legs like lotus roots. Her hair, dripping with water, was draped behind her. Her stunning face was enough to make any man intoxicated. Every inch of her exposed skin seemed to emit bursts of fluorescence. She was as holy as a fairy from the moon palace who had descended to the earth, making people unable to bear to desecrate her. Chen Beifeng was no longer in the room. Only a large bowl of noodles on the dining table exuded an enticing aroma. Chapter 8: The Appearance of the Stunning Policewoman. This is. Yang Qingcheng looked at the noodles on the table in shock. The milky white noodle soup was filled with circles of crystal clear noodles that looked like works of art. A circle of peeled shrimps were neatly arranged on the noodles. A poached egg was fried to perfection, and the golden yolk shone with an alluring glow under the light. The phone on the table lit up. Yang Qingcheng picked it up and saw that it was a message from Chen Beifeng. How can the goddess eat instant noodles? I will show you my cooking skills. I hope you can judge me. Chen Beifeng. A hint of tenderness flashed across Yang Qingcheng's cold eyes, and she picked up the chopsticks on the table and started eating. This taste. As soon as the noodles entered her mouth, Yang Qingcheng was instantly conquered by the delicious taste. Her pair of seductive eyes widened, and paired with her peerless beauty, she looked less cold and more lovely. Just as Yang Qingcheng was enjoying her meal, a Maserati roared through the city of Magic City. It was the first time that Chen Beifeng drove such a luxury car. The excitement in his heart was simply beyond words. He could only step on the accelerator hard to vent the joy in his heart, and occasionally yell out of the car window. Police inspection, get out of the car and accept punishment. Looking at the flashing police lights in front of him and the beautiful policewoman staring at him coldly, Chen Beifeng sadly popped up an idiom in his mind: extreme joy leads to sorrow. You are disturbing the public by driving on the streets late at night, speeding on city streets, endangering public safety by forcibly cutting off other vehicles, and using high beams at night. We are now going to impose the maximum penalty on you. A fine of 2,000 yuan, 9 points deducted, and 3 days of detention. Please get off the car immediately and cooperate with our work. What? A thunderclap rang in Chen Beifeng's mind, making his head buzz. He was just driving for a ride, but why was he treated like an unforgivable murderer? Comrade police officer, don't think you can enforce the law recklessly just because you are beautiful. I am a good citizen who is dedicated to my job and abides by the law. I am just out for a ride. If you say I am a street riot, I admit it. It is only 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. Also, please don't accuse me of speeding. This is a suburban area with few people and few cars, so I turned on the high beam and increased the speed to 80 miles per hour. Stop talking nonsense and get out of the car immediately to cooperate with our work. The policewoman urged impatiently, her hands already on the walkie-talkie, as if she was going to call for help if you don't cooperate. Chen Beifeng's face turned black and he almost swore. Although the policewoman in front of him had a stunning figure and a face that was comparable to an angel fallen to earth, she was so unpleasant to him at this moment that he wanted to spit a mouthful of phlegm in her face. Just as Chen Beifeng was about to push open the car door with a gloomy face, something drastic happened next to him. A black Santana sedan stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, roared, broke through the checkpoint and rushed out. Everyone, please pay attention. If a target appears, intercept it immediately. If anyone is injured, call 120 for help. A rapid roar was heard from the policewoman's walkie-talkie, and the 2 police cars that had been prepared in front quickly followed with a sharp sound of burning tires. Don't go, take me with you. The policewoman anxiously chased the police car for 2 steps, but both police cars were chasing the Santana. 2 police officers were treating their injured companions. The policewoman was so angry that she stomped her feet. I'm going to requisition your car now. Please cooperate with me. The angry policewoman supported the front chassis of the Maserati with one hand and rolled flexibly to the passenger seat. She opened the door and got into the car. Her movements were so agile that even Chen Beifeng, a security guard who was trained frequently, was stunned. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and drive after him. Oh. Chen Beifeng stepped on the accelerator and quickly chased in the direction of the flashing police lights in the distance. The performance of his car was far better than the 3 cars in front of him, so it should not be difficult to catch up, especially here in the suburbs with few people and cars. Comrade policewoman, if I help you catch up with the car in front, will you exempt me from punishment? I was just driving around, I really didn't do anything illegal. I am just a small security guard, and my monthly salary is only 4,000 yuan. Your punishment is simply asking for my life. Stop talking nonsense and chase him. This little security guard is driving a Maserati Quattraport. Do you think I'm an idiot? This car cost nearly 2 million yuan. You can't buy this car in 2 lifetimes with a monthly salary of 4,000 yuan in Shanghai. The policewoman's sharp eyes were fixed on the taillights of the car in front of her, and a disdainful sneer appeared on her face, which made Chen Beifeng feel furious. Is there a possibility that this is my boss's car? Chen Beifeng drove the steering wheel with his left hand, opened the storage compartment with his right hand, and took out a green book. The policewoman took it with a stunned expression. Yang Qingcheng. Is this the car of Yang Qingcheng from Yangfeng Group? Are you her driver? The policewoman exclaimed and looked at him in shock. Yes, I am just a security guard in the brilliant building, and I work part-time as her driver. I don't think I have done anything illegal during my driving. If you punish me as you said before, my life will probably be over. Okay, let's see how you perform. If you help me catch up with the car in front, I won't punish you tonight. The policewoman's words made Chen Beifeng breathe a sigh of relief, and the speed of the car increased again. The policewoman sitting in the passenger seat quickly fastened her seat belt. The policewoman fastened her seat belt too hard, causing her elbow to touch Chen Beifeng. This made Chen Beifeng stunned, and the system prompt sound rang in his mind again. Ding, triggering the system task. Host, please carry forward the good deeds and help criminal police Xia Qingting catch drug dealers. The host completes the task, and the system will give a score based on the completion of the task. The host can touch Xia Qingting to get detailed information and propose the intensity of the punishment. The system will provide you with auxiliary props. Another mission. Chen Beifeng felt a surge of ecstasy in his heart, and he looked at the policewoman sitting in the passenger seat with a more pleasing look. He had an idea and lightly touched the policewoman's arm with his right elbow, then quickly left. In just this touch of less than a second, he obtained all the information. However, the information did not include the policewoman's personal details, only the information about this mission. It turns out that the policewoman is a member of the Criminal Police Brigade. Today, she cooperated with the anti-drug police to chase down a drug dealer. Not only this intersection, but all the main suburban roads in Shanghai at checkpoints. It's just that the policewoman and her teammates were lucky enough to encounter the drug dealer rushing through this checkpoint. System, I want to help the police catch up with the drug dealers ahead and bring them to justice. As you wish, the system's auxiliary props are ready, and the host can use them at any time. Chen Beifeng glanced at the policewoman next to him. There was no chance for him to retrieve the props now. He also didn't know what kind of props the system would provide him this time. He hoped it wouldn't be mosquito again. Chapter 9, Policewoman's Crisis. Oh no, we are entering the national highway ahead. If we can't stop the bandits, we will be in even more trouble if we enter the national highway. The policewoman sitting in the passenger seat exclaimed, her eyes filled with hatred. Chen Beifeng also realized that the gangster had broken into the weakest checkpoint. The policewoman's checkpoint was understaffed and poorly guarded. In addition, the 2 police cars chasing the gangster did not dare to take any extreme actions for the safety of people on the road. They would have to bear all the consequences of ramming the gangster's vehicle as in the movies did. Moreover, there were no street lights on the national highway and it was completely dark. The only lighting was dependent on the lights of the vehicles. The 2 police cars in front could only keep a close eye on the criminal's vehicle and wait for support. Suddenly, the cunning bandit made a beautiful drift at a narrow intersection and rushed into a small road on the right. The 2 police cars did not react in time, and it was too late when they turned again. They collided with each other and stopped in the middle of the intersection. This cunning bastard. The policewoman slapped the center console in front of her in an angry manner, which made Chen Beifeng feel distressed. Big sister, please be gentle. If you break it, I will have to compensate you. Don't talk nonsense and follow me. Chen Beifeng made a sharp turn and followed the bandit's vehicle into a small road. Glancing at the map on the screen, he discovered a serious problem. Comrade police, the road ahead is being repaired. There is a dead end at the end of the road. The criminals can't escape. Please call for support immediately. The policewoman glanced at the screen that Chen Beifeng was pointing at, picked up the walkie-talkie and called for support. Unfortunately, Chen Beifeng underestimated the cunning of the bandit. The Santana stopped at the end of the road. This was obviously a construction site with not very high hills on both sides. "Comrade police, when will your support arrive? It will be even harder to find the criminals if they flee into the mountains. It's too easy to hide a person in these mountains." The policewoman had obviously thought of this problem, but unfortunately it would take a few minutes for the backup to arrive. Seeing a black shadow opening the car door and rushing up the mountain, the policewoman gritted her teeth and opened the door and jumped out of the car without waiting for it to stop. She rolled over to relieve the force, got up and chased after the bandit. "You don't want to die, but the criminals have guns." Chen Beifeng yelled at the policewoman in horror, but unfortunately she had already run far away. Just now, Chen Beifeng clearly saw that the fleeing bandit was holding a long gun in his hand. He had seen this thing a lot when he was a child. This kind of homemade hunting rifle is also called a shotgun. One shot can cover all prey within a radius of 1 meter. It is very useful for hunters to hunt rabbits and pheasants. Moreover, the shotgun fires out iron sand, which is extremely powerful. Once a person is shot, he will not die immediately, but the horrible consequences are enough to make people feel cold just thinking about it. Because all the iron sand is sprayed into your whole body, the trauma caused is so painful that it makes people wish they were dying. There was an old man in Chen Beifeng's previous village who was accidentally injured. He was instantly disfigured, and his face and body were covered with scars caused by the iron sand spray. He looked as terrifying as a ghost. System, extract props. As Chen Beifeng finished his words, a pitch-black hole appeared in the car. This time, no mosquitoes flew out of the hole, but a small bird with a scarlet body like a sparrow flapped its wings and flew out. "What is this?" Chen Beifeng looked at the little bird standing on the steering wheel in confusion. The scene of their eyes meeting was so strange. The ultra-nano, ultra-intelligent cosmic alloy robot bird has the capabilities of tracking, reconnaissance, assassination, etc. Its wings are equipped with light-powered generators, so it can fly infinitely anywhere there is light, and can still fly for more than an hour in darkness. The robot bird can reach a maximum speed of twice the sound barrier. When flying at high speed, its wings are the sharpest blades. The wings made of ultra-nano cosmic alloy can cut through a 1 cm thick steel plate at high speed. The maximum impact force of the robot bird can reach 12 tons. The bird's body sprays color-changing pigments, and can change its color according to the surrounding environment, achieving the most basic visual invisibility. Bird's eye is a pair of ultra-clear cameras. The robot bird can share its field of view with the host's mobile phone, and the host can use his mind to control all its actions through the system. Finally, there is a miniature particle fuel air explosive bomb inside the robot bird. Once it explodes, nothing will be left within a radius of 50 meters. A robot bird can easily wipe out a fully armed army of dozens of people. It is definitely a powerful weapon for reconnaissance, tracking and assassination. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Chen Beifeng was stunned by the system's introduction. He could only use these 2 words to express his excitement and shock. Such an inconspicuous little bird turned out to be such a powerful weapon. This was really outrageous. Chen Beifeng stretched out his hand, and the bird actually jumped to his palm and stood there. Unfortunately, no matter how he observed it, he found that it was just an ordinary sparrow, except that its color was a little strange. Because the interior of this Maserati was red, the color of the bird also changed accordingly. When Chen Beifeng snapped his fingers and found the difference between the bird in his hand and ordinary birds. Their hard wings made a crisp sound when they were tapped. Bang! A gunshot woke up the shocked Chen Beifeng, and he then remembered that the policewoman was still chasing the robbers. Without caring about anything else, Chen Beifeng pushed open the car door and ran quickly towards the place where the gunshots were heard. The sound of sirens wailing came from the distance behind him. "Police girl, please don't get hurt. If such a beautiful police girl dies, it will be a pity for all male compatriots." Chen Beifeng prayed in his heart, and his strong physique showed amazing explosive power, and his legs flew out a shadow. He had already released the robot bird into the sky, but unfortunately he didn't have time to use his mobile phone to check the image. Har 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 har. I'm so lucky today. I actually met such a beautiful little policewoman. I've played with so many women in my life, but I've never met such a beauty. I can't escape anyway, so I can enjoy the taste of a policewoman before I die.
God has really treated me well. Under the moonlight, a tall figure laughed wildly. In front of him, a female police officer with a stunning figure and a cold and beautiful face was curled up on the ground, holding her stomach and groaning in pain. Sparks of hatred flashed in the policewoman's eyes, but unfortunately they were ignored by the gangster. The gangster's big, lustful eyes scanned the policewoman's extremely sexy body. Siekuan, just wait for your execution. You have violated the laws of the country by trafficking drugs and killing people. The end of you, a scumbag, has come. Har har har, little policewoman, of course I know I won't survive. When I first started doing this job, I was prepared to die at any time. But I am already very satisfied to enjoy the taste of a gorgeous policewoman before I die. The policewoman on the ground had a look of despair on her pretty face. Although the sirens were not far away, it would take her teammates a long time to find her in the dark night in the deserted mountains. Could it be that her innocence was in jeopardy today? Chapter 10, Epilepsy Attack. Sizzle. Siekuan laughed wildly and tore open the policewoman's coat with both hands, revealing a bulging and bursting white vest. The cleavage on the policewoman's chest was so deep that it almost made one's soul fall into it. Asshole. The policewoman roared with red eyes and struggled to resist, but Siekuan's big foot was firmly on her stomach. How could a weak woman like her possibly be a match for a strong man like Siekuan? The suppression of his size and strength made her unable to move at all. Hee. This is the first time I've seen such a beautiful girl in my life. Oh my god. It's worth it even if I have to be shot to death later. Siekuan stretched out his big hand with a lewd smile and grabbed the policewoman's chest. Just when he was about to touch the policewoman's body, a slight sound of footsteps made him alert. Siekuan reacted quickly and withdrew his hand. He picked up the shotgun and a pistol on the ground in a flash, and looked at the slowly approaching black shadow with vigilant eyes. Sorry, I'm just passing by, you can continue. Chen Beifeng's handsome and honest face was revealed under the moonlight. Seeing that the other party was a young man, Siekuan let down his guard. The sounds of sirens in the distance all gathered together. There must be countless policemen searching for his location at this time. He didn't dare to fire the gun in his hand. Chen Beifeng glanced at the policewoman on the ground, and felt relieved when he saw that she was fine. Although this policewoman had targeted him before, she was a righteous people's policeman. This identity alone was worth his action, not to mention that she was related to his mission. The policewoman on the ground desperately winked at Chen Beifeng from an angle that Siekuan couldn't see, signaling him to run away quickly. This scene made Chen Beifeng even more moved. You are about to be raped, but you are still thinking about the safety of passers-by. This spirit is worthy of being a people's policeman. Boy, do you want to die? No. Brother, I just graduated and haven't enjoyed my life yet. I'm a worker at the construction site downstairs. I heard the noise and came over to take a look out of curiosity. Brother, just continue, just pretend I've never been here. Chen Beifeng showed a strange smile on his face. Just as he turned around and prepared to leave, Siekuan let down his guard, but the expression on Siekuan's face suddenly froze, his eyes revealed a look of fear, and his body strangely fell to the ground. The policewoman who was groaning in pain on the ground was dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? Chen Beifeng turned around with a smile, walked to the policewoman and helped her up. As soon as their skin touched, Chen Beifeng's body shook violently. This policewoman not only had a stunning figure and a beautiful face, but her skin was so good that it felt extremely smooth even with ordinary contact. How are you? No. It's okay. What happened? What happened to Siekuan? When the policewoman saw Chen Beifeng staring at her chest, her pretty face turned red and she quickly used her police uniform to cover the deep cleavage. Only then did Chen Beifeng turn his head away with an embarrassed expression. Comrade policewoman, how would I know what happened? I guess the gangster had an epilepsy attack. You should have a gun, right? How did you get caught by him? Unexpectedly, the policewoman got up, holding her stomach, and rushed towards Siekuan. She snatched the two guns from his hands at the first moment, and then took a pair of handcuffs from her waist and quickly handcuffed Siekuan, making him lie on the ground with his hands behind his back. Being handcuffed in this position, no matter how powerful he was, he would definitely not be able to jump up. After doing all this, the policewoman breathed a sigh of relief and sat on the ground trembling, holding her stomach. Chen Beifeng's expression tightened and he quickly stepped forward to support her delicate body.
Are you hurt? It's okay. I got hit in the stomach by the butt of Xie Kuan's rifle. He is a retired Special Forces soldier, and his strength is better than mine. I was ambushed when I was chasing him. I fired at him in the dark, but he dodged me. That's why I got hit in the stomach by the butt of his hunting rifle. Chen Beifeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the shining lights in the distance, Chen Beifeng took out his mobile phone, turned on the light and waved it. The light of the mobile phone was so dazzling in the dark night. The police in the distance quickly approached this side. Thank you for today. If you hadn't come here, I might. The policewoman looked at Chen Beifeng with a hint of gratitude, but when he thought of the unexpected consequences that might happen, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. Police girl, just don't find me. I'm a law-abiding person. I was just driving around tonight. If you really find me, my life will be over. Okay, let's not talk about that. Give me a hand. My teammates are coming over. Chen Beifeng's eyes lit up and he quickly reached out and put his arms around the policewoman's slender waist, half hugging her and helping her up. The ambiguous posture made the policewoman couldn't help but glare at him. Chen Beifeng was delighted in his heart. This policewoman was beautiful and had a sexy body. Coupled with the seductive uniform, she was definitely a goddess who could rival Yang Qingcheng. Being able to have such close contact with her made all the busy work tonight worth it. With the help of Chen Beifeng, the policewoman checked on Xie Kuan's condition. Under the light of Chen Beifeng's mobile phone, it was obvious that Xie Kuan's eyes were wide open with fear. The policewoman had a confused expression on her face, and she couldn't understand what was going on. Could it be that he was having an epileptic seizure? Was my luck so good? Everyone, freeze. Put your hands up. A group of police surrounded them, with more than a dozen guns pointed at the three people. It was the first time for Chen Beifeng to experience such a scene. He was so scared that he quickly raised his hands and dared not make any unnecessary movements. Li Guang and Xie Kuan have been subdued by me, quickly hold him down. Dragonfly? Are you okay, Dragonfly? Several policemen came over with concern, asking the policewoman about her well-being. Two of them quickly held Xie Kuan up from the ground. At this moment, Xie Kuan suddenly let out a terrified scream. Oh my god! Ghost! There is a ghost! Xie Kuan screamed in fear and struggled violently. Two more policemen came up and held him down, making him unable to move at all. A group of policemen looked at this scene in confusion. Even the policewoman had a look of question marks on her face. What's wrong with this guy? The police began to withdraw. Although a little accident happened tonight, the ending was happy. The policewoman single-handedly subdued the evil gangster Xie Kuan and made a great contribution. In the whole operation, only one policeman was slightly injured when the checkpoint was broken into. Such an action will surely be vigorously publicized by the police, and the policewoman is undoubtedly the person who made the greatest contribution to this operation. Chen Beifeng was also released after completing the statement, and policewoman Xie Qingting also exchanged contact information with him, saying that she would treat him to a meal when she was free to thank him for his kindness today. Policewoman Xie Qingting was busy until late at night before she finished dealing with all the matters. When she arrived at the interrogation room, Xie Kuan's emotions had stabilized, but there was still a trace of fear in his eyes. Xie Qingting watched the interrogation video of Xie Kuan, and the doctor also gave him a simple examination. All signs showed that Xie Kuan was a normal person with an extremely strong physical fitness, and he did not have any diseases such as epilepsy. Xie Kuan's confession said that he felt his body go numb and he fell to the ground uncontrollably, but his mind was clear, but he couldn't move, speak, or feel anything. Why does this scene look like being anesthetized during surgery? Could it be? A simple and handsome face emerged in Xie Qingting's mind. Xie Kuan would definitely not fall to the ground for no reason. Moreover, there were only her, Chen Beifeng and Xie Kuan at the scene. All doubts pointed to that man. Chapter 11, Love. On their way home, Chen Beifeng learned from his previous lesson and didn't dare to step on the accelerator hard. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening when he returned to his rental house. He was so hungry that he cooked 2 packets of noodles and beat 6 eggs. After eating, he lay down contentedly and summarized his experience of the day. The system submits Xie Qingting's mission. Ding, congratulations to their host for completing the mission. The mission of helping Xie Qingting capture the bandits is completed.
The system scores 90 points and rewards their host with 90 points of good and evil value. 90 points. Why not full marks? Their host's procrastination caused Xia Qingting to be injured and humiliated, so it can only reach 90 points. Okay. Chen Beifeng nodded awkwardly and recalled the previous mission. Then why did I only get 70 points for the last mission to punish Ning Muqiang? Their host did a perfect job in punishing Ning Muqiang, but his parents who helped him do evil and his accomplices will be deducted 10 points from the host, and you will be deducted 20 points for not saving the victims he hurt. Host, don't worry. You can get system rewards at any time if you complete these tasks at any time in the future. What do you mean? Can I still be a friendly backup? That's right. For example, if you encounter parents who always spoil their child and make him clean his butt, you only need to punish them and you will get 10 points of compensation from the system. I see. The next morning, Chen Beifeng, with a rosy face, got up at around 6 o'clock, packed his luggage, and drove the Maserati to the residence of the ice goddess Yang Qingcheng. In the past, he was just a loser at the bottom of society, but now he has transformed himself and got a goddess and a luxury car. Although his relationship with the goddess was just a casual affair, who said that this play couldn't become real. The Maserati passed through the gate of Green Lake Chindi Garden unimpeded. The reason why Chen Beifeng got up so early in excitement was because of a WeChat message from goddess Yang Qingcheng last night. The noodles are delicious. I want to have vegetarian noodles tomorrow morning. Now that the goddess has spoken, how can Chen Beifeng not seize such a great opportunity to perform? Chen Beifeng rushed to Yang Qingcheng's residence in a hurry, holding some ingredients and seasonings in his hands. The moment he opened the door, he stared with his eyes wide open. On the balcony, a stunning lady in yoga clothes was doing yoga with headphones on. The tight yoga clothes made Yang Qingcheng's figure look extremely hot, especially when she was kneeling down and leaning over with her forehead and chest touching the ground in a seductive posture, and the curves of her plump buttocks were exploded to the extreme. This posture would make any man have dirty thoughts, especially when facing such a beautiful and cold goddess. Yang Qingcheng didn't even notice Chen Beifeng coming in. She was doing her yoga moves very seriously. Just as she turned her head to change her pose, her head tilted and her eyes met with Chen Beifeng's at the door. Chen Beifeng. How did you get in? Why are you so quiet, like a ghost? Yang Qingcheng roared in anger and shame. Chen Beifeng's drooling pig-like look at the door made her extremely shy. A blush quickly appeared on her cheeks. Yang Qingcheng quickly got up and rushed into her room with the yoga mat. Bang! The slam of the door closing brought Chen Beifeng back to his senses. He felt his nose getting hot and a hot stream flowing down his nostrils. He wiped it with his hand and found that his nose was bleeding. She is worthy of being the goddess that all the top young masters in the Magic City want to possess. Her figure is really amazing. Chen Beifeng's eyes were still on the direction of Yang Qingcheng's room. He reluctantly looked away and then he put on his slippers and got busy. As the saying goes, if you want to keep a person's heart, you must first keep her stomach. As long as the goddess gets used to the food you cook, the two of you will have more opportunities to spend time together in the future. Love grows over time and is not only reflected in days, but can also grow over time. The goddess wants to eat vegetarian noodles, which means she doesn't want to eat greasy food in the morning, but the noodles won't taste good without oil or broth. The crucian carp that Chen Beifeng brought with him finally found a use, which was what he had thought of along the way. Fry the crucian carp until it is browned, mash it, add boiling water and boil it until the soup is milky white. Then filter out the fish bones and you will have a small pot of soup. This method of cooking with the freshness of fish but without the fish meat is very clever. The deliciousness of crucian carp and the smoothness and chewiness of noodles can definitely stimulate people's taste buds. Just a little bit of seasoning can make ordinary noodles taste amazing. In less than half an hour, 2 bowls of hand-rolled noodles and 2 golden heart-shaped fried eggs appeared in front of Chen Beifeng. Looking at his masterpiece, Chen Beifeng showed a satisfied smile on his face. Goddess, the noodles are ready, you can eat now. Chen Beifeng ran to Yang Qingcheng's door and knocked. Yang Qingcheng, who had changed into a black white-collar dress, opened the door with a cold face. Under the black suit was a bulging white shirt. The tight skirt reached her knees, revealing a pair of beautiful legs in flesh-colored stockings. It is a typical outfit for an urban white-collar woman, but when worn by Yang Qingcheng, it makes her look like a goddess. Put away your dog eyes.
From now on, you must knock on the door before entering. Don't stare at me with disgusting eyes. The relationship between us is just an ordinary employment relationship. Yang Qingcheng was probably still angry about Chen Beifeng's rude behavior just now, and her tone of voice was extremely cold. He goddess, I really knocked on the door when I entered, but you were wearing headphones and didn't hear it. The noodles are ready, let's eat first and don't delay our work. Chen Beifeng extended his hand with a smile and invited Yang Qingcheng to take a seat. Even if this woman scolded him, even if she slapped him hard, he would still greet her with a smile, because he had taken her blood. Chen Beifeng stared at her extremely seductive back twice, then followed her happily, took 2 steps forward and pulled up Yang Qingcheng's chair. Hey! It would be a shame if you didn't open a restaurant with your cooking skills. Yang Qingcheng's eyes widened in shock when she took the first bite of noodles. She thought last night's seafood noodles were Chen Beifeng's limit, but she didn't expect that the vegetarian noodles this morning were even more delicious. Life is more than just 3 meals a day. There must be something to pursue, right? Opening a restaurant is not my dream. I don't want my young self to be confined to the 3-foot kitchen. Everyone can say nice things, but isn't being a security guard limiting your future? You're not naive enough to think that you can be promoted to security manager as long as you work hard, are you? Let me tell you this, no matter how strong your abilities are, no matter how hard you work, you have to bow to reality. In Brilliant Building, security captain is your limit. I'm full, send me to work. Yang Qingcheng wiped the corner of her mouth, stood up and walked towards the shoe rack. Chen Beifeng glanced at the dishes on the table, quickly picked them up and put them in the kitchen to wash them. He didn't expect this goddess to take on the job of washing the dishes. Yang Qingcheng had just changed her shoes when she walked out of the kitchen. A pair of red high heels added a bit of charm to her. Chen Beifeng put on his shoes as quickly as possible and pushed open the door before Yang Qingcheng reached out her hand. Please come in, President Yang. From now on in Brilliant Building, I will call you President Yang, and in front of your family and suitors, I will call you Qingcheng. Yang Qingcheng nodded with a cold face and had no objection to this. Chapter 12, Honey on the Little Mouth. Chen Beifeng, did you drive my car out to fool around yesterday? As soon as she got in the car, Yang Qingcheng frowned and stared at Chen Beifeng with her cold eyes. No, Mr. Yang, did you misunderstand something? Then how do you explain the scent in the car? My nose is very sensitive to scents. This is the smell of a woman. There was a terrifying rage in Yang Qingcheng's eyes. Chen Beifeng was so frightened when he saw this that he quickly opened his mouth to explain. Boss Yang did have a woman sitting in the passenger seat last night. Please listen to my explanation first. Chen Beifeng, I will only give you 1 sentence of explanation. If the result does not satisfy me, get out of here. Yang Qingcheng was on the verge of exploding, her delicate body trembling slightly with anger. Chen Beifeng's mind was racing as he began to organize his words. The person sitting in the passenger seat is Xie Qingting from the criminal police team. She asked me to take her to chase the criminals. Yang Qingcheng was stunned for a moment, then her expression eased a little, and she squeezed out another cold word, speak. Boss Yang, it's like this. Chen Beifeng didn't dare to hide anything and told the whole story about how he was stopped while driving last night and how he took the policewoman Xie Qingting to chase the criminals. Of course, he would not tell anyone about the mission. You're lucky. You can even make the most beautiful policewoman in Demon City owe you a favor. Forget about it. Go to work. He. The top policewoman is indeed pretty, but she is still a little bit inferior to you, President Yang. After flattering him without changing his expression, Chen Beifeng stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. He drove into the basement of the Brilliant Building skillfully and parked the car in Yang Qingcheng's exclusive parking space. Then Chen Beifeng got out of the car to help Yang Qingcheng open the door. Take some time in the morning to go to Yang Phone Group to fill out some information. I will ask my secretary to receive you. And your working hours must be consistent with mine, and I must see you when I get off work every day. After leaving behind a few words, Yang Qingcheng walked into the elevator with a cold and arrogant look on her face, leaving Chen Beifeng with a cold and pretty face. Only when Yang Qingcheng's figure completely disappeared in the elevator did Chen Beifeng breathe a sigh of relief, finally sending this girl away safely. Fuck. Beifeng, am I seeing things right? Did you just send the Demon City's #1 goddess into the elevator? An exaggerated voice sounded from behind Chen Beifeng. Without turning around, Chen Beifeng recognized that the voice was Wang Xiao, the loudspeaker of the security team. He had just seen what happened, and it would probably spread throughout the entire security team in less than 5 minutes.
Wang Laber, are you patrolling the basement today?
Chen Beifeng turned around helplessly and looked at the burly young man in security uniform in front of him.
Don't change the subject, Beifeng. How did you get to talk to the goddess?
If this happened to me, I would be out for a year. Wang Xiao put his arm around Chen Beifeng's shoulders with a playful grin, a lewd expression on his face that all men understand.
Fuck, it's almost time. I'm going to change my clothes and clock in first.
When Chen Beifeng saw that there were only a few minutes left before work, he shook off Wang Xiao's arm and ran to the security room. If he was late, Zhu Baopi would deduct his salary again.
What? You want to switch to the long day shift?
Shui Changhai, the security captain of Huawang Building, looked at Chen Beifeng in confusion. With the subsidy for the night shift, their salary could only reach 5,000 yuan. However, once they were on duty during the day shift, their salary would be about 1,000 yuan less per month. This was definitely a considerable amount of wealth for a low-level worker.
Captain Shui, I actually found a part-time job as a driver to pick up a boss at Brilliant Building to and from get off work.
I have already negotiated the terms and benefits with the boss, so the time must be based on the boss's priority.
Oh, that's a good thing. Being a driver for the boss is a good job.
You will be exposed to different circles in the future. It will be very helpful for you young people. Shui Changhai did not suspect anything and directly processed the transfer procedures for Chen Beifeng. From now on, he could go to get off work and get off work at the same time as Yang Qingcheng. Shui Changhai's cell phone rang. He picked it up and his eyes widened. He looked at the phone in disbelief, then looked at Chen Beifeng in front of him. Beifeng, the boss you are talking about is Mr. Yang from Yangfeng Group.
Chen Beifeng stretched his head and took a look.
It was the message sent by the loudspeaker Wang Xiao. The bastard even took a secret photo and sent it to the security group.
Yes, Captain Shui, it's President Yang.
I have to take some time to go to the Yangfeng Group on the 16th floor to fill out some information.
Good for you, kid.
You have made the acquaintance of such an important person without making any noise.
Beifeng, don't forget me when you become successful in the future.
Shui Changhai excitedly stood up and patted Chen Beifeng on the shoulder. He patted Chen Beifeng with such force that he lowered his body and his facial expression twisted.
Captain Shui, I'll organize something tonight. Let's celebrate together.
We'll have to trouble the brothers to cover for us in the future.
Okay, go get to work first.
From now on, your mission is to patrol the 8th to 16th floors, which just happens to cover the Yangfeng Group. Chen Beifeng, dressed in security uniform and holding a baton, walked around leisurely. The job of a security guard can actually only be described in 2 words, easy. Whether it's being a security guard on duty, directing traffic in the basement, or on patrol missions, they are all extremely easy jobs. It's just that the boss won't care about them when they are idle, but if something happens, they have to go.
Chen Beifeng has been working in the Brilliant Building for several months. Naturally, he is very familiar with the place.
The task of patrolling the 8 floors is extremely easy for him. Their walkie-talkies are all equipped with GPG positioning, and their daily movements are recorded. It is easy to see whether someone is slacking off, so no one is monitoring them. Chen Beifeng only needs to sign at the patrol points on each floor.
Wow, Brother Beifeng, you look much more handsome today.
As soon as Chen Beifeng arrived at the elevator entrance on the 8th floor, a girl at the front desk greeted him with a smile. They all worked in the same building, so it was inevitable that they would have more contact with each other over time. Especially security guards like Chen Beifeng often patrolled the entire building, so they were basically familiar with each other among those who had worked in the building for a long time. Chen Beifeng has attracted many girls because of his young, honest and handsome face. However, in this city where every inch of land is valuable, he doesn't dare to fall in love with his salary. He can't even afford to go out for a meal, watch a movie or buy some gifts. So he can only talk nonsense with these girls on weekdays.
Sister Xiaoqing, you are really good at talking. Did you secretly put honey on your lipstick today?
Chen Beifeng responded to the girl with flowery words. This girl must be decent looking to be able to work as a receptionist, but her heavy makeup covered her true appearance.
Chen Beifeng had known her for so long and had never seen her without makeup.
He. Brother Beifeng, if you taste it, you will know whether it is smeared with honey or not, right? Xiaoqing threw coquettish eyes at Chen Beifeng. It was said that men like to tease beautiful women, but beautiful women would also become infatuated with handsome men they liked. Liu Qing often seduced Chen Beifeng, but this girl was too playful, so Chen Beifeng didn't dare to approach her at all. Xiaoqing, I still have to go on patrol. Let's talk when I'm free. Seeing Chen Beifeng defeated, the girl at the front desk giggled. Chen Beifeng inspected and signed along the way, and checked various safety hazards such as fire protection, ventilation, main decoration, etc. It was already past 10 in the morning when he moved from the 8th floor to the 16th floor. Chapter 13 President's Assistant. Sister Yanan, please call Secretary Yang for me. I need to talk to him about something. Chen Beifeng walked to the front desk of Yangfeng Group with a smile. Compared with other companies, this front desk was much more luxurious and grand because Yangfeng Group occupied the entire 16-story office building, and there were 4 girls working at the front desk of Yangfeng Group. Office space in the center of this magic city is absolutely worth every inch of money. The annual rent for this floor of office space alone is over 10 million yuan, and there is still a shortage of supply. Chen Beifeng, you are not going to pursue Assistant GAO, are you? If you are thinking about love, I can introduce you to a few suitable sisters. They are very interested in a strong and handsome guy like you. But Assistant GAO is a workaholic and has no idea about love. What's more, what Assistant GAO hates most is those suitors who pester her during working hours. Such people are always blocked by her. Li Yanan looked at Chen Beifeng in surprise. Due to his job, the security guard has the most contact with the front desk clerks. He basically knows all the front desk clerks of dozens of companies in this building, and there are many girls who have a crush on him. It's a pity that the girls are unsympathetic to him. Chen Beifeng usually tries hard to suppress his desires and only dares to talk dirty with these girls. Just call me Sister Yanan. I really need to find her for something. To be exact, we will be colleagues from now on. I found a good part-time job in your Yangfeng Group. Yanan, just help him call. I want to see what kind of job a little security guard can find in our Yangfeng Group. If he is bragging, Assistant GAO will definitely not treat him well when he comes. A girl next to Li Yanan said without even raising her head. She was holding a makeup mirror to touch up her makeup the whole time. The powder on her eye bags could be scraped off to make 2 buns. Chen Beifeng has always kept his distance from this person. This girl has a very messy private life. Although she has some looks, it's obvious that her looks are artificial. Chen Beifeng, I really called him. Li Yanan confirmed with Chen Beifeng again before calling Assistant GAO. In less than a minute, Assistant GAO Jiargao, dressed in standard white-collar attire, came over. Chen Beifeng only felt familiar with this Assistant GAO, but he had never met him before. Moreover, this woman is about 30 years old, and like Yang Qingcheng, she always has a sour face that keeps strangers away. In fact, she has a cold personality and is dedicated to work. There is nothing else in her eyes except work. Because of her good figure and pretty face, she had been pursued by many people in the past, but she rejected them all ruthlessly. As time went by, naturally no one dared to pursue her anymore. Are you Chen Beifeng? It's me, Assistant GAO. Come with me. These 3 extremely simple sentences are enough to show how cold this woman's personality is. She is worthy of being the woman who follows Yang Qingcheng, and her attitude is even colder. Gao Jia took Chen Beifeng to HR to fill out a form and register all the information, and then took him to the president's office. Boss Yang is inside, just go in. Gao Jia said something and turned around to do her own thing. Chen Beifeng took a glance and saw that Assistant Gao's desk was just outside the president's office, and there were 2 clerks in front of her acting as her assistants. Wow, this big company is different. Even the president's secretary can have 2 assistants. After complaining, Chen Beifeng knocked on the door and entered Yang Qingcheng's office. The moment he saw it, Chen Beifeng was shocked by the luxurious decoration in the office. The huge space of more than 100 square meters was divided into several areas, including a meeting area, office area and leisure area, and there was a separate bathroom and lounge in the most important corner. What surprised Chen Beifeng was that at this moment, there were 2 outsiders, one old and one young, sitting on the sofa in the reception area of the office, and Yang Qingcheng was sitting opposite them. Wait a moment.
Yang Qingcheng said something expressionlessly to Chen Beifeng, then turned around and continued to listen to the conversation between the old man and the young. Yang Qingcheng's two guests did not show any extra expression towards Chen Beifeng's arrival. Chen Beifeng in security uniform was not pleasing to their eyes at all. Qingcheng, that piece of land in the western suburbs is related to the future of our Yangfeng group. We must take it. Besides, the Ning family and our Yang family are on good terms. Our cooperation is a win-win situation. Well, I understand. I will consider this matter carefully. Second uncle, you can see that I still have some things to deal with here. Yang Qingcheng's words were equivalent to an order to leave. The two people sitting on the sofa opposite looked unhappy, but they didn't say much because of Yang Qingcheng's position. I will discuss this matter with your father and your third uncle later. I will also mention it to the old man. Cooperation with the Ning family is a necessary step for our Yangfeng group. The Yangfeng group is now on the decline. The general trend is that we must transform. The Ning family is the most suitable springboard. It is a win-win situation. I don't understand what you are thinking, Qingcheng. The two men stood up and left without showing any confusion. The young man's eye stayed on Chen Beifeng for a moment before he left. Chen Beifeng heard from their conversation that these two people were Yang Qingcheng's second uncle and cousin, but this meeting was obviously full of tension. Even when the two men left, Yang Qingcheng did not stand up to see them off. Boss Yang, isn't there something wrong with the land in the western suburbs? Young Master Ning said it so directly yesterday. Why are these two still bringing it up? Humph, do you think Ning Muqiang dares to tell his family that he exposed the Ning family's conspiracy? This. Mr. Yang, you mean Ning Muqiang concealed? Okay, is this something you should worry about? Yang Qingcheng interrupted Chen Beifeng with a cold face. Chen Beifeng shrugged his shoulders. Indeed, this matter had nothing to do with him. Chen Beifeng, you have to attend a cocktail party with me at 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow. It's a gathering where some people from the Magic City business circle get together to promote cooperation. This is another test for you, because you will be with me as my boyfriend, and you will definitely encounter difficulties from my suitors. I don't expect you to have a big explosion to shock the whole audience, but just try to lose as few of my people as possible. Oh. Mr. Yang, if I perform well, will there be any reward? Chen Beifeng knew with his toenails how those young masters would ridicule and make things difficult for him. He had always been a disgrace in the past. Wouldn't it be uncomfortable for you, a security guard, to come to the party of rich people? However, Chen Beifeng at this moment is no longer the same person he used to be. The system is his biggest trump card and his reliance for a comeback. You still want a reward? You should know that I will not provide you with any help this time. Instead, because of me, your hatred value will be full. It should not be difficult for you to imagine that scene. If you can really make me proud, I will give you a bonus when you come back. By the way, there is 20,000 yuan in cash on the table. You can use it to buy a set of clothes, a casual suit will do, and a pair of similar leather shoes. When Chen Beifeng heard that there was a bonus, his eyes lit up instantly. With Yang Qingcheng's wealth, any little bit of it would be an astonishing fortune for him. Didn't you see that she had already given him 20,000 yuan to buy him some clothes? Chapter 14 Being kept by a rich woman. Chen Beifeng left the office with a bulging envelope. Yang Qingcheng watched his back disappear with a puzzled expression on her face. At such a young age, he was able to resist the temptations of countless beauties and keep himself clean. Is he too picky or is there something else going on? Is it really because of poverty? Yang Qingcheng took her white and tender hand away, revealing a stack of information underneath. On the information was actually a photo of Chen Beifeng, and below the photo was all his information. No one knew how much information about him was collected in this thick stack. Chen Beifeng saved the 20,000 yuan in cash. As the commercial district in the center of Shanghai, the brilliant building has ATMs of various banks on the first floor. After a short break at noon, when Chen Beifeng came to work in the afternoon, all his colleagues looked at him with red eyes, as if they wanted to poke hundreds of holes in his body. Ganzi, what's going on? Chen Beifeng grabbed a good friend and asked in confusion. What's going on? You've hooked up with a super rich woman who's a goddess. Your brothers are so jealous that they want to kill you. You'd better not hang around, or you'll be killed to silence you. If the captain hadn't said you were going to treat me to a drink tonight,
I would have wanted to find an opportunity to secretly shoot you in the back. After asking for a long time, Chen Beifeng finally figured out that it was the loudmouth Wang Xiao who was causing all the trouble. He heard the news from somewhere that he had received 20,000 yuan in cash from Yang Feng Group in the morning, and then this matter suddenly turned into funds for him to be kept by a rich woman, and that rich woman was Yang Qingcheng, the goddess in everyone's heart. Wang Xiao, I'll fuck you. Chen Beifeng roared and rushed towards where Wang Xiao was on duty with a baton in hand. Unfortunately, he didn't know where this grandson had hidden, and Chen Beifeng didn't find him the whole afternoon. Captain Shui, I'm going to get off work first and send President Yang home. We'll meet at the old place later. When Chen Beifeng saw that Yang Qingcheng was about to get off work, he quickly changed his clothes, picked up the car keys, and headed straight for the parking lot. In less than 10 minutes, two goddesses exuding powerful auras arrived in the parking lot. One was Chen Beifeng's employer Yang Qingcheng, and the other was naturally her assistant Gao Jia. Under the gazes of a group of jealous colleagues, Chen Beifeng drove away slowly with the goddess in his luxury car. Boss Yang, are all assistant Gao's cars so impressive? Chen Beifeng asked in shock as he looked at the BMW sedan following him in the rearview mirror. This is Shanghai, and a BBA is only considered average. Gao Jia holds a double degree in economics and business from Harvard. Some people are born to be at the top of the business world. Gao Jia was offered millions of dollars a year by numerous state-owned enterprises right after graduation. Fuck, is this woman so awesome? Then, what salary did you offer her, Mr. Yang? 3 million annual salary and her current car. Chen Beifeng was so jealous that his eyes turned green. They were all human beings, so how could there be such a big gap between them? He glanced at the BMW sedan behind again, and the two cars separated after leaving the basement. There are too many college students nowadays. To be frank, your diploma from a second-tier university is too inflated. It basically cannot even meet the requirements of most companies. Chen Beifeng had no words to refute this, otherwise he would not have come to work as a security guard. Security guards in the brilliant building are now required to have a university degree and meet physical fitness requirements. Make me a good meal and you can move freely, but you can't fool around in my car. After returning home, Yang Qingcheng went straight back to her room after saying a few words. After taking a look at her cool and beautiful figure, Chen Beifeng lowered his head and started to get busy. Half an hour later, when Yang Qingcheng came out again in her nightgown, Chen Beifeng had already set the table. This time, it was mixed noodles with beef cubes, and next to it were a few slices of cucumber shreds and green cabbage hearts. Yang Qingcheng's eyes warmed up, and she sat down and started eating, but she didn't notice that Chen Beifeng's eyes were staring at her. At this time, Yang Qingcheng was wearing a one-piece nightgown that reached her knees. Her pair of white legs were as thin as chopsticks and their whiteness was eye-catching. Her pair of pink arms holding the chopsticks were so delicate that they looked like a pair of flawless works of art. The blood vessels in her fair skin could be clearly seen. The goddess was particularly focused on eating the noodles, fearing that the noodle soup would stain her nightgown, so she stretched her neck intentionally. When she bent over, a faint cleavage was revealed on her chest. Coupled with the goddess's cold and beautiful face, Chen Beifeng felt his nose getting hot again, and the blood in his body was boiling. Yang Qingcheng took a few bites of noodles and wanted to say something complimenting, but when she looked up, she saw Chen Beifeng staring at her chest with a lewd look on his face. His nosebleed was flowing down to his chin. Her pretty face suddenly turned red with anger, and a murderous look instantly covered her face. The temperature in the room suddenly dropped several degrees. Roll. Oh, he. Chen Beifeng covered his nose in embarrassment and turned to run. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid he would explode. It was indeed wonderful to live with a goddess, but it was too painful to see that he couldn't eat her. It was the evening rush hour and there were a lot of people getting on and off the elevator. Chen Beifeng waited for a few minutes before the elevator came down. When he got in, he found that a woman with a body like a hamburger was standing in front of him, blocking his seat. Beautiful girl, can you please move aside for a moment? I'll press the elevator button. Okay, handsome. When the woman turned her head, Chen Beifeng was almost scared to death. Her face was as big as a large pancake. It didn't matter if she was a little ugly, after all, her face was given by her parents and she had no say in it. But the woman in front of him was wearing heavy, non-mainstream makeup, and it was obvious that she didn't know how to put on makeup and was just applying it randomly on her face. The key point was that when this woman saw Chen Beifeng, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she even stuck out her tongue to lick her blood-red lips. This scene was what scared Chen Beifeng. Damn it, have I traveled through the zombie world? Not only did Chen Beifeng take 2 steps back in fear, but there were also 2 girls huddled in the corner, trembling and not daring to get close. Seeing the woman move aside, Chen Beifeng carefully pressed the B2 button, while keeping his other hand covering his nose and not daring to let go. Chen Beifeng didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the woman left on the first floor. Unexpectedly, a girl behind him handed him some tissues. "Handsome guy, please wipe it off, otherwise the blood from your nose will drip onto your clothes." "Ahhh. Oh, thank you, beautiful." Chen Beifeng took the tissue and stuffed his nostrils with it, but he didn't expect that the girl's next words almost made him explode with anger. "Handsome guy, I didn't expect you to have such a strong taste. What you did just now can make your nose bleed." Chen Beifeng was trying to explain with a sad face. The elevator had already reached B2. The 2 girls had already walked out of the elevator first. In the distance, they could hear the 2 girls discussing. "There are so many things in this world. He didn't even look at us 2 young and energetic girls. Instead, he stared at the guy until his nose bled. He's so handsome for nothing. Sister, I'm really not." Chen Beifeng shouted towards their backs, but unfortunately it was drowned out by the sound of a passing car, so the 2 of them didn't hear it at all. Damn it, what the hell is this? Chapter 15. My name is Jinishan. Seeing that it was still early, Chen Beifeng drove the Maserati straight to the Blue Sky Psychiatric Hospital. When he pushed open the door of Yarn Hanlan's ward, he actually found that Yarn Hanlan was chatting with a girl in school uniform, but the girl had her back to him and he couldn't see her clearly. "Sister Yarn, I'm here to see you." Hearing their voice, Yarn Hanlan and the girl turned their heads at the same time. When Chen Beifeng saw the girl's face, he felt his head buzzing. Oh my god! There is such a pure and clean girl in this world. The girl had eyebrows like willow leaves and lips like cherries. There was not a single flaw on her fair face. The words, "flawless as jade," instantly came to Chen Beifeng's mind. A simple high ponytail highlights the youthful vitality of a girl, and it is enough to charm everyone without any extra embellishments. A mountain elf of great spiritual beauty. Chen Beifeng could only find these 2 words to describe the girl's purity and beauty. The girl felt shy when she was looked at by Chen Beifeng, and a blush instantly appeared on her innocent face. Only then did Chen Beifeng realize his own impoliteness. "Oh, excuse me, beautiful lady, what are you?" "Hello, my name is Jinishan, and I'm here to visit Aunt Yan." The girl gracefully extended her hand towards Chen Beifeng. Chen Beifeng was stunned for a moment, and quickly reached out to shake her hand. It felt soft and smooth like jade, but unfortunately the girl only touched it lightly and then withdrew her hand. What Chen Beifeng didn't know was that the girl normally wouldn't shake hands with anyone, especially boys. This time she did it just because he helped Yarn Hanlan. "My name is Chen Beifeng." "Beautiful, are you acquainted with Sister Yarn?" Chen Beifeng put the lunchbox in his hand on the table and took another peek at the girl's face. She was still shockingly beautiful. "Yes, Brother Beifeng. I have been delivering food to Aunt Yarn for more than a month, and we would chat for a while when she was awake." "Brother Beifeng, you are a very good person. Aunt Yarn is in very good condition now. It seems that there is hope for her recovery." The girl's words, Brother Beifeng, almost made Chen Beifeng's soul come out. He felt as if his body was so light that he was about to fly. Especially the girl's voice was soft but not artificial. Just listening to her voice gave people a feeling of a spring breeze on their faces. "Sister Nachan, are you still in school?" Chen Beifeng's eyes fell on her school uniform. Anyone wearing a school uniform could only be a high school student. With this look, Jinishan would undoubtedly occupy the title of the #1 school beauty. "Yes, Brother Beifeng. I am in my 3rd year of high school and will enter university this year." Chen Beifeng's attention was focused on the girl, but his hands did not stop. He picked up the food he packed for Yarn Hanlan and handed it to her. Yarn Hanlan glanced at him with gratitude, lowered her head and began to eat. "Sister Yarn, eat slowly and don't choke. There's some soup here for you to drink." Chen Beifeng took out a tissue and wiped the corners of Yarn Hanlan's mouth, then handed him a bowl of egg drop soup.
Little did he know that all his actions were seen by the girl next to him. The girl's eyebrows curved, a smile from her heart appeared at the corner of her mouth, and she looked at Chen Beifeng with an expression full of admiration. "Miss, it's time to go back." A voice sounded at the door. Chen Beifeng turned his head and saw a middle-aged man in a white suit. The key point was that the man was also wearing a white military cap and white gloves. It was obvious that he was a senior driver. "Okay, Uncle Lee." The girl stood up, bent down to say goodbye to Yarn Hanlan, and when she reached the door, she turned around and looked at Chen Beifeng again. "Brother Beifeng, I will pay for Aunt Yarn's treatment from now on. Also, Brother Beifeng, your love has illuminated my way forward. Thank you for letting me know that there are still more good people in this world. Ahhh. Goodbye, Sister Nishang." Chen Beifeng watched in confusion as the girl disappeared into the ward. This girl was obviously a wealthy person. Since she was willing to bear the medical expenses, there was naturally no need for him to step forward. After all, he also needed help from others in his condition. North wind, thank you." After the meal, Yarn Hanlan actually thanked Chen Beifeng with clear eyes. This scene surprised him very much. The fact that she could say thank you proved that her condition was becoming more and more stable. "Sister Yarn, please focus on recuperating and don't think about anything else. I'll go home with you when you're better." "Go home?" Yarn Hanlan's eyes were confused. This word was too far away for her, so far away that she had forgotten its meaning. "You work as a security guard, earning a salary of more than 4,000 yuan a month, but you are willing to pay more than 10,000 yuan to treat a homeless woman you don't even know. Brother Beifeng, you really make Nichan look at you in a new light." Inside the luxurious Rolls-Royce, Ji Nishan's pair of white and tender hands held a stack of documents printed on A4 paper. When she moved her hands away, a photo of Chen Beifeng was revealed. After leaving the mental hospital, seeing that it was still early, Chen Beifeng went to the mall and reluctantly bought an Armani suit worth 9,000 yuan. As soon as he put on the light grey suit, his whole temperament changed instantly. The tall and handsome Chen Beifeng made the female salesperson next to him blush. In the end, he spent more than 3,000 yuan on a pair of leather shoes and 1,000 yuan on a crocodile leather belt. The 20,000 yuan he had just received was instantly reduced by more than half, which made Chen Beifeng feel painful for a long time. "Chen Beifeng, where the hell have you been? Didn't we agree that you were the one to treat us? All the brothers are here, but you, their host, haven't come yet. Are you trying to cheat?" A hoarse voice came from the cell phone. Chen Beifeng, who wanted to park the car and then take a taxi, became anxious and drove directly to the old food stall. Under a remote overpass, the lights are bright and the place is bustling. The location is remote but the space is spacious, so some vendors gathered here to set up night market stalls. Later, more and more people came, which indirectly boosted the nearby business. So the government simply set up this place as a night market under unified management, and built simple houses on both sides. This not only made it convenient for the vendors but also allowed the government to collect some management fees. The place that Chen Beifeng and his friends often go to is a food stall with 4 storefronts, and the name of the food stall is Old Place. In order not to irritate those colleagues, Chen Beifeng deliberately parked his car in a parking lot far away and then walked over. Shui Changhai and 6 colleagues with whom he was on good terms had already arrived, and the food and drinks were on the table. Chen Beifeng saw that the 8 dishes on the table were all the cheapest grilled fish, braised dishes and cold dishes, so he immediately called the waiter and ordered 2 more main dishes. "What's going on? Beifeng, are you really being kept by Mr. Yang now? Support your sister. Do you believe what loudspeaker says?" Chen Beifeng glared at Gangzi with a dark face. "It's not impossible to support my sister. My sister doesn't ask for much. If you give her 10,000 yuan a month, she will be with you from now on." Gangzi stroked his chin and spoke seriously. When the people around him heard this, they all had strange looks on their faces, and Chen Beifeng's face turned green. Gangzi's sister is also in Shanghai, and is in the same industry as them, but she is a female security guard working in a large beauty salon. Because they are not far away, Gangzi's sister will naturally come to see her brother when she is free. That guy is much taller and more powerful than her brother. A girl is so big and strong that she is bigger than any man. Her height of over 1.8 meters gives people a strong sense of oppression.
Her face is full of fat and it looks like the words, "Keep out," are written on it. Her arms are thicker than the waist of most girls. Chen Beifeng still remembered that the last time Gang's sister came, she forced several of them to get drunk by stepping on a chair. She drank more than 20 bottles of beer and only went to the toilet 3 times. Chapter 16, Doing all the bad things and losing your conscience, walking on the night road for a long time and finally encountering ghosts. Chen Beifeng and his 8 companions drank until 10 o'clock in the evening. The cheapest bottle of Qingdao liquor cost more than 100 yuan, and the food did not cost much. In the end, the bill was more than 800 yuan. This was because Chen Beifeng insisted on 2 main dishes, otherwise their usual standard would have been 5 or 600 yuan. This consumption level is definitely the lowest in Shanghai. At this time, and still drunk, Chen Beifeng naturally would not disturb the goddess, and simply return to his rental house. The lease would not expire in more than a month. He took his clothes to Yang Qingqing's place, but the quilt and other things were still in the rental house. It was okay to stay there temporarily. Of course he couldn't drive after drinking so much, so he just happened to take care of the designated driver business. As soon as Chen Beifeng walked to the car, he was stopped by a young man wearing designated driver clothes. "Do you need a designated driver, sir? How much is Lian Huayuan?" "It costs 40 yuan to settle privately, and about 50 yuan to place an order through the platform." "Okay, just go ahead, no order." Chen Beifeng knew a little about the rules of designated driving. Naturally, he would be deducted a commission if he used the platform. He didn't expect that such an action would bring him some trouble. "Sir, please settle the bill. We have arrived." Chen Beifeng was dazed when he realized that the car had stopped. He looked up and saw that they had indeed arrived at the Lian Huayuan parking lot. He immediately scanned 40 yuan for the designated driver. The figure of the designated driver quickly disappeared, and Chen Beifeng staggered out of the car. As soon as he got out of the car, he was instantly filled with anger. The Maserati was indeed parked in the parking lot of Lotus Garden, but it was parked sideways on the aisle and not in the parking space at all. Damn, where is the professional ethics of the designated driver? Chen Beifeng didn't think much about it. He got into the driver's seat and started the engine. As soon as the car started, he felt a muffled sound coming from the rear of the car. He was so scared that he sobered up instantly. He quickly turned off the engine and got out to check. Ouch! I bumped into someone. I saw a young man falling beside the wheel of the Maserati with a scream. Before Chen Beifeng could react, 2 young men came running over from a distance. "Fourth brother, what's wrong with you? I was just passing by, and this damn driver reversed and hit me directly. I felt my leg was broken." "Brother, you hit someone, call the police immediately. You smell so much alcohol, have you been drinking? I don't need to tell you the consequences of drunk driving, right? 12 points deducted, a fine of 2,000, and you have to sit on a sewing machine for half a year. It's up to you to decide whether it's public or private. You drive such a nice car, so you shouldn't care about my brother's medical expenses. Just give us 20,000 yuan and we can go see a doctor ourselves." Chen Beifeng sobered up instantly. The scene before him was so familiar to him. He had personally witnessed it several times in the basement during the months he had been a security guard. Although this method was old-fashioned, it was indeed very effective. The designated driver and these people are in the same gang, specifically targeting luxury cars. Ordinary drivers can only suffer in silence and consider themselves unlucky. Once they call the police, things will be even more troublesome. They never thought that such a thing would happen to them. Chen Beifeng glanced at the Maserati. If it was a Wuling, he probably wouldn't have encountered this routine even if he had to scrap it. Chen Beifeng's mind was working rapidly, but he didn't expect that the system's voice would sound in his mind again at this time. The host is blackmailed, triggering a passive mission. Please promote justice and punish the avilders. Submit the mission and the system will give a score based on the situation. Oh, that's all. You won't provide me with props. Host, the things in your hand are more than enough to punish a few thugs. Not all missions provide you with props. All right. Chen Beifeng looked at the few people and a mischievous idea came to his mind. If you do all the bad things and lose your conscience, you will eventually meet ghosts if you walk too much on the night road. Senhen's words came out of Chen Beifeng's mouth. After saying this, Chen Beifeng opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. The 3 people outside looked at each other, not knowing what he meant. At this moment, the man lying on the ground suddenly widened his eyes, fell to the ground and became motionless, with only his wide-open eyes showing extreme fear. "Fourth brother? Why are you?" The young man who was speaking suddenly widened his eyes and fell to the ground. This scene stunned the last young man standing. Thinking of what Chen Beifeng had just said, he trembled and his face turned pale with fear. "Brother Four and Brother Dong, please don't scare me, I'm afraid." The young man also fell to the ground with his eyes wide open, and all three brothers fell together. The last unlucky guy landed on his face first, and his nose was bleeding, but he couldn't move. The three people's terrified eyes met on the ground, and an atmosphere of terror spread among them. There were also vehicles passing by during this time, but the Maserati blocked the view, and no one noticed the situation here at all. Chen Beifeng in the car sneered and looked at the three people through the rearview mirror. When the 3 minutes were up, the three people felt that they could move. "Oh my God! It's a ghost!" The fourth brother screamed, got up and ran, and the two behind him struggled to follow him. The fourth brother in front had just run a few steps when he slammed his head to the ground again. This time he was not as lucky as before. He perfectly demonstrated the tragic consequences of face breaking. His rather handsome face rubbed against the ground for more than a meter, and blood flowed from his nose and mouth all over the ground. The two people behind him hadn't reacted yet and followed in the fourth brother's footsteps. The faster the three of them rushed, the harder they fell. Chen Beifeng, who was in the car, felt very relieved. These people looked so familiar with each other that he had blackmailed countless people. He would definitely teach them a profound lesson today. This mosquito is really damn useful. It's definitely a magical tool for tricking people. It seems that if I use it well, I can use it at the banquet the day after tomorrow. Chen Beifeng looked at the three people lying on the ground, and instantly thought of the business district party that Yang Qingcheng would attend the day after tomorrow. At that time, he would have to rely on these three mosquitoes to counterattack. As for the robot bird, that guy had too much firepower, so it was better to use it as little as possible. Chen Beifeng parked the car in the parking space. The three people on the ground probably thought that the anesthesia time was up, so they got up again and screamed in fear and fled to the entrance of the basement. Bang! The three of them were unexpectedly knocked back by an SUV that entered the basement. A dent was made on the front of the SUV and the three of them all fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Fuck! This is such a coincidence. Chen Beifeng, who got out of the car, looked at the scene in confusion. It was not his fault that the three guys were hit, and he, Chen Beifeng, did not have the ability to predict the future. The three of them were so scared that they ran around aimlessly, and only when they reached the entrance did they bump into other people's cars. The driver was a girl. She parked the car at the entrance and turned on the hazard lights. When she got out of the car and saw the scene, she was stunned. "Girl, call the police. I saw them tampering with your car. Call the police right away and ask them to compensate you for the repair costs." Chen Beifeng's words woke up the girl, who was frightened and stunned. She took out her cell phone in panic and called the police. Chapter 17. The clown is himself. The accident took more than an hour to handle. The three people who scammed the victim were sent to their hospital. When they recover, they will also face criminal accountability from the police. Because the girls in car surveillance camera clearly recorded everything that happened, the car was hit by three people when it turned, and the girl had already braked at the fastest speed. If this is not malicious fraud, what is it? The police uncle did not even give the three people a chance to quibble. Chen Beifeng was also questioned by the police, and the girl shook hands with him with gratitude. System, submit the task. After returning to the rental house, Chen Beifeng lay on the bed and submitted the task directly in his mind. Congratulations to their host for completing the mission. This time the host performed very well in carrying forward good deeds and punishing evildoers. The mission score is a full 100 points. It is detected that the anesthetic of mechanical mosquito number 1 has been consumed. The system actively provides the anesthetic exchange authority, and the host can exchange it in the mall. Is there a limit on the number of times you can use mosquito anesthesia? That makes sense. Chen Beifeng's mind moved, and the exchange interface appeared. Sure enough, a bottle of anesthetic appeared behind the robot bird, and the exchange price was 10 points of good and evil. Exchange. A black hole slowly appeared in front of Chen Beifeng, and a bottle fell out of the black hole and was caught by him. This is a glass bottle as thick as a finger, with half a bottle of white liquid in it. How is this system supposed to replenish mosquitoes? Before the system answered, mosquito number 1 flew out of his pocket and started circling around his finger. Chen Beifeng knew it at this point, so he pulled out the stopper of the glass bottle and the mosquito flew directly in. After a moment, the mosquito flew out again and drilled into his pocket again. The next morning, Chen Beifeng got up early again to go to the vegetable market to buy vegetables, and then hurried to Yang Qingqing's residence. Worried that the goddess would get tired of eating noodles, Chen Beifeng prepared egg-filled pancakes and freshly ground soy milk this time. Looking at the delicately cut egg pancakes on the plate, the coldness on Yang Qingqing's face instantly melted away. Today the goddess is wearing a one-piece hip skirt, which makes her already hot body even more sexy. The white skirt reaches her knees, and the light blue sleeveless suit makes her even more cute. As expected of a goddess, she looks so beautiful no matter what she wears. I thought you only knew how to make noodles. Hee hee. As long as you don't mind, goddess, I won't let you have the same breakfast twice for the next month. Chen Beifeng finished the pancakes and soy milk in front of him in a few bites. He wanted to see if there was anything he could do in the room, but he didn't expect the room to be surprisingly clean, without a trace of dust. Boss Yang, you work so hard, just let me do the cleaning. You're overthinking. I have hired a part-time cleaner who will come to clean up every afternoon. If you have clothes that need to be washed, you can just throw them into the laundry basket in the room. The cleaner will wash, dry and hang them in your closet. Okay. Chen Beifeng scratched his head awkwardly. He thought the goddess washed the dishes herself yesterday. It turned out that he was the clown. No wonder the goddess left immediately after dinner. Otherwise, the cleaning fee would have been wasted. Once again, he sent the goddess into the elevator amid the envious and jealous expressions of his colleagues. Chen Beifeng proudly raised the car key in his hand and pressed a button. The Maserati in the distance beeped twice and folded up the rearview mirrors on both sides. Fuck you, Chen Beifeng, you are showing off nakedly. Two security colleagues raised their middle fingers at him, and Chen Beifeng laughed and walked towards the security room. Chen Beifeng, you can't take 20,000 yuan a month's salary for nothing. Come and clean up the flies. A message from the goddess made Chen Beifeng rush to the 16th floor within 3 minutes, and he threw the inspection matter aside. Sister Yanan, did anyone come to see your CEO Yang just now? As soon as Chen Beifeng walked out of the elevator, he went to the front desk and started asking questions. Among the 4 front desk staff of Yang Feng Group, only Li Yanan had a decent relationship with him. The other 3 were all arrogant people who looked down on him as a small security guard. Yes, just now young Master Liz who went to President Yang's office with his bodyguards. I heard that Assistant GAO tried to stop them but was pushed down by the bodyguards. Chen Beifeng, you. Li Yanan raised her head but only saw Chen Beifeng's back. Chen Beifeng rushed to the door of Yang Qingqing's office as fast as he could. The door was blocked by 2 big men in suits and sunglasses. Assistant GAO and 2 clerks were anxiously wandering around. When he saw Chen Beifeng, Assistant Gao's eyes lit up and he quickly came to greet him. Chen Beifeng, they are blocking the door and won't let us in. Hurry up and call someone over. Chen Beifeng looked coldly at the torn sleeve of Assistant GAO and the blood flowing from her elbow. The blood dyed the white shirt red, which looked so eye-catching. Assistant GAO, are you injured? Who did it? Chen Beifeng, call for help first. I'm worried that Li Ju will harm Yang. Chen Beifeng did not respond to her words, but grabbed Assistant Gao's arm with a cold face and checked her injuries. Unexpectedly, the moment of contact, the reminder of the task rang in his mind again. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the mission of punishing evil and promoting good. The woman who loyally protects the master has been injured by the evil servant. Please help the woman punish the avildor. The system will give a score based on the situation after completing the mission. Once their host contacts the target, he will understand what happened. The system will provide prop support according to their host's request. Another mission triggered. Chen Beifeng was delighted, and several scenes suddenly emerged in his mind. An arrogant young man led 2 tall bodyguards and broke into Yang Feng Group. Assistant GAO stepped forward to stop them but was pushed to the ground by the bodyguards. Assistant Gao's elbow hit the corner of the table, and his sleeves were scratched. Chen Beifeng suddenly came up with an idea. System, I want to treat Assistant Gao's injuries and punish the bodyguards and the avildors inside. As you wish, the props prepared for the host are ready, and the host can take them at any time. Chen Beifeng was delighted. Although he really wanted to know what the props were this time, there was no chance for him to retrieve the props in this situation. Chen Beifeng, I'm fine, please ask someone to save President Yang first. When Assistant Gao saw Chen Beifeng staring at his bleeding arm in a daze, he thought he was worrying about his injury, so he quickly spoke and urged him. Chen Beifeng then looked at the two bodyguards in front of him with an unfriendly face. Not only were they tall and burly, but their palms placed in front of their lower abdomen were full of calluses. They were obviously martial artists. He was afraid that he would only be beaten if he went up to them with these few moves. Moreover, these two people are Li Ju's lackeys. The security guards of the brilliant building basically know who Li Ju is. He is the real princeling of the Magic City. His father is the deputy mayor of the Magic City. Even if he calls people over, no one dares to provoke him. Assistant Gao, rest assured, I'll take care of this. Since he couldn't call for help, Chen Beifeng could only handle it his own way. He stepped forward and looked directly at the two bodyguards who were blocking the door. Get out of the way. This matter has nothing to do with you, kid. You are just a lowly security guard. Just do your job well and don't cause trouble for yourself. When I put on this outfit, I will protect the safety of the entire brilliant mansion. I'll say one more word, get out of the way. Chapter 18 I will protect my woman. Laugh. The two bodyguards sneered and ignored him. Chen Beifeng became angry and pointed his finger at one of them, counting to 2 in his mind. Fall. The two bodyguards and Assistant Gao looked at Chen Beifeng's actions in confusion, but they didn't expect that the bodyguard who was pointed at fell to the ground and became motionless. Hiss, what's going on? Assistant Gao and the two clerks were so frightened that they retreated to the corner. Another security guard pointed at Chen Beifeng with wide eyes in horror. What did you do, kid? Humph, pour it for me too. Chen Beifeng didn't have time to argue with him. He stretched out his hand and pointed at him. The mosquito that was already on his neck bit it instantly, and the bodyguard followed in the footsteps of his companion. Stepping over the two fallen bodyguards, Chen Beifeng pushed open the door of Yang Qingqing's office and walked in. The scene inside made him feel relieved. A young man was sitting on the sofa opposite Yang Qingqing. He had his legs crossed and looked nonchalant. Yang Qingqing, sitting opposite him, had a face full of anger. Who the hell are you? Li Quan, how the hell are you guarding the door? Mr. Li, stop yelling. Your two lackeys have fallen asleep at the door. They are probably chatting with Duke Ju's daughter now. Only then did Chen Beifeng walk up to Yang Qingqing and look at her tenderly. Qingqing, are you okay? Yang Qingqing was stunned for a moment before she remembered their agreement, but she still couldn't get used to this address for a while. Where did you come from, you country bumpkin? Do you think you can call me Qingqing? Get out of here right now. Believe it or not, I will kill you. Li Ju jumped up arrogantly, pointed at Chen Beifeng and started to attack, but Chen Beifeng simply ignored him without even looking at him. This scene made Li Ju feel extremely humiliated that a security guard dared to ignore him. Okay, Li Ju, go away, and don't bother me anymore. This is my boyfriend, Chen Beifeng. Yang Qingqing stood up and took Chen Beifeng's arm. Chen Beifeng's body shook, and he felt the extremely smooth touch on his arm. The orchid fragrance coming from the goddess was in his nose, and his soul was about to float up. Qingqing, you should at least pretend to be more convincing. At least find a rich young man to show off. Who do you think will believe such a country bumpkin? I told you, his name is Chen Beifeng, he is my man, and we have been living together. By the way, it was thanks to your matchmaking that night that Beifeng and I got together. Yang Qingqing's words were even more brutal than the most bloodthirsty weapon. Young Master Li's eyes instantly turned red, and he stared at Chen Beifeng in disbelief. Asshole, it was you who ruined my good deeds that night. It was you who punched me. You are done. You are done, I tell you. Li Ju only now remembered that the light in the basement was a little dim. He was dragging the drugged Yang Qingqing to the car, but a man rushed up and punched Yang Qingqing and rescued her. At that time, I was so dizzy from the beating that I couldn't see the man clearly. So, the drugged Yang Qingqing and the little security guard. Thinking about how he almost got the goddess with all his efforts, but was snatched away by a small security guard, Li Ju felt so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. I have to thank Master Li for bringing Ching Cheng and I together. We are now living together. When the wedding banquet is held, you, the matchmaker, must come to support us. Of course, you have to prepare some money as a gift. I follow your mother. Li Ju rushed up and hit Chen Beifeng in the face with his emotions out of control, but unfortunately this guy was just a loser addicted to alcohol and sex. To Chen Beifeng, his action was just like a child's prank. He hugged the goddess's slender waist, took a step sideways and dodged, but Li Ju fell headfirst on the sofa. He also woke up at this time. With his physique, he was no match for the young security guard. Mr. Li. Mr. Li. At this time, two big men in suits and sunglasses walked in from outside the door. They were Li Ju's two bodyguards. However, the two bodyguards looked at Chen Beifeng with fear in their eyes, and after hesitating for a long time, they did not dare to come in. Li Quan, are you a piece of shit? Beat me. Beat me to death. I'll take the blame if you kill me. Mr. Li, why don't we just go? Bodyguard Li Quan's face turned red, and he hesitated at the door, not daring to come in. He looked at Chen Beifeng with fear in his eyes. WCNMD Li Quan, you don't want to live anymore, right? I can't even support you as much as a dog. My dog knows how to run in the front. Li Ju cursed extremely harshly, but Li Quan and the other man had no way to refute him. The two bodyguards looked at each other and could only bite the bullet and rush towards Chen Beifeng. Yang Qingcheng was still in Chen Beifeng's arms. Her expression suddenly changed when she saw this situation. Chen Beifeng hugged her slender waist tightly. Don't be afraid, Ching Cheng. I'll take care of everything. I'll protect my woman. Chen Beifeng looked indifferently at the two big men who rushed up and slowly raised his left hand. However, this slight movement frightened the two bodyguards so much that they stopped abruptly. The two big men stared at Chen Beifeng's outstretched finger in horror, fearing that the terrible scene would happen again. Young Master Li of Lisu was dumbfounded, and Yang Qingcheng in Chen Beifeng's arms was also dumbfounded. How could this scene be like a play? Could it be that the two bodyguards were in cahoots with Chen Beifeng? Li Quan. Get out of here when you get back. I won't pay you a penny of salary. Li Ju felt so ashamed at this moment that his bodyguard actually slapped him in the face, especially in front of the #1 goddess in Magic City. Li Ju's face turned red with shame, and his handsome old face was distorted because of anger. Let's die. Go. Li Quan and the other man looked at each other, mustered up their courage and rushed towards Chen Beifeng again, with a fearless expression on their faces. You still dare to come up? It seems that the lesson you gave me was not enough. Fall down. As Chen Beifeng finished speaking, Li Quan, who was in the front, fell to the ground headfirst. Due to inertia, he slid forward more than a meter, and was finally stopped by Chen Beifeng's foot. The other bodyguard stopped with a creak, and an unknown fear enveloped his face. He screamed in fear, turned around and ran out, shouting crazily, "Oh my God! I don't want to play anymore. I want to go home." In the huge office, you could hear a pin drop. Yang Qingcheng turned her head in shock to look at Chen Beifeng's profile. The two of them were still hugging each other, and they could feel each other's heartbeat. Li Ju next to him also calmed down completely, shrinking his neck and quietly retreating to the side. He had never seen such a weird scene in his life. At this moment, his mind kept emerging with the acupoint pressing and other kung fu and martial arts dramas. Maybe he had met a martial arts master today. Chen Beifeng was delighted at this moment. This anesthetic mosquito was so useful. It was definitely an invincible weapon for showing off. It seemed that he had to study these props more when he had nothing to do. Chapter 19 Gene Repair Ointment. Chen Beifeng turned his gaze to Li Ju, who was so frightened that he shuddered, screamed, turned around and ran out. He. Chen Beifeng chuckled, and immediately gave the system an order. A mosquito flew out of his pocket, quickly flew to Li Ju's neck and bit him. Magic City was about to have another eunuch. It was this bastard who drugged Yang Qingcheng in the first place. Although it ended up being a good thing for Chen Beifeng, how could he let a piece of trash always be obsessed with the woman he had chosen? This immediately cut off the root of his trouble. He didn't believe that this piece of trash could remove the sperm-killing drug provided by the system. Boss Yang, are you alright? Assistant Gao and two female clerks rushed in at this time. Seeing the two people hugging each other in the office, the three girls had strange looks on their faces. HMPH, Chen Beifeng, have you hugged me enough? Although Yang Qingcheng had many doubts in her mind, she still had to maintain her dignity in front of her subordinates. She glared at Chen Beifeng fiercely. Chen Beifeng smiled awkwardly, then reluctantly let go of the goddess's slender waist. He even put his hand to his nose and smelled it with enjoyment. This action made Yang Qingcheng's cold and pretty face turn red. At this time, the anesthesia time for Li Quan on the ground had expired, so he got up and rushed out, scaring the three girls at the door so much that they quickly dodged to their side. As a result, he was too anxious and bumped his head against the wall, causing his nose to bleed miserably. He didn't care about the injury on his nose, turned around and ran away, wishing his parents had given him 2 more legs. The 4 women looked at the scene in confusion, with 8 eyes locked on Chen Beifeng, especially the 2 Clark girls behind Assistant GAO, who stared at Chen Beifeng with infatuated looks and shining eyes. "It's okay, Assistant GAO, go out and work." Assistant GAO led the 2 girls away and closed the door before leaving. Only Chen Beifeng and Yang Qingcheng were left in the huge office. "Hee, Boss Yang, how did I perform today? I promise that grandson will never dare to bother you again. This time, I'll scare him out of his wits." "I hope so. What happened to Chen Beifeng just now?" Yang Qingcheng's sharp eyes were fixed on Chen Beifeng's face. Chen Beifeng had thought of an excuse long ago. The matter of the system was his biggest secret and he absolutely could not tell it to anyone. Har har. "Mr. Yang, everyone has to have some little secrets, right? This is my biggest secret, and I can only tell it to my wife." "Humph, who cares?" Yang Qingcheng's expression froze, and she sat back in her boss chair and ignored him. However, it was not difficult to tell from her expression that she was extremely satisfied with Chen Beifeng's performance today, and that the salary of 20,000 was really worth it. Hey, Boss Yang, I need to use the bathroom." Chen Beifeng's eyes rolled, and he directly opened the door of Yang Qingcheng's private bathroom and walked in. Yang Qingcheng was angrily trying to stop him, but the other person had already gone in and closed the door. System, extract props. Although he did not use the system's props this time, the system's products are absolutely top-notch, and he is looking forward to every new prop that appears. A familiar black hole appeared in the bathroom and a bottle fell out of it. Chen Beifeng picked it up and found that it was a small bottle of ointment. The gene repair ointment is the first generation of living gene medicine. It is extremely effective and can quickly stop bleeding and repair any wounds, scars or old injuries on the human body. It is the best medicine for traveling, exploring, marching and fighting. Medicine? Are you asking me to stop Assistant Gao's bleeding? Chen Beifeng was still very much looking forward to the medicines produced by the system, especially since the system deliberately emphasized their incredible effectiveness. After putting the ointment into his pocket, Chen Beifeng pushed open the door and walked out. "Boss Yang, I'll be leaving now if I'm fine. If you need anything, just send me a message and I'll be there at your service." Chen Beifeng smiled and waved at Yang Qingcheng, who was sitting in the boss chair. He glanced at her explosive figure, then reluctantly pushed the door and left. Chen Beifeng. Yang Qingcheng was the only one left in the office. She kept muttering Chen Beifeng's name subconsciously, and was still thinking about the strange scene that had just happened. Yang Qingcheng turned on the computer and called up the surveillance video in the office. She found the scene where the bodyguard fell down and observed it carefully. Unfortunately, no matter how good her eyesight was, she could not find the trace of a mosquito, especially since this mosquito was extremely fast and could not be found at all when flying. What's going on? What secrets does Chen Beifeng have? Yang Qingcheng tapped the table with her fingers, her beautiful brows furrowed. After Chen Beifeng left the office, he went straight to Assistant Gao's seat. The indifference in the eyes of Assistant Gao and the 2 clerks when they looked at him was gone. The mysterious and domineering side of Chen Beifeng just now left an extremely deep impression on the 3 girls. "Assistant Gao, let me see your wound." No need, it's just a minor wound. I have already disinfected it." Gao Jia's pretty face turned red. She was extremely uncomfortable being cared for and protected by a man. The elbow is the most active joint in the human arm. Once injured, it will basically leave scars that will never go away. I believe you should have noticed one thing: many people have scars on their joints. This is the result of being naughty when they fell down as a child and not paying attention. "Assistant Gao, let me take a look." I have a special medicine here that will ensure you don't get any scars. R. Scars? Gao Jia's face tightened. Chen Beifeng's words really hit the nail on the head. Which girl is not afraid of getting scars, especially on the elbows that are often exposed? If there are scars, it will be troublesome for her to wear short sleeves in the future. Sister Gao, please let him take a look. It would be troublesome if there is a scar. The clerk girl at the side also tried to persuade him, and Gao Jia nodded towards Chen Beifeng. Chen Beifeng took the chair handed to him by a girl and sat next to assistant Gao to check. Gao Jia rolled up her sleeves to her shoulders, revealing her scratched elbows. Her sleeves were torn and her white shirt was covered in blood. You're not treating it right. This kind of wound will leave a scar no matter how you treat it. Although the bleeding has stopped now, as long as you move your arm, it will inevitably affect the wound, and the scar will get bigger and bigger. R. What shall I do? Assistant Gao's face tightened and she was about to cry. Although she had a cold personality, she was very concerned about her appearance, otherwise she wouldn't dress so exquisitely and beautifully every day. Don't worry, I have a way. Chen Beifeng took out the bottle of gene repair ointment from the pocket of his security uniform. Assistant Gao's wound had already stopped bleeding and been disinfected, which made it easier for him to apply the ointment. I need a cotton swab and gauze. Please wait a moment. I'll go get the medicine box. A female clerk quickly brought a first aid kit. Most companies have this kind of stuff prepared, and Chen Beifeng's security room has more and more complete preparations. Chen Beifeng picked up the cotton swab and gently cleaned the blood on the wound again, then opened the ointment and applied it to her with the cotton swab. The three girls stared at the scene with their eyes wide open, especially assistant Gao, whose cheeks were flushed. She was originally very resistant to men, but at this moment Chen Beifeng was concentrating on applying medicine to her, and the expression on his face was so serious, it was estimated that no girl could get over this scene. Chapter 20, Heaven has never spared anyone. Chen Beifeng applied the medicine and stopped. When he raised his eyes, he saw a scene that he should not have seen. Gao Jia is wearing a white shirt today, with the hem of the shirt tucked into her hip skirt. This kind of outfit not only shows her white-collar temperament, but also highlights the woman's slim waist. Women with good figures will definitely get extra points by wearing this. Gao Jia's figure is undoubtedly very good. Her waist is so slender that it can be held with both hands, and her breasts are plump and very explosive. The most important thing is that a button on her chest is probably dropped when she fell. From Chen Beifeng's direction, the scenery is simply beautiful. A large area of the purple lace bra was exposed, and a deep ravine was seen, which made Chen Beifeng's head hot and his soul almost fell out. Is Chen Beifeng okay? Gao Jia just thought he was checking his wound, and asked in a low voice with a red face. Only then did Chen Beifeng withdrew his gaze awkwardly. Okay, he. Chen Beifeng laughed dryly and handed the ointment in his hand to Gao Jia. Assistant Gao, this is a special repair ointment that can quickly stop bleeding and repair any scars or old injuries. Take it home and apply it every day before going to work until your skin returns to normal. Can the scars left over from the past also be removed? Gao Jia looked at Chen Beifeng in shock, with a hint of hope on her pretty and cold face. That's natural. You have to store this ointment properly. Apply a little at a time. It can be used for a long time. How much is this ointment? Assistant Gao, it's really hurtful for you to ask for money. We are all employees under President Yang. Isn't it right for colleagues to help each other? I still have to go on patrol, bye. Chen Beifeng waved to the three girls and disappeared around the corner amid their strange looks. He, Assistant Gao, you didn't notice just now, didn't you? A button on your chest fell off, and the beautiful view exposed made someone's eyes pop out. R. Gao Jia looked down and screamed, then quickly pulled up the shirt that was bulging across her chest. Xiaoting, you damn girl, why didn't you remind me just now? The scene just now was so heartwarming. If I tell everyone about it, wouldn't it embarrass everyone? Besides, Chen Beifeng is so handsome and mysterious. It's okay to let him take a look. An assistant Gao, you only revealed a little bit. Gao Jia glared at her with a red face, then ran away holding his chest. Submit the task. During the lunch break, Chen Beifeng had time to submit today's tasks. Congratulations to their host for completing the mission. The mission score is 90 points.
90 points, not bad. Chen Beifeng opened the system's exchange interface.
He now had a total of 360 points of good and evil, and there were 6 exchangeable items on the exchange panel. 3 mosquitoes, a robot bird and an anesthetic virus are all exchanged for 10 points of good and evil, but only the gene repair ointment is exchanged for 1 bottle of good and evil. In the evening, Yang Qingcheng was going back to her parents' house to have dinner with them. Chen Beifeng sent her there and left. Before leaving, Yang Qingcheng specifically told her to wait for her notification and come to pick her up later. Seeing that it was still early, Chen Beifeng went straight to visit Yang Hanlan. This woman still had a task to complete, and he really felt sorry for this woman from the bottom of his heart. Unexpectedly, the moment he opened the door, he would see Ji Nishang again. Chen Beifeng admired this goddess with noble status, purity and cleanliness as if she were a fairy, and did not dare to have even a trace of blasphemous thoughts in his heart. "Brother Beifeng, you are here." Ji Nishang's voice was still as gentle, soft and pleasant as ever. Chen Beifeng put the food in his hand on the table. "Sister Nishang, I'm a little curious about how you found this place." Chen Beifeng looked at the innocent girl in front of him in surprise, opened the meal and handed it to Yang Hanlan, who was lying on the hospital bed. "Our family still has some power in the Magic City. It is very easy to investigate some things in the Magic City." Ji Nishang spoke casually, but the words in her words were extremely domineering. Chen Beifeng was secretly shocked and wondered in his heart, could this girl's family background be even more impressive than Yang Qingcheng's? Chen Beifeng held a bowl of soup and helped Yang Hanlan finish the food in front of her. Ji Nishang, who was standing by, watched the whole process with a smile on her face, her willow-like eyebrows curved in a very beautiful way. "Brother Beifeng, I'm going back now. See you next time." Ji Nishang did not say goodbye and leave until Yang Hanlan finished her meal. Looking at the girl's fairy-like figure, he always felt that this dirty world was not worthy of such a pure and clean girl. "Beifeng, I want to go home." "How are you, Miss Yang?" Chen Beifeng looked at Yang Hanlan lying on the hospital bed in surprise, only then did he realize that her eyes were so clear. "Actually, I just locked myself up. I don't dare to face the reality. I'm actually fine." Chen Beifeng had a stunned look on his face. If what happened to Yang Hanlan happened to anyone else, he probably wouldn't be able to bear it. This woman was already very strong. "Sister Yang, do you believe that good and evil will be rewarded in the end? I'll show you a video, but please control your emotions." Chen Beifeng took out his mobile phone and opened a video. In the video, a supercar was on fire with thick smoke coming out of it, and a young man was sitting in the driver's seat of the supercar. The raging fire and thick smoke awakened the man, and only then could Yang Hanlan see the man's appearance clearly. "Qi Xiao Qian. This is Qi Xiao Qian, a beast." Yang Hanlan suddenly lost control of her emotions, her eyes turned red in an instant, and her teeth were grinding. Chen Beifeng quickly paused the video and went forward to comfort her. "Sister Yang, calm down first. Don't you want to see the end of that demon with your own eyes?" "I want to see it, Beifeng, please." Yang Hanlan then sat back down, but her body was still shaking slightly because she was too excited, and her eyes were fixed on Chen Beifeng's phone. Chen Beifeng pressed the play button again. The fire in the supercar grew bigger and bigger, preventing many passers-by who wanted to lend a hand to rescue from getting forward. Qi Xiaoqian in the driver's seat was stuck and screamed in agony. The fire continued for several minutes, and Qi Xiaoqian's roar lasted less than 2 minutes before it stopped. The expression on Yang Hanlan's face was so relieved. She saw with her own eyes the devil who murdered her daughter and husband burned to death. This moment made it worth it for her to die immediately. God has his own way, and he never spares anyone. This is the fate that a demon deserves. If I could, I would like to save him and burn him to death hundreds of times. Sister Yang, can you let it go now? Wow. Thank you, Chen Beifeng. You are our family's great benefactor. If there is reincarnation, I, Yang Hanlan, swear to never enter reincarnation and just pray for your blessing. If there is an afterlife, I, Yang Hanlan, am willing to serve you as a beast for 9 lifetimes. Yang Hanlan raised her head while crying bitterly, and 2 bloody tears flowed from her eyes. This scene made Chen Beifeng's heart tremble violently, and a tear could not help but fall. Chapter 21: The current situation of the Yang family. After leaving Yang Hanlan's ward, Chen Beifeng secretly made a decision in his heart that he must rescue Yarn Hanlan's husband and reunite the couple. They are still young and have a long way to go in life. As long as they can forget the pain brought by their daughter's affairs, they may be able to have a happy ending in the future. Through the conversation just now, Chen Beifeng learned that the reason why Yarn Hanlan wandered to the Magic City was because she had an obsession in her heart that her man's prison was in the Magic City, so even after she went crazy, that obsession still quietly led her. Qin Bing, I will rescue you. I, Chen Beifeng, swear. Things have actually developed to the point where it is no longer a simple mission. Even if this mission has no good or evil value, he vows to resolve the matter perfectly. This is also his obsession. With a long sigh of relief, Chen Beifeng drove the Maserati straight to Yang Qingqing's parents' home. Fortunately, the car's information had been recorded, otherwise he would not even be able to enter the gate of the villa area. As soon as the car stopped at the door of the villa, Yang Qingqing walked out of the villa with a cold face, opened the car door and sat directly in the passenger seat. Walk. Chen Beifeng only felt the temperature in the car suddenly drop several degrees. The frost on Yang Qingqing's face almost froze him. He glanced at the figure behind the floor-to-ceiling window, then stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. Don't go home yet, I want to drink some wine. Chen Beifeng stared at Yang Qingqing blankly. This woman must have had another argument with her parents. The expression on her face said it all. Chen Beifeng parked the car on the roadside outside the gate of Green Lake Chindi Garden. There was a food stall near the community that did good business. Waiter, give me 10 grilled oysters, 10 lamb skewers, and 10 beef skewers. After diligently settling the goddess down, Chen Beifeng called the waiter and started taking orders. He knew exactly what to eat and what to order at this kind of food stall, and he didn't even need to look at the menu. If there are fewer people, order smaller portions and more varieties so that you can taste different flavors. There are only 2 of us. If you order the whole big plate of chicken, not only will you not be able to finish it, but you will also feel sick. Boss Yang, did you have another fight with your parents? Why don't you talk to me about it? You'll feel better after you talk about it. Chen Beifeng poured a glass of beer for Yang Qingqing, and Yang Qingqing actually picked it up and drank it in one gulp. The cup was half a bottle, and if she continued to drink like this, she would probably fall down before the food came. Chen Beifeng, why do my parents and family members value profit so much? In their eyes, profit is even more important than their daughter. They know what kind of character those dandy boys are, but they still force me into the fire pit. Why? Boss Yang, has the Yangfeng group reached the point where we have to sell our daughter? This is the general market environment now. Our Yang family started out as a physical business, and our businesses are basically real estate, electrical appliance manufacturing and investment. Influenced by the rigid thinking of the older generation, the Yang family simply cannot keep up with the pace of the times in today's internet age, and some of the industries they invested in have trapped their funds due to slow operations. Electrical appliance manufacturing is also being slowly abandoned by the market due to the lack of technological breakthroughs. The Yang family has been in a state of loss and slight profit in the past 10 years. My grandfather also noticed the shortcomings of the Yang family, so he let us young people take over the company, hoping that we can bring some new ideas to break through the existing situation. The next plan for our Yang family is to enter the internet. In this step, we are already behind others. It is difficult to gain a foothold in the internet without particularly strong technological advantages. So the older generation wanted to change the status quo through marriage, but they underestimated the greed of human nature. Those forces that are seeking marriage alliances are actually eyeing the fat piece of meat of our Yang family. Although the Yang family has fallen into decline, the physical industry it has accumulated is still a behemoth. Chen Beifeng nodded. The general situation here was not difficult to understand. Everyone in the Yang family wanted to develop in a better direction, but the older generation hoped to get on other people's boats through marriage, while Yang Qingqing, the helmsman, hoped to develop independently. This was a manifestation of age differentiation. Boss Yang, I support you. If you have any trouble, tell me and I will help you deal with it. When Chen Beifeng looked up, he saw the sadness on Yang Qingqing's beautiful and cold face. His heart ached and he grabbed her little hand for some unknown reason. Unexpectedly, the moment he came into contact with Yang Qingqing, the system's voice sounded again in his mind. Ding, congratulations to their host for triggering the mission. The kind-hearted Yang Qingqing has been isolated by her family because of her career setbacks. Please carry forward the good deeds and help her through this difficult time. When the host contacts Yang Qingcheng, he will get information about the difficulties she encountered. If you tell the host what you want, the system will provide props to support the host. Chen Beifeng's face was still in an extremely shocked expression, and countless images emerged in his mind. He found out all the reasons why Yang Qingcheng encountered difficulties, including some industrial problems encountered by Yang Feng Group and the layout of various industries. He originally wanted to check Yang Qingcheng's private affairs and see what she thought of him, but the system did not give him any idea of Yang Qingcheng's inner thoughts. What surprised Chen Beifeng was that even though the Yang Feng Group was in such a state, she still insisted on doing charity work, and she operated it all independently without any investment. Yang Feng Group has invested in and built more than a dozen nursing homes in Shanghai and several nearby provinces, providing free accommodation for lonely elderly people. Moreover, Yang Qingcheng attached great importance to these nursing homes and often went there in person to check on their operations. She had never reduced the amount of funds allocated to the nursing homes. However, recently, due to the influence of generational change, many young people from the Yang family have moved into the Yang Feng Group, and the flow of many funds has become very suspicious, but Yang Qingcheng can't find any reason. No wonder the system admits that Yang Qingcheng is kind. Although this woman appears to be cold on the surface, she is actually very kind on the inside. She is definitely dedicated to supporting the elderly. Probably because the people involved are too confused, Chen Beifeng immediately noticed a different problem from Yang Qingcheng's information, that is, there are problems with the young management invested by the Yang family. Have you touched enough? The cold words awakened Chen Beifeng from his deep thoughts. He smiled awkwardly and took his big hand away from Yang Qingcheng's hand. Before leaving, he played with it vigorously. He enjoyed the smooth touch very much. Humph, Chen Beifeng, although some bad things happened between us before, I was not in my right mind and you were drunk at that time, so it was just an accident. If you think that I, Yang Qingcheng, can capture my heart when I am weak, then you are thinking too much. You are just a fake boyfriend I hired, a little security guard. The chillness and icy words from Yang Qingcheng pierced into Chen Beifeng's heart like a bayonet. He had thought that his efforts during this period of time could improve the goddess's thinking, but now it seemed that it had always been wishful thinking on his part. Yang Qingcheng stood up and left, shaking her body. Her lonely back was so beautiful and cold, but Chen Beifeng's heart was hurt by her. Chapter 22, Got Slapped. R. Let me go. Chen Beifeng, save me. A terrified cry for help reached Chen Beifeng's ears, and Chen Beifeng regained consciousness instantly. He looked up and was immediately shocked by the scene in the distance. Four hooligans who looked like bad boys were dragging Yang Qingcheng into a dark alley nearby. Although there were many diners nearby, no one dared to step forward in the face of such a scene. Chen Beifeng's body shot out and rushed towards that direction. Yang Qingcheng had been dragged into the alley. Chen Beifeng's actions naturally could not be hidden from the four thugs. Two of them came up to him and surrounded him. Boy, it's not nice of you to monopolize such a hot girl. Let us help you train her. Roll. Chen Beifeng roared, crossed a distance of 2 meters in one step, and kicked a man in the chest. With his fast running and the strength of his legs, the gangster flew several meters away and hit the wall and fell down. The terrifying fighting power instantly shocked several people. The two gangsters inside let go of Yang Qingcheng and surrounded him with unfriendly expressions. One of them picked up a cement brick from the ground, and the other picked up an iron trash can, and without saying a word, they threw them at Chen Beifeng. Chen Beifeng, be careful. Chen Beifeng had just dodged the attacks of the two people, but forgot that there was a gangster next to him. He felt his head go dizzy and a hot current flowed down from the top of his head. When he turned around, he saw the gangster next to him holding a cement brick and looking at him viciously. Damn it, I got ripped off. An idea came to his mind, and Chen Beifeng became furious instantly. His eyes turned red. He waved his hand and threw out a black shadow. The black shadow let out a sharp scream, and the next second, blood burst out from the bodies of the 3 gangsters, as if some invisible creature was attacking the 3 people. R. Amidst miserable howls, the 3 thugs ran out of the alley in terror. Dozens of wounds appeared on their arms and thighs as they ran. Blood gushed out like crazy, and almost instantly the 3 of them turned into bloody men. The order Chen Beifeng gave to the robot bird was to take their lives, and the highly intelligent robot bird executed his order in this way.
Yang Qingcheng on the side was already frightened silly. Everything happened in a flash. It had only been less than a minute since she was forcibly dragged here by 4 people. But at this moment, Chen Beifeng rushed over to save him at the risk of his life, and his head was hit by a cement brick. The 4 thugs were attacked by something and turned into bloody people. This scene was beyond her cognition. Stop. Seeing that the 3 people had already run out of the alley and there were some diners watching outside, Chen Beifeng quickly ordered the robot bird to come back. Under Yang Qingcheng's shocked gaze, a black shadow fell into Chen Beifeng's hand and was put into his pocket by him. Boss Yang, go and settle the bill. Let's go home quickly. Ahhh. Okay. Yang Qingcheng ran to pay the bill in her high heels. Chen Beifeng's expression turned ruthless. He released mosquito number 2 again and gave each of the 3 hooligans who ran away a bite of sperm-killing virus. He even didn't let the one who fainted on the ground go. From now on, there will be 4 more eunuchs of the new era in the hooligans of Magic City. When Yang Qingcheng finished paying the bill, the Maserati stopped by the roadside in front of her with a roar. Hurry up and get in the car. Yang Qingcheng didn't dare to delay. She pulled the Maserati out of the car and rushed out, quickly disappearing in the food stall. Chen Beifeng, your head is still bleeding, let's go to the hospital. Yang Qingcheng grabbed a tissue from the car and pressed it on the back of Chen Beifeng's head, but the blood quickly soaked the tissue, so she quickly changed another tissue and continued to press. No, let's go back to your house first. I have medicine. Chen Beifeng didn't give Yang Qingcheng any chance to refuse. The Maserati turned a corner and rushed into the basement of Green Lake Garden. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening and the basement was very quiet. Chen Beifeng got out of the car and went straight to the elevator. Yang Qingcheng had no choice but to follow him. Chen Beifeng, listen to me and go to the hospital, okay? Your injuries are very serious. If you are not careful, you will be left with sequelae. Hee. I'm just a small security guard. My worthless life is not worth Mr. Yang's concern. You? Yang Qingcheng bit her lip, and her pair of eyes that looked like stars were instantly filled with a layer of mist. Chen Beifeng's heart stagnated, and the anger in his heart instantly disappeared. Neither of them spoke again until they entered Yang Qingcheng's house. Yang Qingcheng rushed into their house and found the medicine box. Chen Beifeng took advantage of her turning back to exchange it for a bottle of gene repair ointment. Chen Beifeng, if my previous words hurt you, I apologize to you. I'm sorry. Your injuries are very serious. I have limited medicine here. I only have some disinfectant iodine and gauze. We must go to the hospital. Boss Yang, what I said just now was a bit harsh. I have the best hemostatic medicine in the world. Please disinfect the back of my head and apply some on it. Chen Beifeng took off his shirt directly, revealing a well-fitted upper body. His solid muscles formed graceful lines, which were not exaggerated at all but still showed the masculine beauty of a man. Yang Qingcheng's expression froze, a blush rose on her cold and beautiful face, her eyes were vague and she didn't dare to look directly at him. Boss Yang, if you don't do something, I'm going to bleed to death. Chen Beifeng sat on the chair beside the dining table and turned his head to look at her helplessly. Ahhh. Okay. Yang Qingcheng showed a trace of embarrassment on her face, and then she picked up iodine and gauze to clean the wound on his head. Chen Beifeng, I can't stop the bleeding. There's a 2-centimeter wound on your head. What if the bone is injured? It's okay, Boss Yang, just apply this ointment. Yang Qingcheng took the ointment handed over by Chen Beifeng and found that there was no label on it. It was just a small glass bottle like a moisturizer. When opened, it contained milky white ointment. Is this possible? Yang Qingcheng was a little confused. This was obviously a 3-no product. How could this thing be applied on a wound? Trust me, Boss Yang. You'll know once you apply it. Yang Qingcheng had no choice but to take out a cotton swab, dipped it in some ointment and apply it to the wound. A magical scene appeared. The blood in the wound, which was still bleeding, coagulated directly the moment it came into contact with the ointment, and the bleeding stopped almost instantly. This. Yang Qingcheng stood there in shock. She looked at the 3-no product in her hand, then looked at the wound on Chen Beifeng's head. It took her a long time to react. She applied some ointment again until all the wounds were covered. The wound has stopped bleeding. Chen Beifeng, what kind of ointment is this? It's amazing. Gene repair ointment, a product of high-tech gene technology, can stop bleeding instantly and repair any scars or old injuries. What? Are you saying that scars left over from childhood can also be healed? Yes, it can repair any scar, and the effect is amazing. My injury looks serious, but it can be healed with just a little application, so I didn't go to the hospital. Do you think I don't take care of my body? I'm so young and I haven't even got married yet. Yang Qingcheng rolled her eyes at him speechlessly, but it was a pity that Chen Beifeng didn't get to appreciate that charming scene. Chen Beifeng, wait a moment. I'll help you clean the blood on your head and back first. Yang Qingcheng reached out and held down Chen Beifeng, who was about to get up, then turned around and went to the bathroom to get a hot water towel. The moment Yang Qingcheng's small hand touched his shoulder, Chen Beifeng instantly got goosebumps all over his body. Thinking that the goddess was about to wipe his body, he was so excited that he couldn't express it in words. Chapter 23. The goddess was teased. Yang Qingcheng fetched hot water and disposable towels, and first cleaned the blood on Chen Beifeng's back, and then carefully cleaned the blood on his head. Because of the obstruction of his hair, it was more troublesome to clean the blood on his head. Ahhh! Chen Beifeng, your wound has healed. This is so miraculous. Only then did Yang Qingcheng notice that the blood from the 2-centimeter wide wound on Chen Beifeng's head had already coagulated into a scar. It took so long? Hee. Chen Beifeng responded with a laugh with his eyes closed. Just now, the goddess helped him wipe his body, and the comfortable feeling made him feel extremely satisfied both physically and mentally. He was so comfortable that he felt a little drowsy. Half an hour later, Yang Qingcheng finally cleaned up all the blood. Seeing Chen Beifeng squinting his eyes in enjoyment, a blush instantly spread across her pretty face. Only then did she remember that she was wiping a man's body just now. Such an intimate action might not even be performed between lovers. Chen Beifeng, can you give me this ointment? Chen Beifeng turned his head and looked at the expectant eyes of the goddess in front of him. His heart moved and he remembered a cheesy love word. Qingcheng, as long as you want it, as long as I have it, I will give it all to you without reservation. Brush. Yang Qingcheng's pretty face turned red in an instant, and then she realized that she was teased by Chen Beifeng. She glanced at Chen Beifeng with a cold face and cold eyes, snorted coldly, picked up the ointment and went into her room. Hee. The brick I took today was not in vain. Not only did the goddess help me wipe my body for half an hour, but I guess this scene today should have raised my status in the goddess' heart again. Today was the first time that Chen Beifeng lived in Yang Qingcheng's house. Thinking of the goddess lying on the bed next to him, he felt a little dizzy. Ding, congratulations to their host for completing the mission of punishing the Avilders. This mission is rated 90 points. Chen Beifeng was stunned for a long time before he remembered the fight he had just had with the 4 thugs. System, do I not need to apply for and submit this task? This mission is passively triggered by the host, so there is no need to actively submit it. Hee. I got another 90 points. It seems that the 10 points deducted were because of my injury. In the room just across the wall, goddess Yang Qingcheng was sitting on the bed in a nightgown, with one of her long, white jade legs stretched out. She was carefully applying ointment on her knees. A closer look revealed a scar the size of a fingernail on her knee, which was caused by her falling while playing as a child. In fact, many people have this situation, and the knee joint is the most likely place to get scars. After applying the ointment, the goddess lay on the bed and recalled what happened today. Chen Beifeng's figure became more and more mysterious in her mind. In the morning, he stretched out his hand and knocked down Li Ju's bodyguard for no reason, and there was also a black shadow that flew out of his hand just now. Although the vision was not good at night, she was so close that she naturally saw that it was a living bird-like thing. There was also the strange scene with Ning Muqiang before. All of this proved Chen Beifeng's power and mystery. What secrets does this little security guard have? With a lot of doubts in her mind, Yang Qingcheng lay down and closed her eyes. Chen Beifeng had a dream at night. In the dream, Yang Qingcheng was moved by his tenderness. The two held a wedding in the presence of their relatives. After the marriage, they lived a shameless and happy sex life. Ahhh! A scream woke Chen Beifeng from his sweet dream. Chen Beifeng's body shuddered suddenly, and he got up and ran to Yang Qingcheng's room. He pushed the door of her room and found that it was not locked. The moment he opened the door, they both froze in place. Yang Qingcheng was sitting on the bed in her nightgown, her long legs gracefully bent. The goddess had a look of shock on her face at this moment, because the intrusion of Chen Beifeng instantly filled her with a chilling chill. Especially since Chen Beifeng rushed over without any clothes on, wearing only a pair of boxer briefs, which were so bulging that Yang Qingcheng was too ashamed to look at him. "Chen Beifeng, get out!" Yang Qingcheng grabbed the quilt to cover herself in panic, grabbed an alarm clock on the bedside table and threw it at him. This scene seemed to have returned to the beginning. The scene after that night was so similar to the present. Chen Beifeng caught the alarm clock that was thrown at him, and walked out with an embarrassed expression. Before leaving, he did not forget to give the goddess on the bed a fierce look. In just a moment, he had seen a lot of her beauty. The goddess is wearing pink underwear today. I didn't expect that such a cool goddess also has a girlish heart. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Yang Qingcheng came out from under the quilt with a red face. The first thing she did when she woke up was to check the scar on her knee. The scar, which was not very obvious to begin with, disappeared overnight. She couldn't find it after searching for a long time. Her skin, as white as jade, had no flaw at all. She screamed excitedly, but she didn't know that she had attracted a pervert. Chen Beifeng's expression with his eyes almost popping out made her angry when she thought about it. Asshole, he took all the advantage. After cursing, Yang Qingcheng got up and put on his clothes. When he finished dressing and walked out of the room, Chen Beifeng had already prepared a hot breakfast. Yang Qingcheng glared at him coldly before sitting down to enjoy her breakfast. Today Chen Beifeng made fresh meat wontons, which are called wontons in the south. A mouthful of wontons in the morning can warm you up for the whole morning. The deliciousness of chopped green onions and meat, coupled with the tender and smooth dough, paired with the seaweed, dried shrimp and chopped green onion soup, makes it extremely refreshing and delicious. I want to eat porridge tomorrow. I haven't eaten rice porridge for a long time. Okay, goddess, what kind of porridge do you want to eat? Millet porridge, rice porridge, treasure porridge, preserved egg, lean meat porridge, seafood porridge. As soon as Chen Beifeng opened his mouth, he listed more than 20 names of porridge like a crosstalk, which made the goddess stunned. Can you do all of those? Of course. In fact, cooking is the same no matter how you cook it. Once you understand it, it's all the same. Then let's have century egg and lean meat porridge. Since the goddess ordered the food, Chen Beifeng naturally took it to heart and took the time to buy some preserved eggs. However, he had a very important thing to do tonight, which was to accompany the goddess to a business district party. System, my mission for Yang Qingcheng is to help her expand the Yangfeng group and get out of her current predicament. Please give me some props that can create commercial value. As you wish, the props for this mission have been prepared, and the host can pick them up at any time. After taking a look at the goddess with a cold face sitting in the passenger seat, Chen Beifeng gave up his curiosity and wanted to take the props. Chen Beifeng, where did you get that ointment? Why is there no trademark or manufacturer on it? Har har. I own that exclusively. There's no other one like it in the whole world. Of course, unless there is a second person in the world who possesses the system, Chen Beifeng muttered in his heart. So, can this ointment be mass-produced? Yang Qingcheng's eyes lit up and she looked towards the driver's seat with some anticipation. It's impossible to make a large batch, but it's not a problem to make a small batch of dozens of bottles a week. What? Mr. Yang, do you want to make money from this? Chapter 24 I Will Love My Woman. Yes, this ointment is absolutely a miracle product. The scars left by my fall when I was a child disappeared overnight. If used properly, this ointment can definitely create countless value. Chen Beifeng, turn your head so I can see the injury on your head. Yang Qingcheng seemed to remember something when she said this. She parted Chen Beifeng's hair and took a look. She immediately took a breath of cold air, and then a hint of ecstasy surged to her brows. Oh my god! It's amazing. There's only a faint white mark left on your head. This is the injury from being hit by a brick last night. Boss Yang, there's no need for you to recall last night's embarrassing incident for me. Having your head hacked open is not an honorable thing. Can we just forget about it from now on? Chen Beifeng, can you give me the distribution rights of the ointment? You provide the ointment, and I will provide everything else. We will split the profits 50-50. These ointments can definitely be sold at a price beyond your imagination after my operation. Since the quantity cannot keep up,
then we will go for the high-end route. Oh? I wonder how much you plan to price this thing per bottle. 100,000. Gar. Chen Beifeng slammed the brakes and stopped the car in the middle of the aisle of the brilliant building, looking at Yang Qingcheng in the passenger seat with a shocked expression. How much? 100,000 per bottle is just a conservative estimate. It requires a lot of capital from me in the early stages. You should understand that everything is difficult at the beginning. Fuck. It's done. Mr. Yang, whether I can buy a house in the Magic City and marry a beautiful wife in the future depends on you. Look at your behavior. Send me a few bottles for testing first. The process for this kind of product that has both pharmaceutical and beauty effects is very complicated. I need to have a lot of connections to do it. Okay, I'll deliver it to you when I patrol to your company. The price Yang Qingcheng mentioned made Chen Beifeng so excited that he went crazy. Naturally, Chen Beifeng had no doubts about the business sense of Yander's president. If she said it would be sold for 100,000, then it would definitely not be sold for 90,000. He seemed to see a beautiful and happy life waving at him. The legendary story of a loser counterattacking a tall, rich and handsome man, winning the heart of a beautiful and wealthy woman, and embarking on the peak of his life was about to happen to him. When Yang Qingcheng got off the car, she specifically reminded him of the evening banquet. After get off work that night, the two of them would go home to change clothes and then attend the party in the Shanghai business district together. The incident with the ointment made Chen Beifeng fully realize the value of the system. If a bottle of ointment with one good or evil value was sold for 100,000, he would instantly become a billionaire. For a poor loser who had been poor for more than 20 years, this was simply a step across the class and a height that others could never reach in several lifetimes. Changing into security uniforms, clocking in for work, training, meetings, and patrolling, it's the same old routine every day, and this is also the daily routine of countless ordinary people. At around 10 o'clock in the morning, Chen Beifeng patrolled to the Yangfeng group on the 16th floor. As soon as he arrived at the door of Yang Qingcheng's office, he saw the open office door and 3 senior assistants standing outside with nervous expressions. What happened to Assistant GAO? Chen Beifeng frowned and asked as he smelled the smell of cigarettes coming from the office. He remembered that Yang Qingcheng hated the smell of cigarettes the most. It's President Yang's family that came over. There are her father, second uncle, third uncle, and several cousins. They are arguing inside because of some differences of opinion. Assistant GAO explained to Chen Beifeng in a low voice with a cold face, anger surging in his eyes. The quarreling sound coming from the office made Chen Beifeng frown. He wanted to go in and stand in front of the goddess, but everyone in there was her family, so what would it mean if he went in? Chen Beifeng, they insist on forcing President Yang to marry. You are so capable, can you please think of a solution? Assistant GAO looked at Chen Beifeng helplessly, with a pleading look in his eyes. Marriage. Chen Beifeng's face turned dark, and a huge rage burst out in his heart. Yang Qingcheng was the woman he had chosen, and he had won her all. These bastards were trying to steal his girl. Chen Beifeng thought for a moment. He had learned from Yang Qingcheng's narration that her second uncle, third uncle, and her father had very big differences of opinion. Each of them had his own little thoughts, and the partners of the marriage were all chosen from forces with which they had good relations. A bunch of evil spirits have gathered together with an arrogant appearance. I will help you. Chen Beifeng sneered, turned around and ran into the bathroom of Yangfeng Group, closed the toilet lid, sat on it and started playing with his mobile phone. The huge office was filled with smoke. Yang Qingcheng looked sternly at the 3 middle-aged men sitting on the sofa and smoking. These were her blood relatives, but now they were going to use themselves to exchange for the interests of the family. Even the group of young people sitting next to her were her cousins, but no one stepped forward to speak for her. Was the family's decline caused by me? It had nothing to do with me, so why should I sacrifice myself for all of them? A touch of sadness surged in Yang Qingcheng's heart, and her star-like eyes were instantly filled with a layer of mist. At this moment, President Yang was so helpless. This scene made Chen Beifeng in the bathroom feel murderous. This was the woman he had chosen, how could she be bullied like this? Bite. Yang Qingcheng's cell phone rang. She was not in the mood to look at it, but in order to hide the mist in her eyes, she deliberately lowered her head. A line of words that popped up on the phone surprised her. I will take care of my woman. She will never be bullied, even by her closest relatives. You can ask her some sharp questions. The sharper the better. They will not tell a single lie within 10 minutes. Yang Xingcheng was stunned for a moment, and the strange scene with Ning Muqiang suddenly popped up in her mind. Xingcheng, what's wrong with your office? Don't you even know how to clean up the mosquitoes? Yang Xingcheng's second uncle Yang Guoping scratched his neck in dissatisfaction, and the third uncle Yang Guoshuan also scratched his neck with a frown. Yang Xingcheng's heart moved and he slowly spoke. Uncle, can you tell me the real purpose of the marriage alliance with the Ning family? Of course, the land in the western suburbs is the one that the Ning family is marrying into. That land was originally a trap designed by the Ning family to trap the last of my Yang family's funds. We will split the profits 40% to 60% at that time. The Yang family has been in decline and has been making losses for the past 10 years. Now is the time to consider taking the money and leaving. With this money, I will go out and work on my own. Who would want to keep losing money with you guys? No. That's not the case, that's not what I said just now. The office suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. More than a dozen people were stunned by the scene. Yang Xingcheng also opened her mouth and widened her eyes. Her cute appearance made Chen Beifeng, who was in the bathroom, feel hot in his heart. Second Uncle Yang's family raised you and let you enjoy all the glory and wealth. Is this how you treat our Yang family? Yang Xingcheng asked another sharp question with a strange expression. That damn old man is extremely biased. He first gave the CEO position to the eldest brother, and then gave it to you. How can a little girl like you run a company? You and your daughter must be busy making money, otherwise how could the company continue to make losses? Chapter 25, Helping the Goddess Vent Her Anger. Then, what would you do if your second uncle asked you to take over the company? Yang Xingcheng's question was like a killing sword. Yang Guoping blushed and didn't want to say it, but when he opened his mouth, he spoke from the bottom of his heart. If I take over the company, I will definitely work hard to make money. I don't care whether you live or die. By then, I will arrange important positions for my son and daughter. Within 3 years, we can take over the company. When the time comes, we will just run away with the money, and we won't care who dies. There is a ghost. There is a ghost. Yang Guoping screamed in fear and ran outside. The 2 young men and 2 women chased after him with dark faces. The scene was too weird. Yang Xingcheng's father, Uncle San, was still shocked and didn't react. It was not until Yang Guoping rushed to the office door that Yang Xingcheng's father stood up with a roar. Yang Guoping, you bastard! I will report this to the old man. Are you still a human being? You beast! The third brother, Yang Guoshuan, who was standing aside, also had an extremely ugly expression, with a dark face, and remained silent. Yang Xingcheng looked at her third uncle and asked a question that shocked everyone. Uncle San, do you think what Uncle Er said is right? Of course. That's right. Although the second brother is a little stupid, his idea is still very much to my liking. It's just that his method is a little too gentle. Then, I wonder what method you used, Uncle San. Yang Xingcheng glanced at the surveillance camera on the wall and she was sure that the surveillance camera was definitely not broken today. How can a man who does great things have a soft heart? In my eyes, family affection and nieces are just bargaining chips for gaining benefits. I colluded with the Li family and put an aphrodisiac in your cup during the last meeting. I wanted to make Li Ju a fait accompli with you first, and then control the entire Yangfeng International through marriage with the Li family. When the time comes, I will kick all of you out. With the powerful official influence of the Li family, I can definitely make the Yangfeng group bigger and stronger. But that idiot Li Ju can even let a cooked duck fly away, so I plan to find another opportunity to tie you up and send you to him. Although I gave half of the profits to the Li family, I got many times more than what I have now. Dad, what are you talking about? Are you crazy? A young man stepped forward and covered Yang Guoshuan's mouth, and the other 2 young men also controlled him with terrified expressions, preventing him from saying another word. Yang Guoshuan, I'm going to beat you to death, you beast. You even framed my own niece, you're worse than a beast. Yang Guofeng rushed forward madly and punched Yang Guoshuan's old face. The young man next to him quickly reached out to separate them, and their whole office instantly became a chaos like a vegetable market. Yang Xingcheng sat back in her seat, turned on the computer and directly retrieved the surveillance video. The surveillance camera in her office was a 4K ultra-clear camera worth tens of thousands of yuan, and it recorded all the scenes just now without missing a single detail. Looking at the chaos in front of her, Yang Qingcheng felt extremely relieved, and suddenly a simple and handsome face appeared in her mind. Hee, we're done. Chen Beifeng happily put away his phone and opened the bathroom door. After inspecting the fire and safety hazards on the 16th floor, he hummed a little tune and came to Yang Qingcheng's office. Chen Beifeng, all the people from the Yang family left just now, and they seemed to have fought. When Assistant GAO saw Chen Beifeng, she quickly told him the development of the matter. However, what she didn't know was that the mastermind behind all this was right in front of her. It would be better if we left. You guys go ahead and do your work. I'll go in and see Boss Yang. Wait, Chen Beifeng, your ointment is really useful. Thank you. I will treat you to a meal if I have the chance. Assistant GAO lifted up his sleeves, revealing the elbow that was injured yesterday. It was smooth and white like jade, without a trace of scar. Chen Beifeng's eyes lit up and he walked forward, grabbed her arm and started caressing it. His blatant taking advantage of her made Assistant GAO blush instantly. It really didn't leave any scars. It healed in one day without leaving any scars. The effect is really great. Chen Beifeng, let me go first. Assistant GAO blushed as she broke free from Chen Beifeng's hands and quickly buttoned up her sleeves. Seeing this scene, the two clerks at the side covered their mouths and laughed. Assistant GAO, you must keep the ointment well. If you have any abrasions in the future, just apply it and it will heal immediately. Well, thank you, Chen Beifeng. When are you free? I would like to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. Dinner? I have time tomorrow. I think the couple's restaurant downstairs is pretty good. Assistant GAO, why don't you book there? We can contact each other on WeChat then. Chen Beifeng left a word and walked into Yang Qingcheng's office, leaving Assistant GAO with a messy expression on his face. He. This is the first time I find this little security guard quite interesting. Assistant GAO, you must seize this opportunity. Maybe you two can both find your partner. Xiaoting, you're going to die. Hurry up and get a job. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll deduct your salary. Assistant GAO blushed and started to scold with a stern face, and the two Clark girls then sat back in their seats laughing. Chen Beifeng, how did you do it? When Yang Qingcheng saw Chen Beifeng come in, she walked straight up to him and stared at his face. Is Qingcheng relieved by the scene just now? Don't ask me how she did it. I can't answer you. Let's talk about something else. You, Humph, let's talk about something else. What does your message mean? Yang Qingcheng glared at him with a stern face, and her face once again showed the demeanor of an icy female president. What message? Don't fool me. What do you mean by my woman? What is the relationship between you and me? You are just an employee I hired and you get paid by me every month. There is no other relationship between us. I hope you can see your position clearly. Har. Don't worry, Mr. Yang. I saw it clearly. I just said it because I felt bad when I saw you being bullied. By the way, I brought the ointment, you can use it yourself, you are good at business matters anyway, I will definitely not interfere. Chen Beifeng smiled and changed the subject. It was certain that he would not be able to win the heart of this cold goddess in a short time. Anyway, he was not in a hurry. With time, he would be able to warm her heart. After all, he was so close to her. You can be arrogant now, but I will spank you every day later. Yang Qingcheng took the 5 bottles of gene repair ointment he handed over, a look of deep interest on her face. Can Chen Beifeng's ointment be copied? We must first apply for a patent to confirm sole ownership before we can go through the formal process. Boss Yang, don't worry. This ointment may look ordinary, but it is actually a product of high technology. It contains active genetic nanomicroorganisms that can't be copied by the technology in this world. That's easier to handle. At least we don't have to worry about others copying the ointment once it becomes popular. Har, Boss Yang, you are too happy too early. Listen to my conditions first and then we can talk about the future. Chen Beifeng sat on the sofa with his legs crossed. Yang Qingcheng was stunned and her face returned to its cold look. Chapter 26, Fairy Falls to Earth. I have no objection to a 50-50 split, and I don't mind giving you the exclusive ownership of the ointment. I can even put your name on the patent. I only have one opinion, and that is that the Yang family should not be allowed to get involved. You are you, and the Yang family is the Yang family. You are two completely different things. I haven't thought about this before, but after seeing the true face of the Yang family today, do you think I still dare to cooperate with the Yang family? Is a person who can drug his own niece and even kidnap her to be insulted still a human being? Is there anything he can't do? You mean for me to work with you independently? That's right. I only recognize you. I won't recognize anyone from the Yang family, including your parents. Yang Qingcheng lowered her head and pondered. Her original intention was to use the connections and platform of Yang Feng Group to directly drive the takeoff of the ointment. But what Chen Beifeng said made sense. The Yang family was indeed too corrupt and decadent. She herself even looked down on the faces of those people. Okay, I promise you, I have some savings, and I plan to invest them all in the initial promotion of the ointment. I will use my own funds to create a separate brand for the ointment company and ensure that no one other than me and the Yang family can participate. Har 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 har, it's a pleasure to work with you, President Yang. Yang Qingcheng stretched out her hand and shook hands with Chen Beifeng, but she didn't expect Chen Beifeng to grab her hand and not let it go. His fingers gently stroked the back of her white and tender hand. Yang Qingcheng was immediately furious and shouted, "Chen Beifeng!" Only then did Chen Beifeng reluctantly let go of her little hand, turned around and left the office. Yang Qingcheng sat alone in the boss chair and fell into deep thought. She had absolute confidence that Chen Beifeng's ointment could create a beauty myth, but she still lacked someone she could confide in to organize the overall situation. She had no intention of using anyone from the Yang family. Today she had completely seen through the true colors of these people. "Assistant GAO, come in for a moment." After thinking it over again and again, Yang Qingcheng set her sights on GAO Jia, but the ointment company was a new company and she could not give the other party any guarantees, so whether to go or not depended entirely on GAO Jia's own wishes. "Boss Yang, are you talking about the ointment that Chen Beifeng used?" GAO Jia's eyes lit up and an expression of interest appeared on her face. As a workplace elite, how could she not notice the commercial value of the ointment? "That's right, Chen Beifeng and I will split the profits 50-50. If you join us, I'll give you a stake. Chen Beifeng only provides the ointment, I will provide all the funds, and you will be the big boss in charge of the overall situation." "Boss Yang, needless to say, I agree." Yang Qingcheng was slightly stunned, with a somewhat surprised expression. In her opinion, GAO Jia should think carefully before making a decision. "It's a pleasure to work with you." The two cool goddesses held hands together, and the shape of a huge business empire began to take shape. After get-off work in the evening, Chen Beifeng returned home with his goddess Yang Qingcheng. As soon as they entered the house, Yang Qingcheng went into the room. Chen Beifeng also began to wash and dress himself. Tonight was of great significance to him. Not only was it his first time to step onto the stage of the upper-class society in Shanghai, he would also face countless difficulties and challenges. Life and death, success or failure would all depend on this night. Suits, ties and bow-tie evening gowns are indeed suitable for formal occasions, but Chen Beifeng felt that wearing them like that would be too pretentious, so he just bought a casual suit, which is not only relaxed and generous in formal occasions, but more importantly, it doesn't look so pretentious. Looking at his handsome self in the mirror, Chen Beifeng nodded with satisfaction. "I look no worse than a celebrity." After an anxious wait, the door of the goddess room finally opened. The moment Yang Qingcheng stepped out of the room, Chen Beifeng felt that the world froze at this moment. The lavender dress made Yang Qingcheng look both noble and cool. Her pink arms were covered with white lace gloves, revealing shoulders that were round and smooth like white jade. The half-hidden and half-exposed ravines on her chest sucked Chen Beifeng's soul in. She wore a thin platinum necklace with a pendant hanging in the position that all men dream of. The goddess's face does not need any extra embellishment. Even light makeup is enough to make her stunningly beautiful. Her long earrings are parallel to her swan-like neck, and her long hair is simply tied behind her head with a ribbon. She was holding a small Chanel handbag, probably containing a cell phone and makeup products. "You are so beautiful that you can seduce everyone. Only when a fairy descends to the mortal world can I see your peerless beauty. Qingcheng, you are my ultimate goal." Yang Qingcheng rolled her eyes at him with a cold face. She could hardly bear Chen Beifeng's infatuated and amazed expression and fiery eyes. "It's getting late, let's go." Yang Qingcheng looked at Chen Beifeng's outfit and nodded with satisfaction.
Chen Beifeng was simply a standard clothes hanger. No matter what he wore, he could charm many girls. Of course, the prerequisite was to put aside his identity as a security guard. Yang Qingcheng gently took Chen Beifeng's arm. She looked down at Chen Beifeng's wrist, frowned, and returned to the room. When she came out again, she was holding a watch in her hand. Women wear bags and men wear watches. It is standard for everyone to have a watch in formal occasions. Qingcheng, is this for me? Chen Beifeng was a little excited. This was the first time the goddess gave him a gift. A 3 million Patek Philippe, you're overthinking it. This is the watch my father forgot last time he came here, so I'm lending it to you to keep you entertained. 3 million. Chen Beifeng's face turned dark and he wanted to take off the watch he had just put on. If it got broken, even if he cut it into pieces and sold them, it wouldn't be enough to compensate. Wealth and accessories are only embellishments that enhance a person's temperament. True temperament comes from the heart. I hope you can put aside your identity and perspective as a security guard tonight and try not to embarrass me too much. The goddess words made Chen Beifeng stop what he was doing. When he raised his head again, his face was full of confidence. Maybe the ones I'm facing tonight are all the richest guys in Shanghai, but I have cheats. Sooner or later, all of you will be trampled under my feet. The venue of tonight's banquet is actually not far from the brilliant building. Chen Beifeng was stunned when he heard the location, because it is in a space hotel more than 200 meters above the ground, which is the most famous pearl building in Magic City. Under the guidance of the security guard, Chen Beifeng parked the Maserati in the parking space. He thought that Maserati was a luxury car, but he didn't expect that any car around would beat their car. Don't worry about those luxury cars. The truly wealthy don't need these things to adorn themselves. Just rely on those ointments and you will be able to own them soon too. Har, then I'll take your good words. The host of tonight's banquet is the real giant in Magic City. If you encounter anyone from their family, you must not provoke them, otherwise no one can save you. Our family forces may seem powerful, but in fact they are nothing in front of those true overlords. With just one word from them, our Yang family may cease to exist. They are a family that has existed in the Magic City for hundreds of years, and their connections, wealth and background are beyond your imagination. Is it so awesome? Chen Beifeng widened his eyes. He couldn't imagine how terrifying such a noble family was. Could it be that they all had 2 noses and 4 eyes? Chapter 27: The Desire for Power. As Chen Beifeng stepped out of the elevator, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. There were 2 rows of reception girls in Cheongsam, totaling 50 or 60 people. On both sides of the girls stood the same number of men in suits, all wearing headsets and with bulges around their waists. Yang Qingcheng was no longer surprised by this. She took Chen Beifeng's arm expressionlessly and signed to verify her identity under the guidance of a receptionist. Even Chen Beifeng registered his information. Don't be surprised. Tonight, at least 8 people from the business and political circles of the entire Magic City will come to the 8th floor. In addition, there will be some musicians and celebrities. The host will naturally take protective measures. This is responsible for everyone. If anyone causes trouble inside, they will be carried away in less than a minute. Did you see the guns on the waists of those bodyguards? They are all real guns. Gun? Can ordinary people also have guns? Of course ordinary people can't do that. Chen Beifeng was a little speechless, which meant that these people were not ordinary people. The receptionist sent the 2 to a gate and then bowed and left. Chen Beifeng took a look inside and saw that there were already quite a few people in the hall of over 1,000 square meters. The decoration inside the hall was mainly red, with a luxurious feel. At first glance, they are all dressed in suits and long skirts. Everyone has a glass of wine or a drink in their hands. 3 or 5 people gather together to chat and laugh. It is not much different from what is shown on TV. You can move freely in this hall. There are some VIP rooms around the hall. They are filled with some big shots who are not convenient to show up. Remember not to go to those places. You can enjoy the drinks and food here at will. Now is your free time. The host of the banquet will come out to give a speech later, and then there will be a dance party. That will be your time to perform. Dancing? I can't do it. Waltz is very simple. I will teach you when the time comes. Your job is to act as a shield and not let those playboys bother me. Okay, you are free to move around.
I need to go say hello to my acquaintances. This banquet is also the best occasion to build closer relationships and promote cooperation. Yang Qingcheng left slowly after saying a few words. Chen Beifeng glanced at her graceful figure reluctantly. Yang Qingcheng's temperament and appearance were the most outstanding in the entire venue. She attracted the attention of countless men wherever she went. Chen Beifeng took a glass of red wine from the wine tower and walked around the venue but didn't see anyone he knew, so naturally no one would talk to him. After finding a secluded corner, Chen Beifeng just watched Yang Qingcheng wandering among the noble ladies and wealthy businessmen from afar. They would exchange business cards with others from time to time, and compared to them, Chen Beifeng was just like a country bumpkin who came to the city. Chen Beifeng looked at the crowd in the venue expressionlessly, and for the first time, he felt an immense desire for wealth and power in his heart. I, Chen Beifeng, will definitely be above all of you. After being bored for half an hour, I finally saw someone I knew, but he was an unfriendly person. Ning Muqian, the first one who was turned into a eunuch by himself, looked extremely pretentious in his flashy white suit. He was followed by several young men of similar age. As soon as they entered the room, their eyes wandered to the beauties in their hall. In less than 2 minutes, another familiar face came in. It was Li Ju, whom he had turned into a eunuch yesterday. Li Ju and Ning Muqiang and others gathered together and were talking about something. Chen Beifeng had a weird expression when he saw this scene. These two guys were both infected with sperm-killing viruses by themselves. Logically, their time has come and they should be brothers in distress now. But who knows what kind of sparks will be created when the two guys meet. A lot of people came in one after another, and Chen Beifeng found many familiar faces, all of whom were familiar faces on TV. These beautiful stars were all dressed up beautifully. Before they knew it, hundreds of people had gathered in their hall. The music in their hall suddenly stopped, and a beam of light converged on the central stage. A middle-aged man with luxurious clothes and extraordinary aura walked onto the stage and picked up the microphone. The entire venue suddenly became so quiet that only the sound of breathing could be heard around him. Everyone, please come and join the Magic City Spring Chamber of Commerce hosted by my G family. I hope everyone can gain what they want from this gathering. The prosperity of the business community cannot be separated from the support of all the elites present here. Creating a healthy business environment is a rule that all of us must abide by. As usual, my G family organized a small-scale auction to liven up the event, and all the items were provided by some friends in their hall. Everyone is free to bid, and we will donate all the proceeds from the auction to the people in the disaster area. Then the middle-aged man left the stage and an old man came on stage to act as the auctioneer. Chen Beifeng was a little confused. The plot was too old-fashioned. He had seen too many Hong Kong films before. It seemed that most movies were based on life. The first lot of this auction is an apple green jade bracelet provided by Mr. Wan Laifu of Howlin Heavy Industry. The starting price is 1 yuan. You can bid as you like. There is no limit to the size of the good deeds. I hope everyone will bid according to their ability. Chen Beifeng looked at Yang Qingcheng in the distance, and seeing that there was no one beside her, he walked towards her. Anyway, he was at the back and no one noticed him. Qingcheng, when will this party end? What? Are you anxious? This is so fucking boring. I might as well just stay at home and lie in bed and scroll through my phone. Just as Chen Beifeng was chatting with Yang Qingcheng, several sharp glances swept over, especially from Ning Muqiang and Li Ju. The murderous intent in their eyes was so obvious that even a fool could see it. Although Ning Muqiang looks bright and handsome now, he has actually been living a life of hell these days. Ever since the conflict with Chen Beifeng in the brilliant building that day, he has been devastated since he returned. He used to love women, but now he feels disgusted when he thinks of women, let alone getting close to them. After a detailed examination at the hospital, the doctor said that he had a very rare disease called necrospermia. Not only would he continue to be impotent, but he would even feel disgusted when seeing women. Although Li Ju did not go to their hospital for a checkup, he also realized that something was wrong with his body. When he got up this morning, he asked the student girl he kept to play some musical instruments and sing for a long time, but there was no reaction at all. This situation troubled him for the entire day, and the shadow of impotence hung over his head like a dark cloud. He was already in a bad mood, and when he saw the embarrassing security guard standing next to Yang Qingcheng, the rage in his heart instantly reached his forehead. What's wrong, Master Li?
The boy next to Yang Qingcheng looks a little unfamiliar. I wonder which family he is from. A yellow-haired young man beside Li Ju has been paying attention to Li Ju's expression. You bastard, this country bastard is just a stinky security guard. I saw this country bastard patrolling in a security uniform in the brilliant building yesterday. Chapter 28 Conflict at the Banquet. What? Did this kid offend you, Master Li? The yellow-haired man fixed his malicious eyes on Chen Beifeng. Perhaps he had sensed something. Chen Beifeng turned around and saw Ning Muqiang and Li Ju and others pointing at him. Especially the two enemies had murderous looks in their eyes. Damn it, it looks like these two bastards are looking to cause trouble. Chen Beifeng had some understanding of the nature of these young masters. These people would never admit their mistakes, would not allow themselves to suffer losses, and valued face more than anything else. Since Ning Muqiang and Li Ju had lost face because of him, they would definitely find a chance to get it back. The boring auction lasted for nearly an hour. Even Chen Beifeng, a grown man who often did physical training, had sore ankles from standing, not to mention those ladies and spoiled girls. Some women could no longer bear it and ran to sit in the corners. Chen Beifeng carefully took Yang Qingcheng's arm and found a seat as well. During the auction, Yang Qingcheng also raised her hand and bought a brooch worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. The brooch was made of platinum and inlaid with a piece of emerald green jade, which looked extremely beautiful. Just a broken brooch like this is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. The world of you rich people is really hard to understand. Chen Beifeng played with the brooch. It did look nice, but tens of thousands of dollars could have built a two-story house in his hometown. He really didn't know what these people were thinking. You don't understand. This brooch is a treasure donated by the little princess of the Ji family. It is valuable in itself. Add to that the gimmick of the Ji family princess, and the price is actually very cost-effective. Little princess of the Ji family. Yes, the Ji family is considered the #1 family in the Magic City. Didn't you see the head of the Ji family speaking on the stage just now? Remember his appearance. You must never provoke him in the future. Qingcheng, this is a gathering of the top business elites in Magic City. Why did you bring such a bumpkin here? An extremely annoying voice interrupted the private conversation between Chen Beifeng and the other person. The two knew who the owner of the voice was without turning their heads. Li Ju, Chen Beifeng is my man. Yang Qingcheng stood up and looked directly at Li Ju with a cold expression on her face. TSK. I believe you can find a similar shield, but if this lousy security guard dares to enter the gate of your Yang family, I'm afraid your father will be so angry that he will break his legs. Little security guard, how dare you come here to eat and drink for free? Do you think a country bumpkin like you can come to such an occasion? Li Ju looked at Chen Beifeng with a mocking and contemptuous expression. Chen Beifeng was not angry. He smiled slightly and walked forward to hug Yang Qingcheng's slender waist. The moment his big hand touched her lower abdomen, both of them couldn't help but tremble. Yang Qingcheng glared at him but did not break free from his big hands. He. Even though I'm just a lowly security guard, Qingcheng just likes me. It's useless for you to be jealous. Go ahead and bite me if you can. Chen Beifeng's arrogant words made Li Ju so angry that he wanted to vomit blood, especially when the woman he had been coveting for a long time was in the arms of someone else. Li Ju's eyes were full of murderous intent and he wanted to go up and kill this guy. Yang Qingcheng, are you going to break off relations with my Li family? Do you believe that a word from our Li family will make your Yangfeng group even more difficult? As long as you agree to marry me, the Li family will fully support your Yang family's new projects in the future and ensure that you can get out of your current predicament. If you don't agree, tomorrow our Li family will join forces with the Ning, He, Shu and Wei families to attack your Yang family's stock market. Once your Yang family's stock market collapses, the five of us will directly swallow up all of your Yang family's assets. By then, you, the most beautiful woman in the Magic City, will become a phoenix without hair. Yang Qingcheng, have you thought about it? Li Ju looked at Yang Qingcheng with a crazy expression. These words made Yang Qingcheng look extremely ugly, and there was a look of hesitation in her eyes. This woman wouldn't really be scared by him. Chen Beifeng was suddenly startled. The expression on the goddess' face made him a little worried. With an idea in his mind, Chen Beifeng stood directly in front of the goddess. Mr. Li, you have the nerve to pursue Qingcheng. Your steps are unsteady and your face is pale and your eyes are sunken. You must have ruined yourself a long time ago. Some people look like men, but in fact, they are almost eunuchs. You are just lucky to be born into a good family, otherwise, if you were born into an ordinary family, a loser like you would have a hard time even having food to eat. You bastard, I'm going to kill you. Li Ju was hit in a sore spot by Chen Beifeng, and he instantly lost control and was about to attack Chen Beifeng with his teeth bared. Chen Beifeng sneered disdainfully, blocked the goddess behind him, and pointed his finger at Li Ju. Li Ju's body shuddered suddenly and he stopped abruptly, fear in his eyes. The scene of yesterday reappeared in his mind. The young security guard pointed his finger and his bodyguard fell down. That scene has been deeply engraved in his heart. Mr. Li, if you dare to take one step forward, I will make you fall in front of hundreds or thousands of people in this hall. You humph. Li Ju's face changed several times, but in the end he didn't dare to gamble and could only retreat with a red face. Chen Beifeng won the first wave of confrontation. Chen Beifeng, you are being too aggressive. Although Li Ju is a loser, the Li family behind him is a behemoth. This kind of person cares most about his reputation. You have offended him so much this time that he will definitely take revenge on you in the future. Yang Qingcheng frowned and looked at Chen Beifeng, a hint of worry in her eyes. Qingcheng, you are the ice goddess president of Yangfeng Group, when did you become so timid? I already offended him yesterday, why should I care about this time? Just tell him what you want to do, I am not a pushover. You hey. Yang Qingcheng looked at Chen Beifeng and sighed. At this time, the auctioneer announced the end of the auction. In the distance, Ning Muqian, young master Ning, walked towards the two of them with hatred on his face. This guy stood in front of the two people with a vicious look on his face, and shouted loudly without any shame. Har har har, everyone look here. You should all be familiar with Yang Qingcheng, the #1 goddess in our magic city. This woman actually secretly found a lousy security guard as her man without telling her family. Moreover, this security guard shamelessly dressed up like a decent human being to attend a high-end gathering in our Shanghai business district. Everyone look here, yes, this is the rubbish. Even though he is dressed up like a decent human being, it still can't hide his unsophisticated nature. A sip of red wine we drink is probably equivalent to his monthly salary. Why would he stand with us? Ning Muqian yelled loudly with a crazy expression, and his voice was unusually treacherous, just like the ancient eunuchs in TV dramas. Everyone thought he was too emotional, but Chen Beifeng was the only one who looked at him with a strange expression. This is going in the direction of becoming a eunuch. Could it be that everyone who is injected with the sperm death virus will become gay in the future? Chapter 29. The soap has been bought. The guests around were pointing at Chen Beifeng and Yang Qingcheng, discussing this shocking news with great interest. Chen Beifeng didn't care about this kind of childish revenge, but Yang Qingcheng had to bear heavy pressure. After all, she still had to stay in this circle. Looking at the goddess' gloomy face and her trembling body due to anger, Chen Beifeng felt distressed. He reached out and grabbed her little hand, comforted her with his eyes, then turned to look at Ning Muqian. Since you dare to provoke me, don't blame me. Chen Beifeng's mind moved, and a mosquito in his trouser pocket crawled out of the pocket and flew directly towards Ning Muqian. He saw Ning Muqian scratching his neck with his own eyes, and a strange smile appeared on Chen Beifeng's face. Master Ning, I see that you look like you're crazy. Have you encountered any unpleasant things recently? I don't know what happened recently, but I suddenly got a strange disease. All the sperm in my body died for no reason. As a result, I am not only impotent, but also have less and less beard, and my voice is getting more and more treacherous. And today when I saw the handsome Wei Gang, I suddenly had the urge to get intimate with him, and this urge is getting stronger and stronger. Ning Muqian stopped talking here. His face turned red instantly, his eyes widened in horror, and he covered his mouth with his hands. This scene was so familiar to him. This was the second time he had experienced this kind of thing. Especially this time, he said this in front of hundreds or even thousands of the top wealthy people in Shanghai. Boom! The guests around were instantly in an uproar. Everyone looked at the scene in shock and stupidity, pointing their fingers at Ning Muqian and talking about him. Those contemptuous words pierced his heart like sharp swords. Many young people who knew Ning Muqian took a few steps back with disgust on their faces, as if they were afraid that he would aim at them next. Especially the handsome young man with white hair and fair skin in the distance, his already very white face instantly became even paler. He had already noticed that Ning Muqian's behavior was a little strange tonight. He had always looked down on him before, but tonight he hugged him as soon as they met, and walked close to him, and even did some intimate actions from time to time. Only now did he realize that this guy had turned gay, and his first target was him. He must have bought some soap and was waiting for him to pick it up. When Wei Gang thought of this, he felt a chill in his anus. An extremely nauseous feeling surged into his heart. His stomach suddenly churned. He covered his mouth and ran to the nearest trash can to vomit. Wei Gang, why did you vomit? This, you and young Master Ning wouldn't get pregnant so soon, right? The companion of the white-haired young man shouted at him in shock. As soon as these words came out, the people around him who were eating onlookers instantly showed an expression of realization on their faces. Wei Gang, who was vomiting, felt a surge of grievance and anger rushing to his forehead. His eyes turned black and he fainted from anger. Oh my god! Ghost! Ning Muqian ran towards the gate like crazy. Now he just wanted to escape from here as soon as possible. He knew that he was finished. He had disgraced the Ning family. It was estimated that after tonight, everyone in the Magic City would know about this. Several young masters around Li Ju who were originally looking for trouble suddenly lost their tempers, and their expressions became uncertain. The most powerful young Master Li and young Master Ning were both defeated by a small security guard. Who would dare to face such a weird scene? Chen Beifeng picked up the red wine and clinked it with Yang Qingcheng, who was shocked. At this time, Yang Qingcheng's seductive cherry mouth opened into an O shape, and her charming big eyes looked at Chen Beifeng stupidly. Once may be a coincidence, twice may also be a coincidence, but you will never encounter such incredible coincidences every time. This was the third time Yang Qingcheng had seen this. All of this proved that Chen Beifeng had a special ability, which was that he could answer any question asked, and he also had a special ability to make anyone fall down just by pointing at them. All of this made Chen Beifeng, the security guard who had taken away her virginity, more and more mysterious. Chen Beifeng you. Sure. Qingcheng, don't ask me. I can't answer you even if you ask me. I can only tell my secrets to the person closest to me, unless you. Chen Beifeng had an obscene expression on his face, and Yang Qingcheng was immediately furious. She glared at him and ignored him. After this strange incident, naturally no one dared to cause trouble for him. Only Li Ju and a few young masters in the distance cast vicious glances at him from time to time. As the music started, many men and women embraced each other and danced together. Chen Beifeng, let me teach you how to dance. Chen Beifeng looked around and saw several young men looking at Yang Qingcheng eager to try. It was obvious that Yang Qingcheng was using him as a shield. My pleasure, my goddess. Chen Beifeng imitated the movements of others, took the goddess's hand and walked into the dance floor. Yang Qingcheng knew that he didn't know how to dance waltz, so she guided him to get into position. Waltz evolved from waltz. As the most popular ballroom dance in Western European countries, its rhythmic movements are extremely concise and can be simply divided into 3 steps. Yang Qingcheng patiently explained to Chen Beifeng in a low voice, but halfway through she realized that this guy didn't do anything at all. Instead, he hugged her slender waist tightly, and stared at her chest with a pair of thieving eyes, and almost drooled at the corners of his mouth. Chen Beifeng. Yang Qingcheng let out a low growl of embarrassment and twisted his waist with her slender jade fingers. Hiss, it hurts, let go. You are still not obedient. Pay attention and follow my steps. Only then did Chen Beifeng concentrate and start to learn from the goddess. This extremely simple ballroom dance can be learned in one go, but if one wants to make the movement smooth and graceful, one has to learn it on one's own. It only took Chen Beifeng 10 minutes to master the most basic skills, and he was dancing well on the dance floor following the goddess. It was more than 20 minutes later that Yang Qingcheng stopped and walked out of the dance floor. Unexpectedly, a young man came up to her and invited her to dance. Chen Beifeng's face turned dark and he glared at her. Brother, can't you see that Qingcheng is already sweating from exhaustion? Can you be a little more discerning? Oh, sorry, I was so abrupt. Finally, the guy left in embarrassment under Chen Beifeng's scorching gaze. Yang Qingcheng gave him an approving look and was about to go to her seat to rest, but she saw a fairy in a white dress slowly walking towards her, aiming directly in her direction. Chen Beifeng followed Yang Qingcheng's gaze and suddenly froze in place. Jinishan. Brother Beifeng, won't you invite me to dance? Jinishan, in her white dress,
looked like a fairy from the earth. Her pure and beautiful face stunned the whole audience. The cleavage on her chest was covered by a lace edge, but she was more eye-catching than those women who only exposed half of her chest. Her long hair falls down to her waist, and the 2 strands of hair at her temples are simply fixed at the back of her head. Her whole temperament is already more beautiful than any other woman. Chapter 30. The Little Princess of the Ji Family. Fool! Yang Qingcheng gently pinched Chen Beifeng's waist, and he finally reacted. He quickly stretched out his hand and made a gesture to invite Ji Nishang to dance. Thank you, Sister Qingcheng. We'll talk later. Ji Nishang gave Yang Qingcheng a sweet smile, and the 2 of them slowly walked into the dance floor under her surprised eyes. Sister Nishang, you. Holding the slender waist of such a pure and beautiful woman, Chen Beifeng felt a little distracted, as if his soul was floating in the sky, and his big hands subconsciously hugged her tighter. Ji Nishang's pretty face, pure and clean like a mirror, blushed. She gave him a charming look and said softly, Brother Beifeng, I came over to say hello just because I saw you by accident. Don't take advantage of me. He, Sister Nishang, why are you here? Chen Beifeng smiled awkwardly and gently loosened the goddess's waist, then asked curiously. Brother Beifeng, don't you know? Know what? Chen Beifeng was completely confused. My last name is Ji. The surname is Ji. Ji family. Holy shit. Sister Nishang, you are from the Ji family in Magic City. Could the little princess of the Ji family that Qingcheng is talking about be you? Chen Beifeng widened his eyes, recalling the middle-aged driver with extraordinary temperament he met in the hospital, and the matter of the Ji family mentioned by Yang Qingcheng just now. He connected all of this together. Brother Beifeng, don't swear. The person who just came on stage is my dad, and this banquet was also held by our family. Really? Chen Beifeng was so shocked that he forgot the movements, causing the dance steps he had just learned to go awry. He even stepped on Ji Nishang's high heels. Chen Beifeng's face turned red with embarrassment. No. I'm sorry, Sister Nishang. Poochie. Brother Beifeng, you have to practice the waltz well. People who dance a lot will form a memory of the dance steps, and their bodies will dance subconsciously even when they are distracted. The goddess' smile was like 100 flowers blooming. Chen Beifeng's consciousness was immediately lost in it again. He gritted his teeth and dared not look at her extremely pure face again. But when he lowered his head, he saw a ravine, which was so deep that it seemed like an endless abyss. Chen Beifeng opened his mouth, and the drool from the corner of his mouth actually flowed onto Ji Nishang's chest. Brother Beifeng. Ji Nishang blushed and spoke in a low voice, her voice sounding like a spoiled child. Chen Beifeng suddenly felt embarrassed, his mind raced as he began to look for topics to distract himself. Sister Nishang, your skin is so fair. It is the best and fairest skin I have ever seen on a girl. It is so clean without any blemishes or even spots. He, Brother Beifeng is actually a mixed-race child. I have 1/3 white bloodline. My grandmother is an Orthodox princess of the royal family of Country Y. My dad's white features are still very obvious, but when it comes to me, it's hard to see the white features. Half-blood. Chen Beifeng then looked at Ji Nishang's facial features again, and indeed noticed a slight difference. Her pupils were very clear but shining with a faint blue light, which could not be seen at all without careful observation. He said, how could this girl be so pure and fair? It turns out that this is the reason. Her skin is so white that you can see the blood vessels inside. And unlike the Orthodox Caucasians who have many spots on their skin, her skin is more flawless than white jade. After the dance in Area 1, Chen Beifeng reluctantly let go of the goddess's waist, and the two walked together to Yang Qingcheng, who was resting. Sister Qingcheng, long time no see. Hello, Sister Nishang. The two goddesses kissed each other affectionately, just like sisters who had not seen each other for many years, which made Chen Beifeng, who was standing beside them, feel jealous. Sister Nishang, you are being disrespectful. Why didn't you show me this courtesy when you saw me just now? He. Ji Nishang covered her mouth and giggled, but Yang Qingcheng glared at him fiercely. Sister Qingcheng, let's find a quiet place. The dance party had been going on for more than half an hour. During the intermission, some stars went on stage to sing, so the noise in the hall was very loud. Ji Nishang frowned and pulled Yang Qingcheng towards the VIP area in the distance.
Chen Beifeng looked at the graceful and charming backs of the two goddesses and followed them with a lick of his face. I thought the lobby outside was luxurious enough, but when I stepped into the VIP room, I realized what it meant to be even more luxurious. A luxurious small hall of over 100 square meters is divided into several small areas by screens, and has everything you need for entertainment, leisure, meetings, tea tables, and wine cabinets. The huge crystal chandelier on the ceiling is 2 meters wide, and the hanging crystals emit crystal clear light. On the wine cabinet are rows of red and white wines that cannot be named. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows on the outside are almost level with the clouds. The two goddesses sat on the sofa and chatted in private, while Chen Beifeng walked around the room. The luxurious decorations and items in the room were things that a little loser like him could never touch. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, you can see half of the city. The magnificent building where you work is not even as high as your feet. The feeling of looking down on the world is so great that you can't help but want to yell down to vent your joy. Brother Beifeng, I was wondering why you didn't go to visit Aunt Yang tonight. It turns out you came here with Sister Qingcheng. Jin Ishan's soft voice woke Chen Beifeng up. He smiled and walked to sit down opposite the two goddesses. Sister Nishan, have you and Qingcheng always known each other? Chen Beifeng looked at the pair of beauties in front of him in amazement. The two of them sitting together was simply the most luxurious visual feast. One was cold and beautiful with a captivating temperament, and the other was pure and noble with an incredible appearance. If he could have this pair of goddesses at the same time, Chen Beifeng swore that he would be willing to reduce his lifespan by half. There is basically everyone among us Demon City family members who we don't know. The elders in the family often create opportunities for us younger generations to interact and meet each other. Sister Qingcheng and I often played together when we were young. At that time, I was still a slug running behind her. Later, I went to study in Country Y, and only returned to China to study in the past few months. Chen Beifeng remembered what Yang Qingcheng had said before. The Ji family was extremely powerful and could be called the #1 family in the Magic City. He immediately thought of Yang Hanlan's husband. Qin Bing is now imprisoned in the prison of Shanghai. He didn't commit any serious crime, but he was framed by someone and suffered the maximum punishment. If we use the power of the Ji family, we can easily overturn Qin Bing's case. Sister Nishan, I have something I want to trouble you with. Chen Beifeng. Yang Qingcheng winked at him directly, fearing that he would make some overly awkward requests, but Ji Nishan smiled slightly and looked at Chen Beifeng. Sister Nishan, you have also come into contact with a lot of Yang Hanlan's affairs. The only hope for this poor woman to survive may be her husband. But her husband is still imprisoned in the prison of the Magic City. Because of this, even though Yang Hanlan went crazy, her obsession led her to the city of Magic City. I wanted to overturn her husband's case and rescue him, but I was just a powerless security guard. Nishan, you are different. This kind of thing should not be difficult to resolve with the power of your family. As long as your Ji family can rescue Qin Bing, I will owe you a favor. As long as you ask for anything, I, Chen Beifeng, will never say no. Chapter 31, Robot Bird shows off its power. Ji Nishan's expression was stunned, and an inexplicable light flashed on her face. Her pure and clean eyes were fixed on Chen Beifeng's face. Yang Qingcheng next to her was also stunned. She thought that Chen Beifeng was going to shamelessly trouble Ji Nishan to get some benefits for him. Brother Beifeng, do you care so much about Yang Hanlan? As far as I know, you have no relationship with him, and you are just a small security guard in the brilliant building. He. I don't want to explain any more about Yang Hanlan's matter. Since I have come across this matter and I am in charge of it, I will definitely handle it to the end. Rescue Qin Bing and let Yang Hanlan survive, this is what I want to do. Sister Nishan, I am very grateful that you can help me. I owe you a favor. If you don't help me, I have no complaints. After all, this matter is still a bit troublesome. Humph, Chen Beifeng, who do you think you are? If you have no ability, why do you want to show off? Does the Ji family need a favor from a little security guard like you? Yang Qingcheng glared at Chen Beifeng with a cold and dissatisfied face. He had no ability but wanted to pretend to be a good person, and even begged Sister Nishan to help him pretend to be a good person. What kind of thing was this? Chen Beifeng ignored her and looked at Ji Nishan expectantly. He, Brother Beifeng, I admire this about you. I have helped Aunt Yang with her matter.
Just go back and wait for the news. Seeing the goddess give in, Chen Beifeng was overjoyed. Given the Ji family's status in Shanghai, it shouldn't be difficult to overturn a verdict for an ordinary person, especially when they were in the right. Sister Qingcheng, I haven't seen you for a long time. I want to talk with you all night. I wonder if you welcome me. Sister Nishang, you want to come to my house? Of course you're welcome. We can have a good chat together. The two goddesses picked up their bags and left. Chen Beifeng had no choice but to follow them. The whole outside was bustling with activity at this moment. A female star was performing a dynamic and seductive dance on the stage. Her coquettish dance moves made Chen Beifeng's eyes glow red and he even stopped walking. Humph, Chen Beifeng, if you want to see it, just stay and watch it slowly. Yang Qingcheng snorted disdainfully, and Chen Beifeng reluctantly withdrew his gaze. Ji Nishang on the side giggled. When they arrived at the parking lot, the two goddesses got directly into the back seat, and Chen Beifeng naturally became their driver. Just as the Maserati drove out of the parking lot, a van next to it turned on its lights and followed. After the van drove away, a black Maybach slowly rolled down its window, revealing an extremely cold young face with a scar. The young man took out his cell phone and made a call. The young lady left with Yang Qingcheng, and the young man acted as the driver, but they were followed by a van with 6 people from the Shu family in it. It looks like the Shu family is going to take action against Yang Qingcheng, but miss. Nothing must happen to Nichang. This is my bottom line. You can handle the rest on your own. A domineering voice came from the phone. The scarred young man hummed and hung up the phone directly. The Maybach drove out of the garage with a roar. The two goddesses were chatting in the back seat, with giggles coming out from time to time. It was the first time that Chen Beifeng saw Yang Qingcheng so happy. The goddess smile was so charming and bewitching. Chen Beifeng, who was driving, would sneak a peek through the rearview mirror from time to time, but he didn't notice the van following closely behind the car. Just as the Maserati was about to enter the Green Lake Chindy-Wan community, a van suddenly moved sideways to block the road ahead. Chen Beifeng braked suddenly to avoid the danger of a collision. He was about to curse when he found that the door of the van was opened and 6 young men with unfriendly faces and weapons walked out. Chen Beifeng's expression froze, and he held back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He turned his head and saw that his heart sank even more. There was also a van behind the car blocking the Maserati's retreat, and 6 armed men also got out. The two goddesses also noticed the current situation. Yang Qingcheng's cold and pretty face suddenly turned pale, and she instantly thought that this must be the revenge of Li Ju's people. These people would not listen to any morality and would use any despicable means. Only Ji Nishang next to her was not panicked at all. She quickly took out her mobile phone and sent a message. Don't go out because there are so many people like Chen Beifeng. This must be the work of Li Ju and his men. They will beat you to death. Damn it, these rubbish are not qualified to kill me. Chen Beifeng was filled with tremendous rage. If he didn't have any trump cards now, this situation would definitely mean either cripple or death. Could it be that these princelings were so rampant that they had no regard for the law at all? Qingcheng, don't call the police. Chen Beifeng reached out and pressed the phone that Yang Qingcheng took out, and with a fierce look in his eyes, he reached out and took something out of his pocket. Due to the darkness, the two goddesses couldn't see clearly what it was. Chen Beifeng stretched his hand out of the window, and a sharp whistle suddenly sounded in the air. It was something flying rapidly and cutting through the air that made the sound. The next second, under the shocked gazes of the two goddesses, bursts of blood suddenly burst out from the bodies of the 12 burly men holding weapons in front and behind, as if some invisible creature was desperately attacking and biting everyone. Chen Beifeng watched the scene with a cold face, without a trace of mercy in his eyes. The 12 burly men with weapons had no power to fight back at all under the attack of the robot bird. They were killed instantly without even being able to see what was happening. Each person had at least 7 or 8 wounds on their bodies. These wounds were not fatal, but extremely painful. Everyone rolled on the ground in pain. In just a dozen seconds, all 12 people were disabled. Chen Beifeng looked at the van blocking the road in front of him, sent an instruction to the system in his mind, and pointed in the direction of the van. Boom! There was a sudden loud bang between heaven and earth, and a big hole was formed on the side of the van. The huge impact force caused the van to roll out.
The people rolling on the ground in pain were so scared that they all fell silent. Their Maserati roared with the sound of the accelerator, and these people were so scared that they quickly rolled to the side. Chen Beifeng drove the Maserati directly away from the scene, turned and drove into Yang Qingqing's residential area. A Maybach stopped in the middle of the wailing crowd, and a scarred man got out of the car with a shocked look on his face to check. He witnessed the entire process with his own eyes. The young man who was the lady's driver stretched his hand out of the window, and then a black shadow flew out and the situation in front of him was created. The man didn't even get out of the car, and 12 people fell to the ground and were disabled in an instant. Scarface took out his cell phone and started taking pictures of the wounds of the thugs on the ground. He must keep evidence of such a strange thing. He was shocked to find that all the wounds were surprisingly similar. Although the wounds were as thin as hair, they could easily cut through the skin of these people, causing a large number of wounds. The blood on the entire ground gathered to form a sea of blood. Chapter 32 Love Hand-Rolled Noodles. Chen Beifeng, what happened just now? As soon as they got home, Yang Qingcheng asked in shock, and Gina Shang beside her also looked curious. Two goddesses, aren't you hungry? It's already 10 o'clock and I haven't had dinner yet. Let me feed you some. Chen Beifeng showed a sly smile on his face and looked at the two goddesses with a double meaning. They could easily understand the meaning of his words. Gina Shine smiled slightly and a blush appeared on her face. Her fair skin made the blush very eye-catching. Yang Qingcheng was not so easy to talk to. She glared at Chen Beifeng with a cold face, then stretched out her hand and twisted it around his waist while gritting her teeth. Stop, it hurts. Chen Beifeng lifted up his shirt, revealing a handsome spot on his waist, which looked very eye-catching. This goddess has really strong hands. Hee. Gina Shine covered her mouth and giggled. Her trembling appearance made Chen Beifeng's eyes hot. Yang Qingcheng glared at him, pulled Gina Shine into the room, and said before entering the door, "Call us when the meal is ready." Since there were guests at home, Chen Beifeng naturally couldn't make noodles anymore. He opened the refrigerator and looked at the ingredients inside. After thinking for a moment, he started to get busy. Sister Qingcheng, what's going on between you and Brother Beifeng? As soon as the two goddesses entered the room, Gina Shang took Yang Qingcheng's arm and asked curiously. There were no outsiders here, so the two goddesses took off their masks and lay on the bed, stretching their tired bodies. Chen Beifeng? He and I are just an ordinary employer-employee relationship. He is now my security guard, bodyguard, driver and shield. I pay him 20,000 yuan a month. Is it really just an ordinary employment relationship? Sister Qingcheng, aren't you worried about what might happen if a man and a woman are alone in the same room? You should know that human nature is the most vulnerable to the test. You should be aware of your own charm. Yang Qingcheng's expression froze. She certainly understood what Gina Shang meant. When a stunning beauty and a hot-blooded man lived under the same roof, no one could guarantee what would happen. I will carefully consider the matter of Nishang, but how could a little princess like you from the Ji family have anything to do with a little security guard? Gina Shang told Chen Beifeng about Yarn Hanlan. She met Chen Beifeng entirely out of love and kindness, and she took the initiative to expose herself to Chen Beifeng. Otherwise Chen Beifeng would not know that there was such a little girl behind Yarn Hanlan who had been saving her. I can't believe this young security guard has such love. His monthly salary is only 4,000 yuan, and he has no parents but only a younger sister who lives with him. His sister is still in school, yet he is willing to spend more than 10,000 yuan to support a stranger. Yang Qingcheng had always thought that Chen Beifeng was just helping a homeless woman, but she didn't expect that he would spend so much money on a homeless woman. So this is why I admire Brother Beifeng. He won't dance with boys easily. Poverty is innate, but it is not immutable. With Brother Beifeng's ability, his future achievements will definitely be limitless. And the ability he showed tonight really shocked me. The weird scene just now is still in my mind. Sister Qingcheng, how did Brother Beifeng knock those people down? I don't know either. This is the third time I've witnessed this kind of thing, and I still haven't figured it out. In fact, what you saw is only part of it. There are other, even more bizarre things about him. Oh. Gina Shang's face showed an expression of interest, and her clear eyes shone with a bright light. After more than half an hour of busy work, Chen Beifeng placed for dishes and a soup on the dining table. Looking at the delicious dishes on the table, Chen Beifeng nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, my cooking skills are still good. He and his sister depended on each other for survival. When he was young, he worried about food every day. At that time, he used a broken mobile phone and the limited ingredients to make the most delicious food for his sister every day. He seemed to have a natural talent for cooking. He could quickly master any dish and become an expert at it once he learned it. He could also improve the food to suit his own taste. The two goddesses are coming out for dinner. Looking at the two goddesses walking out of the room, Chen Beifeng, who was wearing an apron, showed a surprised expression on his face. The two of them took off their luxurious dresses and put on refreshing home pajamas, which looked surprisingly charming. Especially since Ji Nishan's figure is smaller than Yang Qingqing's, she looks like a porcelain doll wrapped in clothes when wearing Yang Qingqing's nightgown, appearing so delicate, pure and lovely. Wow, Brother Beifeng, you managed to make 4 dishes and a soup in such a short time. They smell so delicious. Ji Nishan playfully stretched out her fingers to pick up a piece of meat and put it into her mouth. The fresh, fragrant and spicy boiled beef made her stick out her tongue and inhale the cool air. Chen Beifeng was attracted by her cute and innocent appearance and couldn't help but look at her a few more times. When he saw Yang Qingcheng glaring at him, he set the table and started eating. In order to neutralize the spicy boiled beef, he specially made a sweet soup, as well as a Sichuan twice-cooked pork, a garlic-stirred Chinese cabbage and a spicy and sour shredded potato. The 4 side dishes were not large in portion, but there was nothing wrong with their color, aroma and taste. The two goddesses were both rich girls who had eaten all kinds of delicious food, but they couldn't stop eating these home-cooked side dishes. The 3 of them actually ate up all the 4 dishes and 1 soup without leaving a single bit, and they almost licked the plates. Brother Beifeng, it's a waste of your talent if you don't become a chef. These dishes taste like home. They are definitely top-notch family dishes. Ji Nishan was lying indecently on the chair, rubbing her belly with her tender white hands. Yang Qingcheng beside her nodded in agreement. This ice goddess was also full and looked at the empty plate with an embarrassed expression. Ladies, drink some freshly squeezed orange juice and take a rest. I'll go wash the dishes and come back to serve you, ladies. He. Xiaofengzi, go and do your work. I'll be waiting for you on the sofa. Promise. Chen Beifeng took out the orange juice he had squeezed while cooking and served it out like a treasure. A mint leaf was soaked in the orange juice. A glass of freshly squeezed juice after a meal is definitely a great way to relieve the greasiness. The two goddesses' eyes lit up, each with a glass, and they sat on the sofa to watch TV, while Chen Beifeng cleaned up the place. After finishing his work, Chen Beifeng took a look at the two goddesses' exposed white calves, swallowed hard, licked his face and sat next to them. I have specially learned Chinese medicine massage. Would you two ladies like to try it? It is definitely a master-level technique for relieving fatigue and stretching muscles. He. Xiaofengzi, please give me a shoulder massage. If it feels good, there will be a reward. Upon hearing Ji Nishan's words, Chen Beifeng's eyes suddenly lit up green. As expected, Sister Nishan was easy to talk to. Yang Qingcheng would never let him touch her. Chapter 33. You are still as shameless and vulgar as ever. It's really comfortable. Your technique is pretty good. I often go to some women's clubs for relaxing SPA. Your technique is not much different from the professional ones. Ji Nishan squinted her eyes comfortably. Chen Beifeng, who was behind the sofa, pinched the goddess' soft shoulders while stealing glances at her exposed fair skin with lustful eyes. The skin of this girl in colorful clothes is so white and tender that it is eye-catching, and her whole body gives people the feeling of a perfect work of art. Although there was a layer of cloth between them, Chen Beifeng could still clearly feel the smooth touch of the goddess' skin. As he pressed her, she became restless. Ji Nishan's nightgown was originally big, and as he massaged her, the collar gradually slipped down, revealing a deep ravine on her chest. Fuck. Does this goddess like pink too? And pink lace panties at that. This girl is really well developed. Brother Beifeng, you. Ji Nishan's scream woke up Chen Beifeng, who was immersed in it. He stretched his head and saw that his face turned red. It turned out that his saliva had dripped onto the goddess' chest, and coincidentally, it dripped right onto the exposed ravine. Ji Nishan's fair and pure face turned red with shame. She shook off Chen Beifeng's big hand and rushed into Yang Qingqing's boudoir. Only a little girl like Nishan would be deceived by your low-level tricks.
You are still as shameless and vulgar as ever. Yang Qingcheng gave Chen Beifeng a look of contempt and walked into the room with an arrogant expression, leaving Chen Beifeng with a messy face. Damn it, I was planning to massage your legs, but now it's over. Chen Beifeng returned to his room and checked his system panel, only to find that there were two tasks that were not completed. One was the rescue mission of Yarn Hanlan, and the other was the mission of the goddess Yang Qingcheng. The system extracts the props that will help Yang Qingcheng overcome the difficulties. As soon as Chen Beifeng finished speaking, a black hole slowly formed in the room. An object fell from the black hole and was caught in Chen Beifeng's hand. USB flash drive. Could it be that this thing contains some high-tech information? Chen Beifeng looked at the finger-sized USB flash drive in front of him with a confused expression, but he didn't have a computer here, so he had to go to the company tomorrow to study it. The next morning, after Ji Nishang enjoyed Chen Beifeng's mixed noodles breakfast, she was picked up by her driver. While eating, Chen Beifeng found the opportunity to ask for the goddess WeChat and phone number. Under the jealous gazes of several colleagues, Chen Beifeng sent Yang Qingcheng into the elevator. After changing into security uniform and putting on all the equipment, Chen Beifeng was about to go to work when he was stopped by team leader Xue Chanhai. Beifeng, don't rush to go on patrol. Several interviewees will be coming soon. You, a college student, should follow me to hold the fort. Isn't recruitment handled by Manager Zhu? Manager Zhu is out on vacation, so this matter falls on my shoulders. You just need to check on it for me. Manager Zhu's instructions are that veterans are given priority, but being honest, capable and hardworking is also the first hard requirement. Of course, it would be better to have a college student like you who is strong and healthy. We are all uneducated and rough. When it comes to delicate work that requires brains, it is you educated people who have to do it. I am more supportive of recruiting some educated people. Okay, Captain Xue, I'll follow you later. Xue Chanhai led Chen Beifeng to Manager Zhu's office. It was called an office, but it was actually just a lounge. Manager Zhu usually played games and punished employees. There was nothing he could do about it, as he had powerful connections. These security guards actually have a headquarters behind them. The people stationed in the brilliant building are only a small part of the company, and their salaries, benefits and other entertainment are all paid by the headquarters. There are two forms of recruitment. One is that the headquarters recruits and then sends people here to work. The other is that they recruit directly and then bring them to the headquarters to report. Chen Beifeng was originally recruited by Manager Zhu, who was attracted to him mainly because of his status as a college student. Unfortunately, Manager Zhu had no idea that college students were divided into different levels, and Chen Beifeng was a graduate of the worst second-tier university. No company in Shanghai was willing to hire him because he had a poor academic background and no work experience. If he wanted to survive, the only jobs he could find were delivery courier jobs that did not require a diploma. Finally, by coincidence, he was hired by Manager Zhu. After hearing the news from the intercom that the applicant had arrived, Xue Chanhai and Chen Beifeng packed up and sat behind their desks. The first applicant was actually a young man wearing glasses. It's not impossible for him to be a security guard with glasses, but it would be very troublesome during normal physical training. In fact, Xue Chanhai had already passed this guy at first sight. As security guards, they usually undergo 20 minutes of training every day, which is a necessary item for exercising discipline and physical fitness. They will practice some simple grappling techniques, and there will be strenuous exercises such as sparring and wrestling during the process. There was once an accident in the head office due to wearing glasses. A security guard wearing glasses was fighting with someone during training. The other party punched him on his glasses, and the broken lens went straight into his eyeball. Their headquarters was sued for this and had to pay a lot of money to the other party. Since then, their headquarters has had an unwritten rule that patrol security guards should try not to recruit people wearing glasses. Although these were not in written documents, they were all experiences gained after suffering losses, so Xue Chanhai winked at Chen Beifeng, indicating that you should deal with this person yourself. Hello, I'm the applicant Lu Qiang, and this is my resume. The young man handed the information in his hand over with a proud smile on his face, and Chen Beifeng reached out to take it. Upon closer look, he discovered that the other party was actually a top student who graduated from a 985 university. This scene completely stunned him. Brother, we are recruiting security guards, are you trying to play a dimensionality reduction attack? After thinking for a while, Chen Beifeng asked a few routine questions. Excuse me, Liu Qiang, do you have any requirements for job salary and benefits? As you can see, I am a top student who graduated from a 985 university. As for positions, I would like to ask if you have any vacancies for the manager position. I think with my qualifications, I should have no problem being a security manager. I hope to work from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., with 2 days of paid vacation per week, and a salary of more than 20,000 yuan per month. It would be best if I could have a small car for transportation. I am not very picky about the car, as long as it has a Shanghai license plate. Of course, the company will pay for the gas and maintenance. Anything else? Chen Beifeng only felt a black line appear on his forehead, and a group of crows flew over his head with a cackling sound. Shui Shanghai on the side was also stunned by the other party's words. Not yet. I'll bring it up when I think of it later. When can I start working? Well. Chen Beifeng glanced at Shui Shanghai, who was standing stupidly beside him, and he already had a plan in mind. Mr. Liu, your resume is indeed brilliant, but you went to the wrong place today. In fact, you should go to number 1686 Nanjing West Road. It definitely meets all the conditions you just mentioned, and it is not impossible to be even higher. Real. Liu Qiang looked at Chen Beifeng with surprise, and his whole body was overwhelmed by ecstasy. Of course, hurry over there are already many people queuing there. Liu Qiang stepped forward, snatched his resume, slammed the door and left. This scene made Shui Shanghai and the other man laugh out of anger. Bar. What the hell is that? By the way, Beifeng, what place were you talking about just now? Why does it sound familiar to me? The best temple in the Magic City, of course you are familiar with it. I heard that making wishes at Jing'an Temple is very effective. Isn't it perfect for people who live in their own world? Jing'an Temple? Har ha har har, you'll get what you pay for, good boy. Shui Shanghai spat out a mouthful of tea, pointed at Chen Beifeng and laughed. Chen Beifeng also shook his head. The first person to be interviewed today turned out to be such a weirdo. It would be strange if this person could find a job with his personality. Having a high level of education but lacking any emotional intelligence and not being able to figure out the most basic ways of dealing with people is the point of having such a high level of education. Chapter 34. The name is just a borderline. The next few applicants were all normal. Regardless of whether they met the requirements or not, at least they did not come to make a wish. Those who could apply for the security guard position were people who knew their position clearly. Shui Shanghai decided on 2 people on the spot, and as for the others, Chen Beifeng sent them back to wait for news. Once an applicant is told to go back and wait for news, his/her job is basically over. However, there are also cases where people are dissatisfied with the recruitment and then go back for more recruitment. There's only one person left. After you finish dealing with Beifeng, you can go and get busy. Someone else has taken over your job and is inspecting it. You can just go and take his shift. The last interviewee was a young man in delivery clothes. Shui Shanghai and Chen Beifeng were stunned when they saw his attire. Brother, did you go to the wrong door? No, yes, I'm delivering food now, but I don't want to do this job anymore. I happened to see the announcement of recruiting security guards in Brilliant Building the day before yesterday, so I came here to give it a try. My name is Liu Jun, I hope you will take good care of me. Liu Jun smiled and took out a cigarette and handed one to the 2 of them. Although Chen Beifeng didn't smoke, he took it because of the other party's enthusiasm. This guy's resume is pretty normal, but unfortunately he is not the college student that manager Ju needs, and there is nothing outstanding about him. We've read your resume and your qualifications are pretty good. Since you're a delivery guy, you're definitely physically fit enough to do that. Go back and wait for our news. When Liu Jun heard this, an expression of disappointment immediately appeared on his face, but he still forced a smile and walked forward to shake hands with the 2 men. Then I'll go back to work. I'm very hardworking. I've worked as a delivery boy and on construction sites. I can do any heavy, hard, tiring or dirty work. During the most difficult time, I even worked as a corpse carrier for a month. Please give me a chance, leaders. Thank you. Ding, the mission of punishing evil and promoting good is triggered. Please perform good deeds to help Liu Jun overcome the difficulties. Submit the mission and the system will give a score based on the completion of the mission. The host can contact Liu Jun to obtain all the information about the mission. The system will provide prop support according to their host's requirements. Liu Jun bowed to the two of them and left. Just as he turned around, Chen Beifeng called him. Captain Shui, I think this guy is good. Although he doesn't have the advantages of a military discharge certificate or a student ID, he has more experience than anyone else. Isn't the so-called hard work and perseverance what people like Liu Jun are talking about? Shui Changhai was just somewhat tempted at first, but after hearing Chen Beifeng's words, he made a decision instantly. Okay, Liu Jun, you can just stay here. I'll arrange for you to go through the entry procedures later. Thank you. Thank you both. I'll treat you two leaders to a meal tonight. Of course, I don't have much money, so I can only go to some cheap food stalls. Liu Jun excitedly stepped forward and shook Shui Changhai and Chen Beifeng's hands again to express his gratitude. Forget about the meal. It doesn't make sense to treat people to drinks right after they start working. If you want to spend money, then work hard. When you get your salary, you can invite your good colleagues to sit together. At the moment when Chen Beifeng shook hands with Liu Jun, countless images were transmitted into his mind, and most of Liu Jun's information was also mastered by him. I thought my life was pitiful enough, but I didn't expect this guy to be even more pitiful than me. Moreover, this guy is much more miserable than me. Chen Beifeng looked at Liu Jun's departing back with a look of pity on his face. It turned out that this guy was also an orphan like himself. At least he still had a younger sister to depend on, but the other party was a real lonely man without any relatives at all. The only person Liu Jun had a good relationship with was a female classmate he met in junior high school. He had been secretly in love with her until high school when he dared to confess his feelings to her. For the sake of his girlfriend, Liu Jun resolutely gave up his studies and went out to make money in his second year of high school. He used the money he earned to improve his girlfriend's life. After the senior year of high school, his girlfriend was admitted to a key university with good grades. In order to provide her with an excellent learning environment, Liu Jun took the initiative to go to the city where his girlfriend went to college to work and accompany her. During this period, Liu Jun worked as a delivery man, errand boy, and couriers, and also worked part-time as a designated driver at night. Such a hard-working guy worked hard for several years but did not save a penny. All his money was squandered by his girlfriend. For a girl, entering university is like entering a small society. She starts to learn how to put on makeup, wear beautiful brand-name clothes, carry brand-name bags and mobile phones, and her expenses increase accordingly. In order to buy his girlfriend a bag worth 30,000 yuan as a birthday gift, Liu Jun actually took a part-time job as a corpse carrier in a funeral home. When his girlfriend carried the Chanel bag worth 30,000 yuan, the happy smile on her face was the greatest reward for Liu Jun. But this young man who is loyal to love does not understand the greed of human nature. His girlfriend's demands are becoming more and more excessive, far beyond Liu Jun's ability. He can only work hard to satisfy his girlfriend's desires. When he was rushing to deliver a takeout order, the brakes of his electric scooter failed and he got into an accident. The tendons in his left leg were cut by a sharp object, and the fracture occurred at the most troublesome part of the ankle. Although he went to the hospital and underwent tendon suture surgery, the ruptured tendon was very difficult to heal due to its location. He now looks like a normal person, but he can no longer do strenuous exercise, especially for a job like a food delivery courier that requires long-term travel. During his hospitalization, his girlfriend only came once when she received a call, and never showed up again. Liu Jun had already realized that his girlfriend had changed her mind. Thinking that his 6 years of hard work had resulted in such a result, Liu Jun was unwilling to accept the result. He directly quarreled with his girlfriend and demanded that she return the money he had spent over the years. This time Liu Jun's girlfriend just disappeared. 6 years of hard work and such a large sum of money were simply not something a girl who had just graduated could afford. She simply blocked Liu Jun and hid herself. In order to avoid Liu Jun's entanglement, his girlfriend came to Shanghai to work where no one knew her after graduation. Liu Jun also got the news from his girlfriend's former classmate, so he followed her to Shanghai. His original plan was to find out about the unfaithful woman while delivering takeout, but he didn't expect that the injury to his foot was far more serious than he thought. The injured tendon would cause severe pain when it was cloudy or rainy, and he could not do any strenuous exercise at all. He had no choice but to find a job as a security guard. Although the salary was a bit low, at least he could support himself in Shanghai. This world is so fucking ironic. The jokes we read online are actually the realities of other people. Liu Jun, Liu Jun. You are such a lickspittle, and you are the best. I guess many girls will give you a thumbs up to praise your infatuation, but in my opinion, you are just an idiot. After complaining, Chen Beifeng went to work. He had to think carefully about how to intervene in this task. The problem now was that Liu Jun's girlfriend Yin Jing was nowhere to be found. She had changed all her WeChat accounts on her phone just to avoid Liu Jun. Yin Jing. This name is so inappropriate, no wonder she has such a low character. Chen Beifeng murmured to himself, and only now he realized the strangeness of this name.